keep innovating and bringing new stuff to the table to get the industry going and moving forward. Before we move forward, I'll request all of you to please kindly keep your phones in silent mode because we don't want to disturb any of our speakers while they're engaging in a session. So thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, this is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, and I welcome all of you over here to the inaugural edition of the India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this high-profile conclave is a platform created to spotlight the unparalleled achievements of brands driving the Indian real estate sector going forward. It's more than just an event. It's a celebration of innovation, leadership, and the strategies shaping the future of real estate. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by top minds in branding, marketing, and customer engagement, featuring innovative ideas and leadership strategies, of course. To spread the knowledge going forward, the event is currently being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page as well, which is @RP Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the world of social media. We are all netizens in some way or the other, so please do remember to tag us in all your posts and Instagram and stories and tweets. Our social media handles, like I mentioned, are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join us online to be a part of this very fascinating and engaging conversation. So on that note, without any further ado, let's take a quick look at what Realty Plus is all about. Can I please request for the AV for all of us?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. For more details, you can always get in touch with Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head at Reality Plus. And just a quick announcement once again for all of you. A lot of you might already be aware, but Reality Plus, they're in their 20th year. So a huge shout out for Reality Plus for all the wonderful work that they have been doing in all these years, moving forward, truly trendsetters in the right way. You know, like I genuinely believe, like a lot of people over here, no event is genuinely successful or possible without the blessings of the Almighty. So, on that note, we are going to be doing the lamp lighting session right now with the Ganesh Mantra. To do the honors, I would like to call upon stage Kuldeep Chawla, founder ASK Strategies, and Sridhar, CEO Real Estate and Infrastructure Hiranandani Group. Vimalendra Singh, Chief Business Officer Residential, Mahindra Life Spaces, Sunny Bijlani, Managing Director Supreme Universal Private Limited, Ravi Ahuja, CEO Rai Askaran, and of course Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav for the honors. Can I please have a huge shout out and a huge round of applause for all of them over here. Everybody in this room, please clap with the loudest amount of intensity. Thank you.
वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
On a countdown of 1, 2, 3, everybody, Ganpati Bappa! Ganpati Bappa! Ek aur baar, please, Ganpati Bappa! Kya baat hai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our guests for doing the honors. A huge shout out for once again them, please, everybody. A huge round of applause for all of them again for doing the honors. Thank you so much, Sapna and Tripti as well. Request all of you to please kindly take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we also take this humble opportunity to thank our partners from the bottom of our hearts for their support. Business media partner, BW Business World Media Group. Online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and of course, organized by the wonderful, wonderful team of Reality Plus. We truly couldn't have done it without you. You know, we have an inaugural address of the day, but right now, that's indeed the beauty of today's world. There's a virtual world as well there. So, even if somebody is not being able to, make it physically because of their commitments, they can still send us messages over there. So we have a special message right now from the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, Sir Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group. Dr. Batra couldn't make it over here, but he's kind enough to send us a special message. Can we play the video of Dr. Batra over here, please, for all of us?
Good afternoon. Welcome to this Reality Plus Conclave called the India Brand Leadership Summit and Awards. This is a pioneering initiative by Tripti Kedia, Sapna Srivastav and the Reality Plus team. Reality Plus's first initiative that recognizes brand building, communication, advertising and brand leadership in the real estate domain. When you build icons, you build brands. When you build buildings, you build brands. When you build residential spaces, you build brands. When you build commercial office spaces of a certain kind, you build brands. In real estate, the product you deliver is the brand. The kind of people you employ is the brand. The communication that you put out is the brand. But a lot of it has to do with the product and consistent delivery of the product. So today at the Reality Plus Brand Leadership Summit and Awards, we celebrate people who are helping build real estate businesses and brands, who help the complete ecosystem of real estate to build meaningful connections with real estate consumers, real estate buyers. As I said, this is the first initiative of the Reality Plus India Brand Leadership Summit and Awards. The awards in the evening recognizes various stakeholders that have really come together to build meaningful experiences for residential ecosystem, for commercial ecosystem, for this real estate ecosystem. So I wish all the stakeholders success in 2025, and I'm sure when you see the winners, you will see that Reality Plus has chosen the best of the best to award, and these could be role models for others to follow. So congratulations to all the winners, all the best, God bless you. Good afternoon, welcome to this Reality Plus Conclave.
Thank you so much. Can I have a huge round of applause for Dr. Batra, please? He's going to be seeing the video, so he's going to be seeing all of us clapping for him in the best way possible. So thank you so much. We now have our first panel discussion for the day. So what I'll do is I'll be introducing our honorable moderator and honorable speakers in alphabetical order. And in the meantime, I'll request my hotel staff over here to get the chairs ready so that we are saving on time. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion over here. The topic for the moment is strong foundations, the key to brand longevity. I'll repeat the topic for the first panel discussion over here. This is about strong foundations, the key to brand longevity. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will be moderated by, and I repeat once again, I'll be introducing all of them and I'll be requesting all of you to come together once all the announcements are done. We have the first session being moderated by Mr. Kuldeep Chawla, founder and MD, ASK Strategies and Real Estate. Kuldeep ji is a seasoned real estate professional with over 3 decades of experience spanning financial services, infrastructure, and real estate sectors. He has held significant leadership roles, including serving as the Group CFO for Puravankara Group, Managing Partner at Milestone, Principal at Red Fort Capital, and COO at CIG Unitech. We have our speakers in alphabetical order as well. We have today with us Sridhar N, CEO, Real Estate and Infrastructure, Hiranandani Group. Sridhar ji was the originator of the largest private REIT deal in Indian real estate. He also incubated and created a pan-India platform called Greenbase for the industrial and logistics infrastructure business and runs the business as a joint venture with Blackstone as a partner. Along with his vast experience spanning over 30 years across real estate, infrastructure, financial services, and FMCG, Sridhar ji has also been doing a great and phenomenal job in mentoring startups and guiding them the right way as well. We also have with us today Ravi Ahuja, CEO, Rayas Karan, as an experienced real estate industry professional, having performed in cross-dimensional work functions and leadership. Raviji has played a pivotal role in asset management of multi-asset class projects with a focus on revenues and profitability. He currently represents the principal side of the business. We also have with us today Sunny Bijlani, Joint Managing Director, Supreme Universal. Sunny ji is a futuristic second-generation entrepreneur with a wealth of experience spanning over 17 long years in the real estate industry. Sunny ji navigates the company towards new horizons and scaling greater heights. Sunny ji also recognizes the true success parameter of the company is the trust and confidence bestowed upon by customers. We also have with us today Vimalendra Singh, Chief Business Officer, Residential, Mahindra Life Spaces. Vimalendra ji holds P&L accountability for the residential business. He also has extensive experience across the US, GCC, and India. He worked across all functions of retail banking during his 12 years in the banking industry, and then he moved to the real estate sector with a stint in the Lodha Group as market head for their luxury portfolio. Ladies and gentlemen, Can I request a huge round of applause for all our stalwarts over here as they join us over here on stage? Can I please request our moderator and honorable speakers to please kindly join us over here on stage for the very first panel discussion of the Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025. A huge shout out, please, everybody. Request all of you who joined us late, if you can please keep your phones in silent mode. We have the session starting right now. So, sir, on that note, over to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. I'll dive straight in. We'll leave the introductions out because the hosts have been kind enough to make those. Brand longevity is built on more than just products or projects. It's all about trust, adaptability, and a relentless focus on customer experience. Balancing innovation and consistency and forging organization culture. And all of this has one common thread, a strong foundation. I have 4 excellent panelists with me representing some of the best brands in real estate in this country. I'm going to start, with Sridhar, who's on my left, and ask him, a specific question around a real estate brand and how a real estate brand balances, innovation with consistency. You could use that mic.
Thank you, Kuldeep. I think fundamental for a brand, whether it is real estate or some other brand, it's the trust factor, the reliability factor, and consistently delivering on that brand's values. Because that's what the ultimate receiver of the brand's services expects. So having said that, trying to get into your question, I think innovation and consistency is something which go together while we build brands and then start maintaining it over time. Now, quality, delivery, whether it's a product or a service, and more so with real estate, as I see, because in real estate, it's now become more like a B2B, B2B2C. B2C is the most relevant in residential markets. And you build brand because it's the impression that the customers would get. And on B2B business, like industrial warehousing, other asset classes, it's also about customer delight. So fundamentally, it's all about managing customers' expectations and in pivoting towards in a changing scenario. Like for example, post-COVID, customers' expectations, the ability of the brand to deliver. There are primary qualities of brand which has given, which is why the brand is there, which is your reliability, quality, and delivery and deliverance excellence. On post that, what you need to do as you have to maintain brand is also keep innovating, because I think there is a lot of expectations and newer expectations which come along, and also there is competing landscape which are also building brands as you go along. So it's very imperative that we build and meet expectations. For example, it's not just the sales which is important. Pre-sales, sales, and post-sales, and how you manage the journey of the customer. I mean, from a personal experience, like in Hiranandani, when a residential customer, I keep talking to them as I keep moving around the township, is about the ability they blindly trust. They saying, oh, you're building a new building, we're ready to put that money out there. Because even if you're not going to get the, say, approval on time, we refund the money back to them. So that's something which is trust, which has been built over time. But doesn't mean that he's now comparing a Hiranandani building with some other new developer with extra amenities. Or the CRM, the way the customer is treated, the entire offering that you give it to him, and the flexibility that you give. So I think a brand has to innovate in terms of, one is it has to consistently deliver. That is the consistency aspect of the brand, because you built a brand and you're known for delivery, excellence, quality, reliability. Now if you deliver on these 4, you're there. But you have to also keep innovating, because I think the landscape has changed dramatically and people's expectations have to be met. And the brand is expected to do. Oh, Hiranandani also does this. there is an expectation, but now they're happy that it also does that. So in a digital transformation world, like for example, you now sell it to offshore customers, HNIs, you show them the real progress of the flat through, through the web, through the real updates. Then when they have to see, now you don't have to really have customers coming in and seeing your showroom flat. You do use AI and augmented reality to be able to show it to them where you are there up on the curve in terms of adopting these latest technologies. And if the motto is that you are going to keep the customer delighted, whether he's a small 1 or 2 BHK bedroom buyer or a large super luxury 4 or 5 BHK bedroom buyer or a commercial office space, it speaks volumes about your brand. And that's how you innovate yourself as you go along the journey. That's my take.
So if I can ask you a follow-on question, how do you kind of decide which innovations align with your brand ethos and which are the ones that might dilute the core identity? Given your extensive experience, what would you say, how would you deal with that?
So I'm assuming that the brand is built. Now
Correct.
we're talking about an innovation which will enhance.
Correct. Or you move into different market segments, different micro markets, maybe even different regions.
Absolutely. See, I think a lot of people have learned a lot of different experiences post the COVID. I mean, that was a moment of, change, right from people in FMCG to real estate. And the way you sold, the way you bought, the way you perceived things. For example, people said affordable housing was a huge concept and we wanted everyone to have a home. So you moved into different segments from at that point in time at affordable. So you pivoted towards affordable as an innovation. You created co-living, got questioned because then co-living post-COVID. But co-living as an asset class has come off the grid. But then there are, industrial, logistic, different asset class within the real estate spectrum is something that you need to have the flexibility to engage in, because that's what is going to keep your brand alive. The brand can be, deep down, like Kuldeep mentioned during our casual conversation, of being one product or one market. Or it can be a brand which encompasses all the other asset class within the alternate asset class within the real estate and be there. But then for that, it should be, the advantage is it has got a brand. Like for example, let me take Godrej. Before entering real estate, Godrej had established itself as a brand. But it innovated and then it had the advantage of the brand backing the new business, which is real estate. And they built, or on real estate, the rub-off effect happened. But then to maintain that image, they had to continue delivering in the real estate landscape. So similarly, then you have to start expanding into different asset class. So if you see the top brands, whether it's DLF, Hiranandani, we have expanded into multiple asset classes. So that's the good side of the innovation part of it.
Correct.
And what we have learned in terms of the negative or whatever, which we could see is that, you have to be very quick in adapting. For example, today the industry suffers still from the there have been good legislations like RERA, etc., which have helped the market transparency. So, but you already established a brand which always was known for its transparency, delivery on time, quality, etc. But expectations don't stop, right? So now what we realized was we also had to up the entire transformation in terms of communication to customer, and where you sort of, we got a lot of HNI and NRI customers. So if you delay and if you don't give them the reasons for delay, so it's about adopting your new technologies and making innovations in your CRM, customer delight experience. So we have done it both offline and online. So any delay in that causes a
excellent.
That's where I would put, and that's more from a brand maintenance point of view also, because it has to be for the long haul. Once you have a customer, like in Coke, I used to say, if you don't drink a Coca-Cola bottle today, you have lost one bottle of sales on that day. Otherwise, you would have had the bottle of Coke. I lost one bottle of permanently. So similarly, if you tie up a customer with your asset class, you should ensure that you don't lose that customer's new requirements going forward too.
Sure.
That's how I put it, as
sure.
Consistently delivering on
excellent
innovation.
Points. Excellent. Thank you for that. And, time permitting, we'll come back to the whole issue of maintenance. Don't put the mic down, Ravi. You're on next. And you're on next because of something very interesting that Sridhar mentioned, which is, COVID. And COVID caused a lot of disruption and competitiveness in the office market, of which you've been a very large part for many, many years across your various avatars. And so my question is, how do you ensure that your projects remain relevant, at a time when disruption of the significance and scale of COVID, comes around? And this question of relevance is obviously from a brand longevity point of view.
Sure. So I'm going to take your last two words of brand longevity and try to reverse engineer on the office and the impacts of COVID and how
And
the
we Indians
markets
are good
and
at reverse
industries-
engineering.
Yeah. And how the markets and industry actually lived through it, and who faltered and who probably made it. If you allow me that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, on brand longevity, I'll probably just take 3 or 4 minutes. A lot of what you said in your introductory note gave a lot of snippets. And if you have a confluence of all those things, be it trust, be it innovation, I would add 2 more, maybe the emotional connect that a customer has with your product or brand, and how you sustain that in terms of continuous engagement with your so-called target audience or target group, and consistently keep meeting, those expectations. I am a firm believer that in real estate, as developers or as stakeholders, we actually sell promises, don't we? And as long as you live up those promises, and then you can make a niche and have a brand identity. And just digressing on the question that you posed to Sridhar, you don't make mistakes, or you try to avoid making mistakes that dilute your brand, etc. That holds true even in the office segment, Kuldeep. And we all, when COVID hit, remember, I was in L&T Realty at that time, and L&T culture was such that work from home is a no-no, right? And we've heard my ex-boss, Mr. SNS, also talk, and I'm in agreement with him to a large extent about the hard work that needs to be put in for success in these times as an emerging economy. But at that time, when we work from home, we had no clue what we're going to go through. We had no clue what our tenants are going through.
So if I can ask you, interrupt and ask you, so how did the brand adapt?
So the brand adapted by virtue of just waiting and watching during the uncertain period. But when the uncertainty came off, what are the 3 or 4 things that one can do and learn? So when I traveled to Bangalore by the first flight which was available post-COVID, I saw half the IT parks or maybe more were all vacant, right? So how do you get back?
How do you still remain relevant?
Relevant.
And you need to be agile for that. So
therefore, what are the, and what we did at our parks is to upgrade amenities. What we did at our parks is to make sure that if we had a dated food court, we made it more modern, we changed the landscape, we offered things that could bring in the staff in, etc. And by doing that, we also created a necessary so-called brand recall that this is what this developer has done.
And some people also then moved into hybrid workspaces, co-working, those kind of accelerated.
That took off big time.
Right.
And that helped corporates save costs, essentially.
Right.
But coming back, really speaking, the emotional connect of why should you go back to work? Is it only on Friday that you go back for a snack, and you don't wish to go back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? And what is it that you get back? What is it that you're offering in terms of community spaces that allow you? We had activity-based spaces, we had community-based spaces, and all of it was all thrown in, and we were trying to figure what works, what doesn't. What worked was, at the forefront was food and beverage, which worked wonders, because people wanted to come, and it was not actually food and beverage, it was actually the socializing behind that and connecting, and food was only a probably excuse that got us there.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what the US and the Western nations do, because 2025, they say, is going to be the year that you go back to work. In India, we've seen it a lot sooner,
Yeah. No, I'm glad Trump took that call, although we all wanted, some of our US counterparts still today are more lucky for work from home. That's what their staff feel.
Right.
But I feel they've also become irrelevant to some extent. Yeah.
On the commercial office space, Kuldeep, and as you mentioned, and to answer your question more precisely, is that because by the time I had sold the commercial office space to Brookfield, and plus we are developed under 5 more million between TCS, and we have clients, marquee clients. But what we could do was, and what we could see was that people during post-COVID and after the mandatory lockdown was lifted, there was a lot of reluctance in terms of people coming back to work. So that was the opportunity where you could build on your brand and offer incremental like biometrics and extra open space and encouraging people to come back to work. And India is really relevant. So that people understand that if I'm taking this building, this branded building of say Brookfield now or Hiranandani, and then these are the expectations that when they come back to office. The essential fear of not getting, again, at that point of time was, if two people were sitting next to each other with a difference of X amount of space, that was enhanced. And I could see a lot of commercial office, grade A offices getting a little bit modified. And the good part is we also deferred rentals in empathizing with the guys for the non-occupancy period, but we collected all the rents that was due going forward. So that was something which was because of the brand. So the brand helped, brand probably made some adjustments, but if you've got a good grade A office asset and during such thing, you showed empathy, as Ravi did mention, emotional connect, that point that he made, but that got translated into something commercial and something value added for them. That adds to your brand image and brand longevity, especially in the commercial office space.
And also, Sridhar, just to add to you, what we have done from our learnings, and especially in office again, is, for example, now Raisakaran has about 14 acres of land parcel at Prime Andheri Kurla Road. We have a building which is 15-year-old. The next phase will be about 3 million square feet, but as and when that comes up, that'll be brand new. So what are the things that we need to do? A, we are upgrading the amenities. We're bringing in a modern food court, the same old story, but in a new avatar. We put in a cycling track. 14 acres is great. Staff loves it. The trend is pickleball in sports today, globally. We put in a pickleball court, and it's probably getting more bookings than the cricket turf, while both are going full. Apart from the mundane gym and creche, which sometimes go unused because of, again, emotional effect. People want to leave back children closer to where they stay rather than bring them to work and leave them, and things like that. So these are few things that we did. In residential, we're in luxury residential. Just want to bring out about innovation that you asked, Sridhar. How we innovated is we knew that our brand identity is that of luxury. We're doing a luxury office building in Bandra West, and we're fetching one of the highest values. In fact, we are a follow the leader kind of pack there. All the buildings around us follow our pricing with a 6-month lag because we generally achieve that. That's not the goal. The goal is really what product are you offering, and the pricing or the profitability is only a side effect. For example, in this case, we have tied up with Delhi Art Gallery. So DAG is one of the finest in art in India. And if you do a tie-up of this nature, you speak loud about what you mean or what you stand for in terms of luxury. And that's the art aspect that we bought into this building. So that's the innovation we're trying to...
On the luxury side.
On the luxury side, yeah.
Right. And Sunny, next to you is a luxury brand in Mumbai. And to him, I would ask a follow-on question, which is, over the decades, how have you focused on A, remaining relevant, and B, more importantly, are there any lessons from other brands, either real estate in India or globally, or outside real estate that you've found useful to incorporate in ensuring longevity of your brand in the segment in which you operate?
So, thanks, Kuldeep. The one thing that I keep telling everybody who works with us is nobody who does a deal remembers the numbers after 5 years. They will not remember the square footage. They will not remember anything that they signed. There's only one thing they'll remember, is how you made them feel. That experience that you go back home with, you, your family, or if it's a B2B in case of office, that is the single most thing that defines whether they will be your brand ambassador when they go back or not. Or will they go back and feel that they overpaid? And even if they've overpaid and if they felt good about the whole experience, trust me, for them that's a much bigger value add than anything else. So for me, I think brand longevity is the culture you breed top down. And culture is what people do when no one's watching. Culture is not what you put on your brochure on your website. All the mission, vision statements, all that is out of the window if people don't actually believe in that and follow that when no one's watching them. I just feel that you look at any brand and connecting to your follow-on question, look at Tata, look at Amazon, look at Apple. In Amazon, Jeff Bezos is obsessed with customer orientation.
Yes.
They have an interview process that is so rigid that they have a 16-point charter around which they test whether the person coming in will really take the values to the next level, not whether you'll fit in or not. Whether you will really be able to take these values deeper than the current team. And only then you're at least part of the top brass and core team. So for me, I think their obsession with customer orientation is so deeply ingrained that everybody there is actually thinking, what can I do next to make my customer's life easier? What can I do next to be relevant? And when you talk about relevance, there's one thing I remember Jeff Bezos saying in an interview. Everybody asks, what is going to change in the next 10 years? He said that I ask my team, what will not change in the next 10 years?
Because he wants the brand to be more resilient.
Exactly. So he said, what will not change is everybody will want cheaper goods, better goods, and faster. That's one thing that will not change. So stick to your core, play to your strengths, and realize what is it that the customer wants and keep going so deep that you are better than anybody else at delivering that. So I think...
let me ask you a quick follow-on question. So as you scale, how are you making sure that the first point that you made to the people who work with you, whether it's in the organization or other stakeholders outside the organization, how do you ensure that the culture, keeps getting aligned to that brand promise of how a customer should feel, that he should feel good? How do you do that?
So this, Kuldeep, is top down. There are many, you are the function of the decisions you make. There are many instances where you're supposed to make a choice. I'll give you small examples. We are obviously highly dependent on policy and regulation.
Yes.
In the last decade and a half, our industry has gone through immense amount of policy changes.
True.
You've always been standing at that juncture, whether to go back to the customer, to up your price, or stick to your commitments. And I can tell you at least 50 instances where that has happened. We have always taken a call that even if there's no dotted line signed, even if there's a verbal commitment, and if things have changed, and our cost has gone up, we will never go back to the customer saying that, we had this soft commitment, even though we've not taken a token. So this is what...
I've heard that from your stakeholders, so I can endorse that.
So, and these are things, Kuldeep, that your team watch very closely. Your team, wherever they've been before you, when they come, in a matter of 6 months, they metamorphosize in the culture and imitate what they see top down. So if your values are something you truly believe in, and you make sure that every small conversation in the boardroom, every small way you conduct yourself with the external world speaks and authenticates what you believe in, I think that is how culture gets bred. That's why culture doesn't get made overnight.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Vimal, you get the hardest questions because you get the feedback from all the three, and I'm going to pose a tough one to you. You have, a very widespread portfolio, not just products, not just regions, but cities, and within cities, micro markets. Consistency, does take a lot when you need to build or reinvent the brand as you've had to over the few decades that you've been in business in India. And then you have the corporate culture of the group itself, How do you balance all these things in the context of making sure that the brand recall is high, whether it's B2B or B2C, whether it's resi or, warehousing, industrial or commercial, Chennai or Jaipur.
No, great. So good afternoon, everyone, first of all. I think it's been silent audience. But on a lighter note, I was hoping that one of my panelists, at least say, use the name of Mahindra when they gave some examples, but none of them gave. We are competing outside.
I love this.
So I'm sure everybody has heard about Mahindra. Mahindra Life Spaces. A lot of you must be using the product. I will do that because it also needs no introduction. We have been there for last 3 decades, almost 30 years now. It's only now that the elephant is waking up, as one of the investor and analyst has said, in last 4 or 5 years, frankly. Otherwise, we were very content doing what we were doing. Specifically coming to your question, Kuldeep, I think the brands, and since it's a topic about brands are not built in one day, right? It takes a lot of time, a lot of consistent efforts to build brand. And talk about Hiranandani, right? Their flagship started in terms of that Powai township, and I've heard stories about it, how they created that. Or anything, as Sunny said, eventually the brand transcends from a product or a positioning into emotion, into trust, into that particular connect that a consumer has, right? Real estate is the only category where you take a lifetime debt. Is there any other product where you take a debt for 30 years? No other product, right? So that's how important it is for people. At the end of the day, you're buying a house, you're willing to take a loan which is 30 years. You may not even know whether 30 years I'll be working with all the corporate things, with all the nice discussions which are happening in the corporate boardrooms or in the conclaves, right? Work hard is all great, but as my chairman said, it's about the quality of work. So we'll continue. I'll stick to my chairman, right? So quality of work is important. Specifically, how we have managed to remain connected to all the consumers, right? One is that mother brand is really helpful, or the parent brand is really helpful, because we had the advantage of drawing basically from Mahindra Group. And I think Mahindra Group is more than now 70 years old, right? It started in 1945, just before independence. And obviously, in many ways, when people talk about Mahindra, and obviously, they talk about Mahindra in the light of the contributions they have made towards the country. I think as a group, we are present in the sectors which are relevant and which are very important for the country. All the sunrise sectors we are present, right? And the amount of exposure that people have to some of the other Mahindra product is amazing. It's huge, and I think that's the advantage. But coming specifically to Mahindra Life Spaces, we were present in 7 cities. We are still present in 7 cities. We have an industrial business, upwards of 6,000 acres between Chennai, Pune, Ahmedabad, and Jaipur. And sometimes I also ask people, if suppose we are selling a particular product for 5 crores, why do you buy? Why do you buy? And I'll give you that very specific, precise answer that I hear. आप लोग ईमानदार लोग हो. And very honestly, a lot of the people across the price segment, let it be a mid-premium, affordable, luxury, they have said, आप लोग ईमानदार लोग हो, which comes to the question that, or to the point that Sunny, you raised, it's all about trust. Unfortunately, our sector or real estate in the past, for various reasons, have been plagued by a lot of mistrust because of actions which are our own doing. It is not that somebody else from outside came and created a mess of the sector. A lot of that is actually changing now. A significant amount of professionalism is there in the sector. I think it is very well organized. It is getting organized even more by the day. If you look at the statistics, and these are all out in the public domain, almost 50% developers have shut shop after RERA has come. right? In terms of the corporate or listed entities, the market share has moved up to 34% as of last quarter and that's expected to go up to 50%. And the reason is very obvious. The reason is, the consumers are aware. The consumers are very well aware what are their rights. You can't take them for a ride. You need to fulfill your commitments. You need to fulfill your promise. And one more important thing that I want to mention, as again Sunny said, selling them promises, right? I use the word, Sunny, dreams. I said you're selling them the dreams. And the worst thing that can happen to an individual, let it be of any age, is when you break that dream. Right? And the moment of reality or the moment of truth in our business is when you deliver the house and when the consumer has to experience that particular house. If all the promises and the dreams that you have shown, if they hold true, you have earned a promoter for lifetime. And if you
promise over deliver is
Absolutely.
is the mantra. On that note, let me actually wake up the audience and through a show of hands, how many of the audience believe that building a brand is more difficult or maintaining a brand is more difficult? Show of hands for building a brand more difficult. So nobody believes that building a brand is more difficult. Maintaining a brand, show of hands please. All right, okay, great. We've got 10 minutes. I have some rapid fire questions. I'm going to pose one to each speaker. First with you, Sridhar. Innovation or tradition, what matters more?
Innovation.
Why?
I think we live in a world where once we build the brand and we are all doing sustainable businesses and we are obviously sustainable growth and sustainable profits. But end of the day, I think the markets are changing. The landscape is changing. Your requirements are changing. It's like, instead of buying a house, most of the people who are smart financial geniuses would rent a house because the yields are so low, right? And that I can see happening across. And the digital transformation, the digital connectivity has reduced the scopes. For example, we couldn't very well have this meeting digitally.
Okay.
1,000 people attending it. So I think it's about innovating and giving reasons for people to be able to getting into what they want to have. So I would put innovation because we continuously pivot towards building our brand and adding more new products and newer alternate asset class around it.
Okay. Ravi, one word that defines your brand. You can go with two, but not more than two.
Consistent quality.
Okay, that's 2 words. Thank you. Sunny, book or podcast for brand building? Any book, any podcast for brand building need not be real estate. In fact, I would prefer it not be real estate.
Today I would tell you podcast.
Okay, but
You asked me to choose.
no, I'm not saying you have to choose any book or any podcast, that you recommend or you think is great or you've used or you've read or you asked your people to read or listen to.
So one is One Thing. Actually, it was given to me by Naveen Jindal. You want me to tell you about the book or just name of the book is good?
No, I mean, quick comment on the book would be useful.
So the One Thing, basically, it's the smallest book you'll ever read, but one of the most impactful books I've read. It basically talks about that your time is currency. When you wake up, most of us make a laundry list of things and then we get lost in the bargain. And he's obviously, had a lot of litigation which he's fought and come back. So I was actually having a conversation and he gave me this book as an answer. He said, if you want to really win the game of life, slice everything as much as you can. And every day ask yourself, if am I allowed to do only one thing, what will it be?
Singular focus.
Just one thing. And the whole book is around that. It gives you so much focus and power to declutter your life. And I think the 80-20 rule applies everywhere. 20% of what we do has 80% of the impact. And most of us spend immense amount of time on the balance 80. I think we all have 24 hours. I think the people who really race ahead are the guys who know what the 20 is.
Excellent. Excellent. Vimal, what is the most impactful event on the real estate sector side? One or two events in the last decade,
So obviously RERA coming in and it's a central act, but then being adopted by every single state. The other thing, personally, coming from my group, I really think demonetization was great. It gave a lot of pain in the short run, but I think it helped clean up the system in a big way. It moved things in a right direction.
Right.
Very strongly
So
believe that.
you're saying RERA for transparency and,
Demonetization for cleaning up the
waking
system.
us up, good shock therapy, Would you say in the next 5 to 10 years, something like digital marketing or technology itself, could be a big game changer, a disruptor?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll talk about two things. One is on the consumer side and one is on the approval side. On the consumer side, obviously, we talk about AI in a big way, and it is going to be disruptive as we move along, and people really understands AI. It's very powerful, and frankly, we have done something around metaverse. We launched a project in metaverse, by the way, the first ever in the country. And as we move along, you'll hear a lot about AI, generative AI, read a lot about it. The other thing, which is a wish list, I'm sure from everyone here, is can we really move to a single window approval as far as real estate is concerned, right? We all say that it's great, it's contributing 8% to the GDP, we'll move to 15% of the GDP, but I guess we are still long away in terms of the processes. If we can truly optimize the approval process, make the system more efficient, it can actually be a GDP multiplier in a very big way.
Right. Sunny?
I actually think we have RERA, and we've been time again telling RERA that you're regulating us, please regulate the authorities and get them under the ambit as well. And I think that'll be path-breaking.
Okay.
I think we are moving into the era of digital printing of homes, as you would have all read. So I think the speed and execution of homes, typically even today when we do real estate projects, residential, the best case scenario is if you're getting the whole 32-floor building ready in 4 years. Now why can't we do it in, say, 2 years? Why can't we do it in 1 year? I mean, there are different, like somebody built a digital villa in three days, like my friend Faisal's home. And then PEB was touted to be, doing it in 8-9 months. So I think we are moving towards pivotal. So to answer that, what are the impact on real estate? I think the digital transformation will impact, and the AI, etc., would impact the way we live, that is rent and buy, and also the way we execute very fast. Like in Dubai, they take 72 hours to lay 5-kilometer highway, and do here we take probably a year. So those are the things that need to, get will happen. My view is that's one of the biggest transformational event which has happened in terms of getting awareness for us to get these things. I think all the other things, approval, land, buying land, I think in real estate is getting to be more institutionalized like other manufacturing and industry. So we'll be able to move towards that, and laws are getting in place. So I see a good transformation happening in the real estate space.
Okay, great. Ravi, you had something to say, or? Okay. All right. Well, I think we have another three and a half minutes. I'm going to take 2 or 2.5 out of those. Firstly, thank you to my esteemed panelists. Lovely discussion, lovely engaging discussion. My takeaway, a brand isn't just a logo, an event, a project, a product, an event. It's a lot about trust, transparency, consistency, and unparalleled customer experience, to the point that people on this panel have talked about. So today's conversation reminds me that whilst challenges are inevitable, resilience, consistency, and just being focused on the person who pays for us to be alive, namely the customer, is centric to all of us. I think we've got, as she said, I'll take 2.5 minutes, but we've got 2.5 minutes. So if I can think we can take 1 or 2 questions. Do we have any mics around?
Yes, over here.
Okay, so any questions, please raise your hand. You can ask anybody on the panel.
If you may please raise your hand so that I can spot you. Any questions? Sir, that's a question.
Please state your name, your question, no comments, and the person you wish
Yeah, hi.
to answer your question.
So I'm Parag Desai. So I'm into market research and we do market research for real estate, okay? My question to anyone who wants to pick it up is, we talked a lot about how the brands are kind of looking at engaging with customers and improving themselves, right? A lot of the sectors where we see benchmarks being there for each of us to kind of peg ourselves. But in real estate, I believe that's one thing that never happened, right? Between brands, when we're looking at how does our brand perform vis-a-vis the other, right? I'm not talking for the outside world, but purely from an improvement perspective. Do you feel that there is some scope out here now that now that the sector is organized, that some scores, some benchmarkings come in place wherein everyone will be able to use and peg themselves and become better? If anyone wants to.
Go ahead.
We have in the market, in the industry, it is there. There's a brand equity study which is there, which basically tells you on two parameters. One is brand salience, and the other thing is brand positioning, and they rank you against say 10 to 15 players in that particular market. There is a pan-India study also which is there, and there's a regional study also which is there, because there are players who are different. So one, it is available. Now, obviously we can don't want to get into the dynamics whether how credible it is as compared to the FMCG sector, which is far more deeper sector in terms of research, right? So that is available. If that's any other question that you had, sorry, which was the second part?
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds, so
Anyone else?
one-line question.
Anyone has any question over here? Ma'am.
Short, quick.
Short, I don't know, but
Okay,
quick,
go
yeah.
ahead, fire away.
So, you guys spoke about real estate, how trust and dreams are built and all of that. I mean, very interesting, all of y'all. I just noted down one question. How you guys as real estate guys can create lasting, trusting relationships with people in this...
Sorry, can you speak into the mic? I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
My apologies. So how can real estate brands, as yourself, create lasting values and trust in this market, which is...
So how can
with
real
its
estate brands create lasting values
and trust
and sustainable
Trust.
trust?
I
Okay.
mean, you see how the eco cycles
So the
are and
focus is
trust.
on sustainability.
Yeah, purely.
All right. Okay.
One is, once a brand is created, I think everyone agreed maintaining the brand is much more important and difficult. So that's where the sustainability comes. I think most of the brands sitting out here, I'm sure Mahindra and us, and we all do IGCP certification. That's number one. Now the brand is built. The trust is, for example, it's through customer connect and customer relationship. I'll give you an example in Hiranandani. One of our customers, I'm talking about 8-10 years back, went and saw his Italian marble was not there. No questions asked. We went and replaced that in that one residential flat. Now that's something about trust. So now that word spreads around. So people say that there will be no leakages, and if there is something pointed out, they'll be able to do it without asking any questions. That was Surendra Nandani who did it. And it was great. This was pre-RERA. So it is not that there is a compulsion or you have to go to a consumer code. It is about your own volition that you go out and do it. For example, recently we also conduct Hiranandani Pulse that recently we have introduced, like we do it in New Year and Diwali. It's a community program, and we engage because we are very good in building townships because of the amenities and infrastructure that we provide. So there's a lot of feedback that comes, informal feedback from customers who are living there and new customers who visit. And we are able to react to it without there being a compulsion. It's not because of RERA that we want to give it on time. We anyway are used to giving it on time. That's how brands are built. Like Mahindra builds on, there is ethics that they hold very dearly to themselves. And people would buy in that segment, socio-economic segment, they will believe Mahindra will deliver a good house. Tata is a great brand name. Similarly, in Hiranandani, we said whether luxury or something, you build that. And addressing your sustainability issue, I think it's going to be part and parcel of all of us in life. Now, all of us trying to race towards net zero. We are building green building practices. We are trying to do energy transition, energy saving in commercial buildings by building sensors and cutting down on energy consumption, thereby increasing energy efficiency. So when you build, that was the question that Kuldeep asked in terms of innovation. That's one of the sustainability, which Mahindra also does very well, is about what you build it into the brand and delivery of your product to people. So people know I'm not only buying a house, but I'm also buying a house built in a sustainable manner. And this awareness is only going to keep growing as we go along. And that's how you build trust and sustainability. I hope I answered you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to my panelists. And, let's continue this conversation on brand.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a huge round of applause. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. I'll request Lucille Pereira, Chief Brand Evangelist, RAPG, Rohan, Apurva Party Group to kindly join us over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all our wonderful speakers over here. A huge round of applause for her as well, please, as she joins us over here, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll do a nice group photograph as well with all of you. And can I please have some excitement over here in this room? Please, may some more appreciation come in for all these wonderful people. They share their insights and knowledge. It's not every day that you get stalwarts all under one roof. So let's make the most of that moment. Thank you so much to all of you. And I hope to see you all very soon next year as well for this one. Thank you. Pleasure to have all of you. For this session, I mean, we had the Q&A as well after that, but, those were Q&As, right? We're also going to be doing a little bit of a feedback over here. So if anybody has any feedback from the session, which is not a question, because questions, of course, have been asked to the experts. But if anybody has any feedback or takeaway from this session, which they want to point out for our audience over here, you may please raise your hand if anybody wants to share their feedback from this session. This is an opportunity to share your opinion and feedback from the session. It doesn't have to be a question because the experts are already there. You can still connect with them outside. But if anybody has any feedback regarding the session that just took place right now, please feel free to raise your hand and we would love to listen to your opinion and point of view as well. Does anybody over here have any feedback regarding the session that just took place right now? I believe it's absolutely perfect. No feedback. As perfect as it can get. Wonderful stuff. That's what you expect from experts, right? So, what's the situation? All right, so first panel discussion is done. The Q&As are done. And of course, the feedback is not done. Even if we tried, but then never mind. We would love to hear the opportunities later. Moving on, we now move forward to the second panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll introduce the topic for you all once again. This is about crafting the future, today's brand stories and tomorrow's legacy. I'll repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now, the second panel discussion of India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025. This is about crafting the future, today's brand stories, tomorrow's legacy. I'll first be introducing our honorable moderator and honorable speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll be requesting all of them to come together on stage. So the introductions go as follows. We have with us moderating this session today Mr. Govind Rai, who's the CEO and co-founder of Insomniacs. To tell you all a little bit more about Govindji, he's had over 15 plus years of real estate experience in marketing and technology space. Govindji, as a pioneer in real estate digital transformation, has built Insomniacs into India's leading AI-driven marketing and technology network, specializing in automated marketing mix modeling, leveraging AI, data analytics, and machine learning. He has transformed real estate marketing through automation-first solutions, positioning Insomniacs as a trusted partner for 100 plus brands across the entire country. A huge shout out for Govindji as well. A wonderful presenter, a wonderful speaker, and most importantly, somebody who's got that positive spirit and approach towards life. That's the kind of people we want, right? Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll be introducing our speakers now in alphabetical order, and I'll request all of you to please join me over here on stage together after all the introductions are done. We have 5 speakers for the session. Our first speaker is Amit Goenka, founder, chairman, and managing director, Nices Finance. Amitji is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Nices Finance Group, a premier alternative asset manager and lender with a current AUM of 1,700 crore. Under his leadership, Nices Finance was listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange as the first publicly listed fund manager in the country. Amitji has managed transactions and assets over $6 billion spread over Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, spread over hospitality, manufacturing, real estate, automotive, and other sectors as well. Amitji is here. Please give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody over here in this room, can I have some more energy going in, please? Thank you. Our next speaker, we have with us today the pleasure of having Angad Bedi, Managing Director, BCD Group. Angad Singh Bedi ji has been instrumental in the group's diversification into low-income housing, luxury residences, and corporate centers, as well as middle to affordable housing, thereby ensuring the delivery of exceptional commercial and residential spaces through strategic collaborative ventures. He also sits on the board of CII. A huge round of applause for Angad ji as well over here as he joins us. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, we have Chandan Kaur, partner and P&L head at NeoLive. Chandanji has more than 15 years of extensive experience in real estate and brings in-depth, nuanced knowledge of business planning, brand marketing, sales, business and product development, and customer centricity. NeoLive is India's foremost fund-led developer, founded by Mohit Malhotra, 360 ONE, an industry expert. A huge round of applause for Chandanji as well, please, as he joins us. When I say here, when I say loud, I truly mean it literally, but I don't hear it loud over here. Everybody over here, please make some noise. The second panel discussion. Thank you. We also have with us today Priya Matthias. I hope I got the pronunciation right, ma'am. Pardon me if I don't, but then I got it right. I'm very happy. Okay. Priya Matthias, Executive Vice President, Head of Marketing and Communications, Indospace. Priya ji is a seasoned leader with over 20 years of experience in corporate strategy, marketing, and communications. She has a strong track record of building and elevating B2B and B2C brands, particularly in the hospitality, retail, and real estate industries, including luxury, residential, and commercial spaces. She has worked with some of the top most renowned names in the business, including GRI Club, Kalpataru Group, Hyatt Hotels, Intercontinental, the Leela Group, and of course, UTV. A huge shout out for Priya ji as well, as we welcome her over here. Thank you so much. We also have with us today the esteemed presence of Mr. Vishal Sharma, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Raymond Realty. Vishal ji, over the last 2 decades, has worked across industries including real estate, aviation, and media, while overseeing multiple geographies in South Asia. Since the year 2016, Vishal ji has been a founding member and instrumental in establishing Raymond Limited Realty Division. He holds critical sales, marketing, pre-sales, and customer relationship management across all sectors. A huge round of applause for him as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. I truly mean it, and I can vouch for the fact this truly can't get better than this. A huge shout out, everybody, please. Thank you, and over to you, Govindji. Looking forward to another very fascinating panel from your end.
Okay, guys, so I'll not waste time because the timer is already clicking. One thing for all of you who are sitting here, let me tell you, it's most fascinating set of people that I have here. You talk about real estate, you talk about commercial, residential, logistics, we have it all. A new brand entering into the foray, here. A financial brand which has already created such a huge benchmarks, here. And then people playing on legacies are here as well. And there cannot be a better combination for me to moderate this panel. So thank you, Really Plus team, for doing such a wonderful job. Let me get going. Crafting the future. One of the important part for this session, what I wanted to do was look at your projection on the first window, which is the website. So I actually went to a website and looked at what is it you are trying to convey to the world. Before we deep dive to the industry-specific questions, I wanted to actually take some time and ask you what I studied about your brand projections. Can I start now? Okay, so Vishal, I'll go with you first. I go to a website and it has two words, go beyond. What does it mean there? What is it you're trying to convey?
Thank you, Govind, for asking me this. Since 1925, Raymond has been in the forefront of innovation and customer experience. And since last 100 years, in every category we operate, whether it's lifestyle, whether it's apparels, FMCG, engineering, and now real estate, we have always thought about putting customer first. And whatever we do, we actually believe in going beyond the conventional boundaries. In fact, in 2019 also, when we started real estate, we always knew that we are the youngest kid on the block as far as the real estate industry is concerned. But we were very sure that we'll set our own benchmarks, we'll set our own rules, we'll go beyond the ordinary, we'll go and break every conventional boundaries which has been set by industry themselves. And if you look at what has happened after that, Raymond is the only brand in Maharashtra who's got a certificate for completing a project 2 years ahead of RERA schedule. So that's the impact of going beyond, and that's what one should do when it comes to handling customers and customer experiences.
Superb. Whatever that you answer, let me tell you, I have a great memory. I'm going to get back to you, asking more questions around it. And Amit sir, I'm going to go to you. I went to your website and I learned two words, infinite possibilities. How are you projecting? How is it connected to what you are actually doing and what you are, the real proposition around Nisas is?
We started our journey in a very uncertain time, 2013-14. A lot of chaos, irrational exuberance, irrational capital, thereby leading to NBFC failures, DeMon, RERA, IBC, etc. So we were born in a VUCA world. And when we are born in a VUCA world, you have to explore every possibility that there is for you to be able to carve a space for yourself, a segment for yourself, which is sustainable, which reflects a certain ethos and can create a deep impact to the stakeholders. So that meant that we had to constantly push our boundaries and reinvent ourselves constantly. And that's when we talk about infinite possibilities. It's how we work, it's how we look at our businesses, it's how we react, it's our ethos. So we went from being a standard credit lender to being a distressed credit lender or a distressed asset player, and playing that entire segment from a brown field to a green field, from 4 cities to now covering entire Bharat across 11 cities, from being a resi only to being now all asset classes. So we've constantly explored our boundaries, we've constantly looked at every opportunity. So when we have 400 trades that walk into our office every year, we don't say no. So which basically means there's no template for our business. People say, what is it that you can invest into or lend into? I said, everything. If it makes sense, why not? We're happy to partner. So I think that's the whole concept of infinite possibilities, is that you're not contained in a certain silo. You are not boxed in a certain self-created ecosystem, but you're constantly expanding the boundaries and you're exploring the infinite possibilities, which is what India represents today for the rest of the world. This is what we are taking for real estate to India and for the rest of the world.
Beautiful. So I'll move to Priya. Your website stumbled upon largely this word called partnerships. 140 plus partnerships. Am I right there? Is that the projection where you really want to take pride into the partnerships, the collaborative efforts that you are having, or the clients that you are catering to? Is it what you are projecting through your brand, or what's more?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Govind. That's probably the most important thing that we would like to communicate from our brand perspective. So the current philosophy of our brand, which is driven around linking the limitless. Okay, linking the limitless is basically talking about how we link the potential of today to the possibilities of tomorrow, what lies ahead, and always looking at it from the customer's point of view or the client's point of view. So like outside in, not inside out. So that's absolutely correct, and that's exactly what we want to thrive on, because a legacy only gets built by the kind of partnerships that we have, the partnerships that we have with our customers, with our investors, with our bankers, with our people. Most importantly, I think that's exactly what we want to communicate. So bang on.
Beautiful. So, Mr. Chandan, I'm going to come to you next. One of the things during his scan of profile, I stumbled upon that we graduated from the same college. It's just he graduated and I entered. That's the only difference. But then I'm going to come to that later. Your website has a very tangible value chain. If you really look at go beyond and infinite possibilities, partnerships, we can explore value chains in a larger way, the way we want to interpret it, and we can project it in a little more open terms. But on your narrative, it's very sharp. India's foremost fund-led real estate developers. Did I get it right?
Yes,
and
almost there.
What is it that you're trying to convey? Since you are a brand which is making a foray, you guys have had a great legacy of what you have done in the past. But now that you're coming out, a tangibility was the phenomena that you were chasing, and how are you trying to create a difference with the projection that you are leveraging at this point of time?
Yeah. Thank you, Govind. See, this is a question that we answer every second. As you rightly said, we are still building it. Okay, we are a bunch of people who had a dream. Okay, and the good part is that the entire organization is built on a foundation of professionals. It is very unique to this country now that professionals are building billion-dollar organizations, which was erstwhile limited to large families, and they built the foundation of the country. And we as professionals got this edge to learn from them and learn from the world and do it. So if you see our mantra, as the brand gets built in the consumer space, we are India's only integrated fund and development company. So we have our own equity fund. Resi equity in India, Amit sits here, knows very tough space. And when we started thinking about this 2 years back when Mohit moved on from Godrej, was what do we do which is starkly different and changing the level of the game? So we could have raised a fund, just a fund, and started doing the business. Or we could have entered as a developer, going back to the same cycle of wanting to raise funds through multiple means. But we married both. It took a lot of effort internally to decide on this platform. And that's where we thought that if we have to do it, let's do it for the country, not for what Neolive wants. So that's where you see India's foremost. So India foremost, then the fund, then the lead, and then the developer. So the country comes as, so we're doing it for, bringing that the Indian ecosystem can also, develop or bring a global brand who has the ability to raise capital, equity capital, and do development and then do asset management. So globally there are enough examples, and that's what the inspiration was. So if you see the order itself speaks about the way we want to run it. The brand will evolve. We are still building it. As we moved in the consumer space, we believe that we would be inspired by a lot of discussions that we had today. And you will see this entire foremost fund-led developer being morphed into what the consumer starts believing, which we will release in few weeks or few months from now. But that's the premise of what we have built it till now. Thank you.
Very thoughtful here. I'll get back to you, Angad. I'm going to come to you now. Legacy, trust, and purpose. Three words that stood out for me. My question to you is not just an explainer, but how do you differentiate legacy as a word? Because there's Raymond talking legacy as well. As a customer, how do I differentiate? How do I have to judge legacy as a tangible value chain? Same on trust. What really is special around BCD Group where you're able to lift the trust value chain? And purpose, I understood, it can be made very customized to what value chain is. But when these three words are the projection, how are you making the customers understand what are you standing for? How do you differentiate it?
Thank you, Govind. In fact, this journey of BCD has been out of the carpet for the past 2 years only, whereas the group has been there for 70 years. So I, being fourth generation into the business, why we carefully chose to come out as a brand and to be perceived is because largely we were a B2B construction company. And over the 7 decades pre-partition time, during the India-Pakistan being one, we were executing projects, having done projects like the Supreme Court of India, Delhi High Court. Till about early 2000, it was all about CPWDs, PWDs, the governments building the nation. Early 2000 is after globalization, when Finance Minister Manmohan Singh opened the economy. There was an influx of capital and people started getting into private real estate plays. That time we were looking at it from a global markets where the operations were higher than India. And mid 2000s is when I stepped in. We saw very turbulent times as well because there was a spike up from 2003 to 2008. Slowdown from 2008 to 2013, then a deep down slowdown from 13 to 18, and COVID, I think it's a global phenomenon. Everybody realized that today demand outstrips supply. That's the point when we realized that there are two things which is going to be the next few decades of the business. One is your ability to construct. That comes in that we are doing the business that we have been core in doing, not doing a brand play in terms of our reputation or a balance sheet play. Development and real estate development and making people's home is about having the ability and knowledge to execute it right. Make the right home, give the quality, and that's what we have delivered 150 million square feet for others. Now comes as a point of time testing it on ourselves when we will be doing it better, stronger, faster. So the second thing which we did a lot of investments in the past half a decade, we realized that customer understands only brand. Brand stands for trust. Real estate is an asset class, not like an Apple or a Mercedes when you can walk into the showroom, cost of capital is included into the cost of goods and you walk into the shelves and you take the product and come out. It's about taking somebody's money pre in the game to give a post delivery. And that's the basic fundamental nature of business. That we don't see it getting changed despite people trying to overhaul it or trying to turn it around because the cost of capital is too high. When you are holding somebody's money in your bank and then spending it to give him what is promised becomes a very high standards of trust which a consumer lays on to you. So the knowledge and the acumen, the zero debt background, 100% financial record in the company with a meticulously delivered portfolio becomes all of those words which you can put a name to it and you can put new names to it and you can put third new names to it, but ultimately it comes back to the testament of what has already been done and delivered and now just being presented out to the world.
Super. So that was quite insightful. I believe the idea was to give you the perspective of what these brands are standing for. Now let me go take a little bit of a deep dive. And Amit sir, I'm going to start with a very interesting question that I believe that I've framed for you. That is to do with the fact you get an opportunity to look at many P&Ls of a lot of developers, as I've been told, and I know I'm right. Do you believe that the financial engineering has a role to play in terms of how the real estate developers can build a brand? When you look at the P&Ls as well, are you able to study the deviation basis of a brand having a certain projection? Because of that, they're getting a certain premium. Because of that, the velocity is good, and that reflects into the P&L. How does it really go? What's your takeaway? The financial engineering that they're leveraging, how is it helping them build a more sustainable brand in the future? If you could shed some light.
So obviously, when you work across a spectrum of players, across asset class, across geographies, and across stature or sizes or tiers, you do see certain fundamental differences. I think fiscal discipline very strongly stands out for the more organized or the more well-heeled players who have a very clear line of sight on how they're accounting receivables, what their inventory really is like, and how they're looking at leverage in their balance sheet versus their equity or their quasi-equity, and I call land banks a quasi-equity. So I think that's a very important aspect that we see, that there is a sense of continuity that one sees in balance sheets. When we go to the other set of players, we see a lot of broken chains, a lot of broken balance sheets, assets which are scattered, no continuum of thought, and therefore very, very disparate financial holdings. So very hard to consolidate, very hard to unlock, very hard to monetize, because either it's in multiple JVs with multiple people and multiple products with very, very different concepts and designs. So it's very hard to find a continuum there. And that's really when, it becomes a start-stop environment, which therefore necessitates a constant re-leveraging all the time to be able to meet those end objectives, because there's no continuum. There's no cross-leverage. There's no brand continuity or brand projection or aspiration which really comes out. And because of it, there is lack of standardization. So brands have really followed standardization as a principle. When you go and buy something from Vishal, you have a certain ethos in mind. You have a certain expectation. When you go to BCD, you have a certain expectation. So I think when brands put out their balance sheets and they put out their products, you see a lot of continuum, you see a lot of continuity, a lot of ability to forecast outcomes, which is harder in terms of other players who've basically just gone from project to project without thought on supply chain, without thought on how the next 5 or 10 years are going to play out for them. I get a piece of land, or I can collaborate to get a piece of land, make something quickly, make quick profits, try and monetize it in whichever way possible, go with the flavor of the season, because the next guy is building, let's do the same thing, venture into products have very little understanding of, whether it's hospitality or retail or commercial or what have you, because a lot of people are saying it's the next thing or the good thing to do. So I've seen so many of these models which have never survived. And obviously that requires a lot of structures to be able to eventually monetize it in somebody's hands. So obviously you've seen senior, junior lending, you've seen quasi-equities, and common stock, you've seen barters. So you've seen a plethora of combinations which are trying to make that asset eventually reach its goals or its goal post, which becomes sometimes very, very complex to even understand or unravel. Somebody's going to lose money at the end of the day because there are too many stakeholders who are all trying to maximize value within the same ecosystem. As far as we're concerned, we certainly believe that there is a unique solution because of these differences, a very unique solution that is applicable to every scenario that we encounter, because we're not doing standard run-of-the-mill investments. We're not saying anybody who comes in and wants construction finance at a certain stage, for a certain period of time, will get 13%, 12% money. No, that's not the idea. We're not a bank. Idea is not to behave like a bank. Idea is to problem solve with our capital. So when you're problem solving, and it could be for the biggest guys who have a very huge land bank, are trying to monetize some of it, trying to divest some of it, trying to recapitalize their balance sheet or whatever be the objective at that point in time. So when I look back, and if I look back on the last 2 years, we've done about 18, 19 investments, and surprisingly, Govind, every investment is unique. It's non-replicable, it's distinct, has its own structure, has its own set of partnerships, has its own set of complexities, and it's very hard for us to say, okay, we've done this, let's replicate the same thing in the other deal. So there's a lot of innovation required when it comes to actually structuring a trade, because what you're really trying to do is actually map out the cash flows within a particular asset class or a particular development and say, how are these cash flows going to meet a certain waterfall requirement? From complete construction, statutory, construction completion, then other third-party financing dues, etc., etc. So I think that's really, and that differs, strangely, because everybody's trying to, especially when you look at non-standard developments or non-templatized developments, there'll be a lot of different assumptions that we come across. Somebody's, having multiple phases, or somebody's gone and done all the phases at once. You see so many different scenarios, and you have to try and model for that. So yeah, it's been interesting, and that's really the innovation is what we really bring out very, very clearly as a value proposition for our investee companies or for the markets, and saying, okay, and that innovation is not only limited to solving for a particular opportunity or a project, it's trying to see if we can solve at an enterprise level. Because we have all these complexities, and people have tried to either move geographies or go to other cities where they have less understanding of, and therefore have had challenges. So can we solve at an enterprise level? Can our capital solve for those issues as well? So I think that's a very interesting, which is again going back to the infinite possibilities, because typically an investor will only look at the opportunity presented. We try and go a step over and can we look at the enterprise level and see if there are optimization opportunities at a larger scale, which will obviously trickle down to this one opportunity as well.
Wait, so since Amit sir talked about the financials, the numbers, Priya, I'm going to come directly to you. Typically, when we are selling residential, even in commercial, the premiumization as a value chain, because of the aspirational factor, there's a value chain that is available, the branded player can leverage it, and by my thesis, brand eventually would lead to garner better premiums. Premiums would mean better margin, margin would mean sustainable brand. The space that you are operating in, isn't it very functional? How do you build a brand in the space which is very functional from, like, maybe I'm wrong, but please correct me. Do you really believe building a brand in the space that you're operating in, largely in logistics space, warehousing, there's a scope for having a premium margin play compared to a normal brand which is there just by side? How much of a premium that you're really believing that you can extract, and can that be built upon in the future to build more sustainable brand?
Sure, thank you. So I think I will use this opportunity probably to glamorize B2B a little bit.
Let's go for it.
So the first question that I keep getting asked by all my peers in the real estate community, hospitality and other industries is like, how good is B2B real estate business for marketing? And I've also heard a lot of other senior leadership, the CEOs and the CXOs of various companies ask the same question. At the end of the day, it's all about money, right? So I think what we need to probably talk about here primarily is from an Indospace perspective, and which is primarily into industrial and logistics real estate. We are today at 50 plus parks and 60 million square feet across India currently, the portfolio that we handle. In terms of actually the whole objective of actually telling that story in how we command premium from these customers is purely by providing services which are beyond what they can actually imagine. So there is nothing else that sets us apart from another competition, because it's everybody. We've got like 7 players, 8 players in the sector, and each competition is only giving probably almost the same features as well. So what we do is how can we actually help them grow their business going forward? How can we help them scale to other regions around the country? How do we give them more services that will add value to their business? So like I said in the first question that you asked me, it's all about the customers at the end of the day and what they seek for as a business. So that itself, it's long-term. Getting premium is a long-term objective, but it's purely based on the product and also the legacy to a certain extent, and the value that we provide over and above the product that we offer. Because it's not just a box, it's the services around the box and the long-term services, the promptness of the services is something that really matters. So
on the service part, I'm going to get back. I'm keeping a note. If I get time, I'll come back. Vishal, my question to you, Raymond, 100-year-old brand, how tough it is to live that legacy when you're entering into a real estate, phenomena, and more importantly, do you see it as a detrimental factor. Suppose Chandan builds a brand as Neolive, he knows what is it I have to project. He's having a fresh board, but are you getting constrained, or is it only leverage on a good side, or there are some other side of the narrative that we may not see, but when you are going onto the whiteboard, you are looking at it. How are you weaving the legacy of 100 years into what you're doing now?
See, thanks Govind for asking me this, because see, if you look at the basic necessity of mankind, it's roti, kapda and makan. Roti, kapda hum de hi rahe the, makan we start just now. Not just now, in 2019 we forayed into real estate. And back then we were contemplating whether we should piggyback on a national, international brand like Raymond, or we should create something afresh. After a lot of due diligence, the choice was very obvious that yes, we should take this legacy forward, the legacy of 100 years, which is into trust, craftsmanship, excellence, and quality. Now, it cut both ways, because what is a benchmark for other developers becomes a hygiene for us. Like I gave you an example that, we gave a possession timeline of 5 years, which is not a huge timeline considering a 42-story, 10 towers project, 14 acres development. So 5 years is a very realistic timeline looking at 2 years of COVID. Now, you end up delivering the project in 3 years. So we got a certificate, we got accolades, we brought in Guru Randhavan and whatnot. We gave positions in style. And what happened, since we gave position of 5 towers were under construction, the people were like, why don't you stop construction? Let us live in peace. So it started cutting both ways. Now, we lived up to their expectations. We delivered much beyond their expectations. But then, since it's Raymond, it has to be like the lifestyle which we promised, the life and style. The both had to be delivered on ground, and which is a very challenging task. And what happens is, and thanks to organizations like yourself, customers have become extremely, extremely clever, and they know that they have a very, very dangerous tool in their hand, which is a Brahmastra of social media. Like, boss, if the housekeeping guy doesn't mop up their the floor, they want to tweet it on Twitter, and they want to tag chairman of the company. Now, that's the expectation, that's the benchmark, and primarily it is because it is coming from the house of Raymond. And we are known for customer service. And having said that, being relevant for 100 years and still going strong, being leader in every category, it takes a lot of efforts, it takes a lot of innovation, maneuvering, a lot of agility in an organization like Raymond. And if you look at the two organizations within Raymond, Raymond being a 100-year-old group and Raymond Realty being a startup in the company. You need to balance the two. And it's a listed entity, so we have to manage customers outside also. Our customers are also shareholders, the promoters, the shareholders, the institutional investors, people who have believed in this, business. So we had to deliver on those grounds as well. We have to grow both in terms of value as well as volume. And very happy to share that in Thane, since 2019, we have been a market leader. Till now, every third home sold in Thane is a Raymond home. And February last year, we launched a project in Bandra. The same benchmark, coincidentally, is followed there as well. Every third home sold in Bandra micro market is also Raymond. So it's very difficult to live to those expectations. But all said and done, it all boils down to the basics, belief in yourself, believe in the brand, and do the right thing. If you put customer in the center and make your strategies around it, things will fall in place. Have good intentions. That's it.
Super.
Make your customers happy, as he said. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm picking up cutting it both ways as a narrative, and Angad, I'm coming to you. Your portfolio ranges from luxury to mid-segment to affordable. One of the largest challenges when we are building the brand, I believe, is to do with the fact how do we tell a customer that we are the guys who are making this affordable home as well, but at the same time when you're building a luxury home, we should deserve a premium. How do you keep a balance between these two? Because even the hospitality industry, automobile industries, they all have found it very, very difficult to cater to this kind of a, narrative. A Volkswagen will have an Audi, but then that's a very different names that they are creating. How do you curtail to this? Do you see that as an issue, building a brand over a period of time?
No, this is something I have personally spent a couple of years trying to think through it and picking it up from where Vishal left it. The answer is that for every sub-segment, if you start creating new brands, and if you start distinguishing the parent brand to the separate verticals you are in, it becomes, first of all, confusing for the customer to know who he is dealing with, and the parentage is linked or not linked. Because if you would have seen last decade back, all the big players came into the markets and then they were operating in different, what we knew as the Benami names and all of it. So there was a loss of customer confidence also which happened in creating new entities, new names, and not being able to follow through. So when carefully understanding it, where it kind of fell down into it is that the parentage has to be linked. The confidence from leading from the front and having the main name along with it has to be there. And then you need to brand each vertical and entity. For example, we have a student housing which is called Edu City. We have a senior living which is called Vanaprastha. We have a blue collar where we have leased our 900 apartments to Apple, and then there are 9,000 women living. So we branded worker accommodation as Blue 9, and then project names. So each one becomes a distinct micro entity like a project name you have, but then it has to be linked from the parent. But a business vertical, you can rename it in terms of the individuality of that business vertical. But yes, it is very challenging to say that within residential sector, whether can you have 4 sets of sub-brands. That is something for the sales and marketing team to do the job while selling the project.
I'll eat your brain outside then. Let's do this discussion. But thanks for your answer. Chandan, I'm going to come to you. I'm very interested. While you guys were discussing that नया real estate brand launch करना है, आप लोगों ने problem समझ ली, and I believe you already told India first and then the fund, right? How do you believe this projection is helping you or is going to help you from the customer perspective, right? Because any new brand which comes to the, into the market, the biggest challenge is how do I make customer believe that I'm going to deliver? For those who have already delivered, that's a fact which everybody knows. But for a new brand, how do you believe that this positioning is going to change the perspective if you would have come as a typical traditional developer vis-a-vis this one? Was that the thought process? That's the reason that you really looked at it, that okay, this trust part, let's fill it up by having this projection? Or there was more, because you wanted larger control as a business logic as well, where you really wanted to build a sustainable brand. What was the thought process of creating this after studying whatever the traditional brands were doing? How did you guys go about it?
Yeah, thanks, Govind. See, we had a very simple thought of how the consumer starts thinking about our category, when he starts thinking about it, right? All of us think about a home or an office, the entire asset class at some point of time, and we get prepared for it. And we start jotting down our own list of what we need. So the first thing that we noted was capital. All of us, let's go back and start thinking, I want to buy a house somewhere. You will first go back to your capital, right? You won't just see that he's buying it, so I should buy. Then you will list down how do you fill the gap of whatever the capital gap is required. You need a house at a certain certain space, but it's a little far off. And then eventually, how do you want to live your life in that new asset or the owned asset for years forward? Okay. So we created this, internal benchmark called capital to customer. Okay, and that's where the entire journey started, that we would do an entire 360-degree environment. Okay, we'll raise our own money. That's where the equity fund came in. That's where the SEBI approval came in. It brings a lot of credibility. It brings a lot of governance responsibility. If you see till 2010, 12, corporate brands, were not there. Okay, now someday some corporate thought we should go ahead. Okay. In our erstwhile organization, we were the ones who started thinking largely in Godrej that we should play it big now. Okay. And interestingly, we wanted to expand into a new market. Sure. And everybody who advised
us at that point of time, including the chairman's office, said this new market is very complex and very unpredictable. It was one of new markets in the NCR region. NCR itself, it looks like unpredictable, but within that also there are micro markets which are completely. And in our final board approval meeting, we were told that this is not going to help. Okay. What we did a dipstick of how the brand is being perceived. And it was such a big eye-opener. People didn't know that real estate is synced to that brand. They still believed it is linked to the old age thought of being an Almira brand. Okay, the dipstick showed us that only 2% people understood that a brand like this can develop homes. Okay. It looks very unlikely today when we talk about it, okay, 10 years from now, that people's thinking in that way. And that's where we started thinking that what would people think about us 10 years from now? Okay, they'll believe in the fact that we raised our capital first. We used that equity capital to build homes. Because the capital is available, the constraint is not there. And we'll build homes with 3 pillars. One is people, which are us, people who are building it. The way we talk to people, the way we service them. Then a product. We are today able to define or design products without any constraint because we do not have the pressure of a quarterly result. Okay. And the last is a service excellence, which we feel that would be the difference between the premium that brands today and future would be able to command. Okay. So in 10 years, corporate brands have shown that you can trust us, we'll deliver. Some products are great, some are not. Within that circle also. We believe that 10 years from now, someone like us, who has equity backing, who has development expertise, because all professionals have set up. The partners team at Neolive has 100+ years of on-ground execution experience. Each one of us have, it's a Hindi saying that ki, mitti mein haath hai, And then, we'll also would have established a certain level of service competence and excellence. Why? Because we are investing into it. So we go through the entire value chain, and we believe that 10 years from now, maybe 7 years from now, we will evolve as a country who will be highly service-oriented, and people will pay for the service. Today, Indians don't pay for service. Sure. Globally, people pay for service a lot. Product and service almost are at equal premium now. We believe that that's where the next opportunity lies, and that's where we think that brands per se would be defined by the service that they're able to provide, and a name would add up to it, but that's where we are heading to. Thank you.
Great. So Chandan, what you spoke upon, let me ask you the next question. Since we have a very limited time, I'm going to put it all to all of you, and quickly if you can respond. Taking inspiration from what Chandan is doing, tomorrow I want to be a developer. I don't want to be, but then let's assume for a while I want to be a developer. I've got 100 crore. My project value chain that I need to deliver is, the top line could be 400 crore. How should I go about looking at it? Because my largest paradox is, I know if I have to build a brand, there will be a expense that would go because I don't have a legacy as of now. So should I invest there? Or should I wait out, deliver my first project, let my delivery let my quality become the conversation around the brand that I want to create? But that's going to be a 4 years journey. How should I go about hitting this problem? I hope you understand the paradox. It's a regular, every developer is going through this. Typically, I know those smart ones are taking a certain route, those who do not believe in it are taking a certain route. But what's your take? Since we are discussing branding, in the forum, I really want to understand how would you guys go about it. So who wants to start? Vishal, you want to go?
The way you are thinking, Govind, don't become a developer.
I will never become a developer.
It doesn't work like that.
I promise
See,
you.
Brands cannot be built through advertising. It's a misnomer that great ad will become a replacement or a, substitute of a very bad product idea. It can never happen, okay? Only if you have $1 million idea which will actually solve the real customer issue, you will be able to make a fabulous product. And then, like I said, put customer first, build your strategies around it, deliver customer experience on ground, actually get the real feedback, improvise, innovate, because yes, you will fail. But if you're a startup, you have to fail fast and fail cheap. You can't make very costly mistakes. and then brand will get built over a period of time. Advertising comes last. You're putting advertising first.
No, not at all, not at all. So I'll tell you the paradox. So let me tell you, Amit sir ने मेरे को मदद कर दी 100 crore आ गए, ठीक है? Let's look at that.
I'll simplify it.
Yeah.
400 is your top line. Yeah. Builders work on a 25%. That means your cost is 300.
Yep.
Drop down 75.
Yeah.
You've already got 100. That's your equity in the game.
Fair.
You can go 1:2, debt is to equity, raise 200 from the bank.
Fair.
That's a lot of big boys are doing for valuation.
Of course.
You have 300. 300 may you build the product. Once you build the product, demand is there, it'll get sold.
Now look at this from a point of view. I'm in Bandra, where all these people, all the big guys are already there. Should I cut my price and try to sell so that roll my cash flows? Or should I actually work around how they are coming to the market? They're actually behaving as a branded player with the narrative that they put in. What's the right way?
Ultimately, the nutshell of everything is delivery in real estate. If you are able to take the delivery fastest to the doorstep to the customer, the price point becomes secondary, the quality and the key to the home, which becomes the security of the financial access, having a closure. Those are the two big wins. Once you are able to achieve those two, then it's a rollerball.
Chandan, I would want you to take my side if possible, right? What Vishal said, that it's going to be a disaster. But I learned it from you, right? Before you guys came out, you had a hoarding in the airports, right? Marketing yourself. What was the thought process?
See, that hoarding was kept for a particular reason, you know. It's a tactical reason, not for a brand promotion. Why? Because we were raising capital then, you know. And, you know, we have someone with us, Amit, you know, who knows this. Any brand, you know, is a personality made out of a simple logic that if you're honest, people will accept you, give you time, give you space. Now, how fast you want to capture the space is where all the advertising comes. You know, some people do it the right way. You know, they want to build the product, show it to the market, then put money on advertising. Some people do advertising first. They create that wow, and bots start talking to customers. You know, there's no relationship being built. But yes, you know, there is enough space for new age brands to come up. You know, thankfully our country's fabric is changing. We are willing to experiment to a lot of new things. And if you're honest about it, you go back to the consumer, go back to the market. So we have two sets of consumers, okay? Someone who's invested in a fund, you know, and somebody who's buy a product. Okay, so we have a relationship, both the sides. Honesty is something, you know, which will give us that premium, which will make people accept us as a brand. And we want to build it, you know, at a pace that, you know, it is believable and sustainable. So, you know, with a difference of opinion, I should say you should venture out.
I will never do that.
You know,
I'm happy working with
we'll
the
be more than
developers.
happy to, you know, support you or anyone else. It's a great time to be in this country. So let's try and build the country again.
True.
And that's what we believe. Thank you.
Sure. And Amit sir, Angad and Priya, very quickly, since Tripti is already looking at me, I can see that. I don't want, and Sapna is already telling I'm late. So I'm going to keep it quick. The same line. Branding narrative, what are the attributes going forward, the new people who are coming to the foray? Doesn't matter, means they have to just advertise. What are the value chains that they can pick upon? Just the way they have picked up fund-led narrative, India's fund-led, which gives a confidence to the customer that paisa hai, and these guys are not going to have any issues in the delivery. What are the other attributes that we can pick from if somebody's coming new, which could be an attribute for the branding exercise, which could be totally unique?
So Govind, I think a very important point, and again, with consolidation, brand ethos is becoming very important. You know, because people are increasingly skeptical of run-of-the-mill players, you know, new startups, etc., and are harder to trust. You know, there's been enough money which has got burnt across country. We've seen enough examples in NCR and other markets where people have eroded trust on development entities. So I think it's important to obviously project what is it that is going to endeavor to bring the trust into a particular project. So I think his point, which is fastest delivery, I think is very important, because I think that's really where hard-earned money is going to be placed on a trust of delivery. I think it's a very important factor, because you obviously at the point of sale you've already demonstrated the features of the product. okay, which is obviously based on a certain demographic profile or demand, etc. So I think delivery becomes very important, and I've seen a lot of people with extraordinary amount of work in actually making that communication real time. You've got cameras, live feeds going out on websites, on social media, which says, I can tell you number of days to delivery. I've seen clocks being put on towers saying number of days, countdown to delivery. I think very powerful messaging on, we're very focused on ensuring you get the right product in the right time. So I think that's very important, is what is the messaging that is going out, or are you just telling brochure-led stories? I don't think there's enough space for that. I think very important factor. Second, of course, is transparency. Can you ensure that every information spec is available on RERA, on your website, on your sales office, with the investors, with the consumers, with the lenders, with the banks? I think most people tend to behave like a black box. We'll do it when the time comes. But very hard for people to give a very transparent demonstration of actual live data, on real time. Very hard to even get RERA data being filed quarterly, which is a compliance requirement. So I think that's another factor, is that we're actually open to transparency. Another very important factor, because till you actually build that trust or that brand ethos where people say, I trust you because you've demonstrated these properties year on year, quarter on quarter, product by product, and therefore I now don't need to get into that information, rigmarole to be able to place my trust on you, which is what he's built, which is what they've built, but or what Angad has built. But then for a new player, I think it's important that transparency, governance, very, very important, putting out your deliverables in the face, saying, if this is the quality, here's the sample house. This is exactly the materials I'm using. Come and see my warehouse. These are the materials I'm storing, which is going to get put out. So when you bring that level of exposure of your practices, I think you're creating a very, very, very solid, and I think that's really the kind of people you find. Ecosystem of bringing information to the fore, of creating real-time connectivity with all stakeholders.
Beautiful. So, Angad, your project is running. Beside that, the plot is there. I bought it now. I'm trying to be a developer. Already the premise is set. The angle is, what do I communicate where the customers who's actually coming to you might end up booking at me? Where exactly? What is that one attribute that you believe could be a narrative for a new guy to pick up on to compete with a legacy brand like yours?
See, ideally it should be...
Yeah, you can say that you cannot beat me, I understand, but then give me something.
Ideally it should be, don't get the thing, this is your check in advance of your money back. So that's the biggest bold statement one can put it out there. A PDC back to you saying that you are trusting me on a deferred cash flow. This is a one-time thing which will come back.
Beautiful.
And take your money back. That's trust.
Absolutely.
But
beautiful.
how many people will be able to follow through with that is the bold statement.
Absolutely beautiful. And Priya, service as a differentiator. Do you believe in the space like yours is technology which is solving the problem on the service side and elevating the premium? How are you actually creating the differentiation around the service to get that premium play?
Value-driven branding is something that we should probably focus on from a sector perspective that I'm handling currently. And I think all across, what happens is to get the premiumness. When I say services, it's value-added services at the site for the customers. It's also got to, what is it that you can give them over and above what they're seeing physically? Because like residential and commercial buildings, we also sell on the basis of our land, right? The location. Yeah. So it's a location that actually sells. And once they buy into the location, it's all about actually giving them. Yeah. So we use technology like aerial surveys, like drone surveys, which can actually give you like a clear idea on where you've invested, what you're doing with it, what is happening in that project at that time, the construction progress. We also have technology like the Falcon app, which is for quality and safety. So we use that for our construction purposes, building automation systems, obviously. And we also have a customer app, which is given to the end customer, the warehouse managers, who can use the app at any point in time, 24/7, all the escalation metrics, everything works there and it's immediate. So right from billing to issues at the site, because we manage the project as well. So into space as a brand. We manage the entire infrastructure, the services at the park as well. So that's what we do.
Kudos to you guys. And thanks a ton for your response. And thanks a ton Reality Plus team. I'm not going to take more time. वो मेरे check में से एक zero हटा देते हैं every 10 minutes में बढ़ाता हूँ तो. So please make sure do not deduct my money, right? Okay, that's pretty much it. Thanks a lot, guys, for wonderful responses. I hope the audience got to learn because I had a great amount of learning. And kudos to the responses that you guys gave. Thanks a lot, guys. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Fascinating session indeed. बहुत सारे लोग हैं यहाँ पे और जोर से. Can we please clap and appreciate this wonderful session? Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait. I'll request Fancy George from Thomas Workplace Design to kindly please join us over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all of them. Please give it up for Fancy, ladies and gentlemen, for coming up over here and giving away the token of appreciation. Can we have the token of appreciations? And just a quick request to all of you over here. I'll request all of you to please be settled down in this room. Just immediately after this, we have an interesting demo from none other than Mr. Govind coming up. And trust me when I say this, he's an expert in that space. I've seen his demos in the past as well. I believe at least 2 to 3 times. And he's quite brisk and a pro at it. So you definitely don't want to miss out on that. So please, I request all of you to please be here in this room. Do not disperse. Please, everybody be here in this room. We have a very interesting demo coming from our moderator itself, Govind ji. And once all the hampers are given away, we'll be doing a nice group photo with all of you. We'll do a nice group photo with all of you. If I may request all of you to please kindly come forward. And just requesting all of you to please be over here in this room. We have a special demo coming up from Govind right away. Thank you so much. Can I have more appreciation coming in for all of them? Please, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Requesting all of them to please settle down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pleasure, sir. Looking forward to seeing all of you very soon in the upcoming events of Reality Plus. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and insights over here. Requesting everybody in this room to please be present, and we have a very interesting demo coming up from none other than Mr. Govind. So I request all of you to please be present in this room and be seated. And I'll just request, can we get him mic'd up for the, yeah. And in the meantime, I'll request the door to be shut so that we can have everybody over here present in this room, please, if I may request. We have a presentation coming up right now. If there are people outside, please, sir, ma'am, you're more than welcome to be over here inside. We have an interesting demo coming up from Govind Rai from Insomniacs, I beg your pardon. So we don't want to miss out on this one for sure. I'll request all of you to please be seated. He's just getting mic'd up. He'll be ready in the next 1 minute for his demonstration. And like the powerhouse of energy that is, he's ready with his presentation, I believe. So if I may request all of you to please be seated so that we can allow Govind ji to start with his demonstration. I'll request all of you to please take your seats. Everybody over here in this room, I'll request all of you with all my humility to please take your seats. Without you being seated, Govind ji cannot really start. If I may request all of you to please be seated in this room. You cannot start. Can I request all of you to please be seated inside? Excuse me, sir. Can I please request all of you? He's waiting for a demonstration to start. I'll request all of you to please be seated. Thank you so much. I believe now it's fine.
Okay, so usually I do not take more than 5 minutes for this. Reality Plus team gives me 10 minutes, and I try to optimize the same to 5, saving 50% efficiency. Because the message today, after the panel that we just had, building a long-lasting brand, and the message that I just wanted to deliver, efficiency. This is exactly the foundation stone on which we have built Absolute CX. One of the important awareness that I want wanted to create with you guys today. All the guys who are operating in real estate space, today in the sales, marketing, and operation, there are more than 20 technologies invariably to run the ecosystem in the right manner. You will need it. But the problem, which you do not know yet, and the awareness that I wanted to create, all these technologies are not going to talk to each other, leading to one of the largest problems, efficiency, and the second, your team always feels, and you always feel, that adoption is becoming the largest challenge for technology. The reality is, adoption is not the problem. The technology is not talking to each other is the largest problem that industry is facing and is going to face in the future. And this 20 technologies that I'm talking about is just specific to sales, marketing, and operation. On the overall level, one of the largest brands in India is leveraging more than 440 technologies at a time, but the problem still remains the same. The technologies are not able to talk to each other, and the one word for it is interoperability. And today, in the next 3-4 minutes, I wanted to just give you a little bit of an idea what the future really holds. We are trying to build ready rail for the PropTech ecosystems to come together and make sure that all the legacy systems, all these technologies, be it in the referral space, be it in the customer space, be it in the broker space, be it in the marketing space, all these technologies can talk to each other, and all the real estate developer, you get a unified dashboard and a clear understanding of what your customer really wants. Do you know the shirt that you are wearing? If it's coming from a right brand, if you bought it from an e-commerce platform, they have more data around you. The t-shirt brand owner, the shirt brand owner has more data around you selling a 2,000 rupee shirt. But the real estate fraternity selling a 1 crore or a 2 crore home, you guys have much lesser idea of what the customer is all about. It's largely gut calls. It's largely putting your team into the front, but never trying to understand there could have been more that could have happened with the customer. And that's where Absolute CX is trying to make an inroad. I wanted to just tell you one of the important part, the series of technologies that we are today making on your legacy system, be it SAP or Salesforce, or if you have any custom CRM, every technology integration and make your business scalable. So if you are a 300 crore or 500 crore top line company today, and in the future wants to hit 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, we want to partner with you. This is what we have been doing with some of the largest brand in India, including Prestige and Godrej Living. In a quick nutshell, I wanted to just talk about why we believe we are making a largest change. A lot of people may not know, but the integrations, the customization, and the scalability are the three things technology has to solve for your ecosystem, which is not currently happening today. With Absolute CX, our idea is, can we beat the problem of conversion losses? The pre-sales guy didn't converse with the customer in the right manner. You don't even know which customer did you really lose. The sales guys didn't do the job right. You don't even know how much money you are really losing. The referral from the customers that you can get, the lifetime value that you can extract, do you have a clear idea how much could be the possibility? You do not really know. The efficiency of the brokers that you're engaging with, do you really know which one are to focus upon? How many wrong taggings that you guys are actually having? Technology can solve this problem, and we are solving for some of the largest brands the same thing. And the awareness today is just about that. Now I wanted to quickly come to one of the latest things that we have launched last weekend with Kradai MCHI Mall of Homes event. Anybody among you who have ended up getting a call from Kradai MCHI team for inviting you to Mall of Homes, you didn't know, but that's the point that we wanted to make. Can we have the audio, please? This is one of the recording for one of the brands. I want you to hear it for 30 seconds.
Hi, I am Nisha from Applaud 38. Is this a good time to talk?
Yes, tell me.
Actually, I called because we received your inquiry. Are you looking for 2 or 3 BHK in a near possession project?
Yes, looking for 3 BHK.
Okay, we have 3 BHK available for 4.21 crore. If I may ask, do you have a specific budget in mind for your purchase?
Yeah, roughly around 3.5 CR to 4 CR.
This is the...
Hi, I am Nisha.
This is the demo I wanted to show it to you. The conversation that you just heard, it is a bot conversation backed by artificial intelligence. That's what we are now putting in. Our promise is we are willing and we want to eradicate the pre-sales, the call centers to begin with. And on top of this, Once this journey starts, we want to build multiple layers of AI, series of other 4 products that we are launching in the 4 months, which will really transform the whole ecosystem that you are carrying. Technologies talking to each other will lead to a very important point, your data coming in together. AI, currently when you're going to be talking, one problem at a time you will be able to solve, which is call center level, pre-sale level, or the sales level or marketing level. But enterprise level AI is the future, because the predictive AI is where you will learn what are the actions that you can take to save your money, to maximize your efforts. And that's the pitch that I wanted to give it to you. That's pretty much it. Eco AI demo is there, available. Our team is here today. I want you to understand and make one step at a time, a promise to really, really eradicate the pre-sales, because you do not know how much of the top line that you're losing because your pre-sales is not effective. Once it's done, we have the other 3 steps coming in, which will be coming towards telling you which customers into your ecosystem can actually book a predictable meter, which is based on a 4-point thesis, which is the strongest thesis that has been written so far into the history of Indian real estate. And we are happy to showcase the same to you. That's pretty much it. My time is over. My name is Govind Rai, and I'm the co-founder of Insomniacs. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As wonderful and as brisk as it can get. Thank you so much, Mr. Govind Rai, for this. Can I have louder round of applause, please, everybody, because he's been quite back-to-back with his initiatives. He was moderating the session before, immediately after that, coming back with an interesting demonstration. So kudos to you for that. And on that note, we will quickly now move forward to the third panel discussion of the day. In the meantime, what I'll request is if we can get the chairs ready on stage, sir. And in the meantime, I'll be introducing our topic and our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the third panel discussion right now is about aligning values, masterclass in managing brand ambassadors. I'll repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now. This is about aligning values, masterclass in managing brand ambassadors. I'll be first introducing our honorable moderator, and then I'll be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll request all of you, our moderator and speakers, to come and join me together on stage. So in the meantime, when I do the introductions, he can get the chairs ready. Thank you. So to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us today Managing Director, Alchemist Marketing and Talent Solutions, celeb brand practice called Entourage. Manish ji is a multi-specialist in brand and communications, media strategy, celebrity management, and people management, with an enthusiasm for being engaged in creating successful business projects. Under his leadership, Alchemist, a young marketing solutions company, brings the value of expertise in the service industry as it consults and executes marketing campaigns, runs digital agenda, provides celebrity interface, creates IPs, and a lot more. Our speakers for the session, ladies and gentlemen, in alphabetical order, we have with us today Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya, Chief Marketing Officer and Senior VP DLF. Abhijit ji is a seasoned, consumer-centric business leader with diversified experience in brand, marketing, innovation, business planning, consumer insights, digital marketing and transformation, P&L, shopper marketing, and sales and distribution. His experience spans managing a portfolio of established brands as well as building new brands and categories across various sectors. We also have with us today Mr. Deepak Nair, who's the head marketing JP Infra. A result-driven professional, Deepak ji brings years of rich experience in marketing and sales, brand creation and incubation and transformation, PR and media, business process re-engineering, strategic planning, and e-business management. His core functional strengths include marketing and communications, sales and business development, experiential marketing, brand management, GTM, and of course, growth strategy. We also have with us today P. Rajendran, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Shapurji Palunji Real Estate. P. Rajendran ji brings nearly 3 decades of rich experience across real estate and consumer goods industries. At SPRE, Rajendran's primary focus is on customer satisfaction and has co-created the company's strategic roadmap by completely aligning it with the present and future customer needs. A visionary indeed in the true sense of the term. His initiatives to enhance sale performance and develop innovative marketing strategies are driven by a commitment to delivering exceptional customer satisfaction. We also have with us today Shraddha Goradia, Director, Dosti Realty. Shraddha ji is leading the transformation of the company's culture, keeping in mind a more corporate and global identity. She plays an instrumental role in branding as well as the development of sales and marketing strategies, business development, finance, architecture, design, environment, licensing, and construction within the company. We also have with us today Shweta Rangra, Head Marketing, Hafle India Private Limited. Shweta ji leads the marketing division at Hafle India Private Limited, overseeing a comprehensive range of functions including brand strategy, digital marketing, brand activation, and brand communication. She also holds responsibility for marketing operations in Hafle's branches across Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and of course the Maldives. Shweta ji brings over 15 years of progressive experience to her current role. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here, may I please request all of you to clap and appreciate the presence of our honorable moderator and speakers as I request them to kindly join me over here on stage for this very insightful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, third panel discussion of the inaugural Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause, please. हम लोग बहुत सारे लोग हैं, as you know, we are all free-spirited. We can do a lot better in terms of the clapping and engagement. Thank you. Truly can't get better than this. Stalwarts in the true sense of the term, and difficult thing to get all of them together under one roof. But then, kudos to Realty Plus for managing it. And sir, on that note, requesting you to please take it forward.
Thank you so much. Can I get a mic?
Yes. The mics are over here. Thank you very much. You have all your mics.
A quick disclaimer, just like Govind, I belong to a communication agency and we talk a lot. But another one at that, I'm thankful to Tripti and Sapna and Realty Plus to have given us this August fantastic panel out here, which you will soon realize why it's so fantastic. But just to tell you, there's a small disclaimer here. Most of them have used celebrities, so you may get pro-celebrity views probably somewhere out there. So take it with a little bit of pinch of salt, but it'll be interesting. Celebrity the subject has always been interesting, right? Isn't it? So we'll encourage some amount of participation from all of you as we go along. But thank you all for joining me here. And to begin with, and so that everybody gets a chance to speak at least once in. Well, let me throw a first question, and I'd like to take a round right, starting from Rajendran onwards. A very quick one, while we'll deep down later, but a quick question to all of you. In your opinion, do brand celeb marriages, do they work in bringing real value, or is it just hogwash? And specifically in high involvement categories like you guys are involved in, most of you come from real estate as a sector, and of course, there are exceptions out there. But what do you think these marriages work? And a quick view at that, not very long.
Yeah, sure. So in my view, they do work. It totally depends on the brand objective. So if the brand objective is there and there is a brand alignment on values with the persona of the celebrity, then definitely they add value. And it totally depends. It can be a short term or a long term, but definitely the alignment of values with the brand persona is what I will say. If that is there, then there is an alignment.
Even in high involvement categories?
Even in high involvement, because they bring credibility, they bring relatability, they are able to engage with the customers because their persona is a mass thing to them.
Done. Shraddha, what about you? What do you think on the subject?
Yes, I definitely feel they do. I feel a brand is, it's really defined very well by an ambassador. And I would say it's like the ambassador is like the facade to a brand. A brand tells the story of the company. The brand tells the culture of the company. And I feel that, creating a brand is one of the most valuable assets a company can even have.
Okay, Shweta, would you agree as well, in spite of being from a very different category altogether?
So, Manish, honestly, if you would have asked me this question about a year and a half ago, I would have probably said, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe not. But today, where I sit, I definitely agree with my colleagues and fellow panelists, because for Hafle, particularly over the last 20 years, we've largely been able to develop the brand on a B2B road and roadmap, and there we never really felt the need for a celebrity. But in the recent times, the last few years, we've embarked on a very B2C journey. And the moment you start talking to a B2C audience, it is very important to humanize the brand, to carve its personality. And that is where a personality or a celebrity can be very, very effective. So in one word, yes.
Wonderful to see a convert out there. or at least be, the honesty that you bring to the table that you did not know before and now you do. Okay, great. Deepak, you have been a serial user of brand ambassadors. I would like to know what your experience has been and what do you think about it?
Well, to set the context right, yes, celebrities in our case have done fantastically well, and I'm a strong endorser and a promoter, and I push the entire concept of having a celebrity on board for campaigns. I think my friends here, they've rightly captured it, saying that the real image and the real image of a celebrity, if there is a good story to it, if it is stitched well, along with the short-term and the long-term objective of either a product or a brand, celebrities can make.
Too many ifs, but assuming all of us are intelligent out there, including the audience out there, would you vote in favor or not?
100% in favor of.
I guess that's
100% in favor of having a celebrity on board.
Abhijit, come on, give me something different out there. You have been in real estate and you've been in FMCG and you've been doing various different things in the world. I think all of us know about him. So let's understand, how do celebrities work, or do they work in high involvement categories as good as they would have worked in FMCGs, or is there any difference?
So firstly, thank you to Realty Plus and Manish for having me here. Nice to, get out of the, real cold in Delhi and enjoy what is called the Mumbai winter.
And guys, before he starts, let's welcome DLF to Mumbai. So let's give him a big hand out here.
Yeah, thanks so much.
That's as much welcome as you'll get for being a Delhi brand in Mumbai.
Yeah, so yeah, looking forward to, to it. I think a simple answer, if you were to ask me, I think it depends. Depends on the context of the brand, depends on the context, the stature of the brand and so on and so forth. See, in FMCG, you use celebrities for a variety of reasons, whether it is, you could be building credibility, you could be building trust, you could be building, break the clutter, so on and so forth. Here, I think it needs to be a little different. Here, I think the connection has to be a little deeper, etc., etc. But it again completely depends on the context. DLF, for example, has never practically does not use celebrities. Has never used, because for us, we believe the product is the celebrity. Or our lifestyle is the celebrity. So again, I think we can talk about it as we go along, but I think it completely depends on the stature, the context, the brand task, etc. As my
So now that you're entering Mumbai, let me ask a very specific question. Now that you're entering Mumbai, and you're a relatively new brand, I won't say people don't know, salience is high, but authenticity of what you're saying may take time to come in. In that case, would you probably, at a personal level, would you recommend using a brand ambassador for yourself?
See, I think what has happened, and I think it's a chat, some of us also have, is I think for the Indian consumer, the average consumer, when they see communication, a lot of times they see the celebrity across categories. So now, does the celebrity necessarily bring that level of trust and authenticity that they would have brought 2 decades back, 20 years back, is a question to answer. Simple point, Cadbury, and many of us would probably remember, they had a worms controversy about 20 odd years back.
You got Mr. Bachchan.
They got Mr. Bachchan, and why was Mr. Bachchan got? Because he brought in that authenticity, that trust, unquestionable, right? Now today, celebrities have categories. They would be endorsing 10 brands, and they would say, listen, I have this category open. Do you want to, come on board? Now, it's the 11th category for the consumer, and hence the fact that, a celebrity coming on board will not necessarily work for many other brands which have other, strong assets to leverage and come along, right? So that's the point. So hence, that's the question you have to answer. That, would
have you answered that question? Will you get a celebrity on board?
Let's kind of wait a few months till we come along, but maybe I've given a point of view here already.
Okay, I didn't get to catch you as much as I wanted to, but I'll move on from there. Let me give you a statistic out here to the panel and to all of you. As per the report that my team took out, the Alchemist Entourage team, the last 1 year, if you look at the number of ads that have happened on television, 32% of them carried a legal, legit celebrity, and about 50% plus carried a known face which had a name associated, right? Not just a face, all of that being in place. That's as big as that. Now my question, and next one in particular goes to Shweta, and then I'll probably rotate it a bit more. In the era of increasing focus of authenticity that we're talking about, in this entire era of authenticity, how do brands leverage celebrity associations while staying true to their core identity? Or is it that the brand celebrity popularity takes over? What happens here?
So very relevant question for my journey and Hefle's journey. The thing is that, like I said, that for the longer part of our existence in India, and actually all across the world, we are 100 plus years old now. No other subsidiaries ever gone on to this journey of having a celebrity. It's only really India that's ever tried it. We are a family-run business. You know, very strong on our values. Our values are defined at a hierarchy, which is, you know, first for the people and then also for the brand. And we really live by those values. So when you have such a tight compartmentalized approach to doing business, you know, you always worry whether an external face that has to represent the brand, would he or she do justice, and will he appear authentic towards the values. So we really had to, you know, dive very deep, look inwards, introspect, and understand that, first of all, what are our values, what are the objectives that we want to meet, and then we really went through a screening process of who is that face who can represent these values. Is he also living the same values? So my core values are being attentive and being determined. As simple as that. That is what Hefle is. And when we were evaluating Sachin Tendulkar to be our brand ambassador, it is obvious, and I'm sure everybody in this room and whoever's watching online would agree with me, that these are the two words that very much define him. He's been so sincere to his career, to his life, and all the principles he lives on. He's extremely determined about what he wants to achieve. So we first tried to marry that, and then when we did that, we realized that yes, he's authentic. The other thing that we did, and we did not miss out on, was introduce him to our environment and our ecosystem. So before we shot with him, we brought him to our showroom in Mahalakshmi, and he spent 3 hours just understanding our products.
I hope the meter was not running that point in time.
No, thankfully not. In fact, he really enjoyed that visit, and he was supposed to be with us for 90 minutes, but that went on for 3 hours, because when he was walking around the showroom, he spent so much time in not just seeing what this particular solution does for me, but how it works. So he went behind the curtains, you know. And then the next day when we shot with him, it was like hand in glove for him, because he was so comfortable operating our products. It's not very, very simple, you know, even our appliances, you need to know how to work with them. And the authenticity started coming on the sets itself. And I knew that this was a good decision.
That's brilliant, good to know. Yeah. Okay, Shraddha, I'll move on to you in this case. So you don't have a Sachin Tendulkar and have not burnt a lot of money, but you've had Mr. Anil Kapoor, a good friend, and I think somebody who again gives 100% typically on the set. How was your choice made? Here is somebody who's not amongst the so-called A-plus listers. He's way past his prime, just like Mr. Tendulkar, but not an iconic character, if I may put it in a very simple way. How did you decide to use, and what was the core reason and the benefit to the brand?
So overall, Dosti is known to be very transparent as a company, as a brand. We believe in integrity, transparency, and timely delivery and possession. We are not that brand that is very, like, you know, out there or into the glam world or something. So we wanted a celebrity that could really suit the brand's culture. Secondly, as the word Dosti, it says friendship, right? So we wanted somebody who was a very pleasant personality also. And thirdly, we wanted someone that would fit in very well with the promoters and, you know, the culture of the company in general, as in, like, you know, from the company is driven by which promoters. So we wanted like a very successful face, but we wanted somebody very low-key and modest, and someone who is not very, like, you know, flamboyant about his work, even though his work is very good, because that's how the promoters of the company are, and that's how the organization is played on most of the time. So it's just known as a very modest organization, and it's known as a very good builder. We are just known as a very, very ethical builder within the community. So that's how we did scrutinize a couple celebrities, and we did come up to Anil Kapoor, and I feel it was like one of the most, it was the best decisions we've ever made, because we as promoters and him and his team, we got along very well together. In fact, he would even come with us on like the tiniest Zoom calls, guiding me and my brother, who's the director of the company, as to what would he want to bring value on, how he would want to bring value to the project. And it was very nice of a celebrity to even work along these lines, because generally they don't get into such nitty-gritty details.
Shraddha, you're definitely spoiling a lot of clients out there who will expect all this to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, overall it was we've had a very professional, amicable, friendly relationship with him, and you know, the relation has been so good that he also wants to work with us for a long-term basis, and even we are like, okay, now, you know, let's explore this even from a long-term
Okay, I'll
perspective.
move on quickly, Rajendra. Thank you so much. Rajendra, you've worked with some absolute top-end brands, just like Abhijit. You've started your career somewhere around, if I may say, real estate in Tata, and today you are with Shapurji. With such monoliths, such large brands, how do you see celebrities working in that space? You still hired the services of a celebrity in your case, in fact, a couple in your case. How does it work for you, and what are the learnings that the others should take from there with when you already have a brand which is a fairly smartly well-known brand in the market?
Sure. See, both the brands I've worked with are 150 plus years brands in the country.
Correct.
Whether you take Tata or Shapurji, Shapurji is also 157 years old. So there is no need to establish the brand through a celebrity.
Sure.
So as I mentioned earlier, it is the specific objective which drives whether I need a celebrity in a campaign or even to drive a platform. For example, we have used Saurav Ganguly for our Joyville brand at Shapurji. It's a platform branding that we have done. It's not a project branding. He is available across the projects for the platform. So we have projects across Mumbai, Pune, Howrah, Gurgaon, and all across we have the same personality. Now the relatability of that personality was the leadership character. The traits that he was bringing on board was he is very relatable, he is mass, it's trustworthy. He has never had a scandal in his entire career. So there is trust which is built. So that platform required something because we were establishing a new platform of aspirational homes under Shapurji. So it required. In Tata, I never needed to do that. We approached a different route when we set up the Tata Value Homes also at that point of time. As against that, we have also used Shahid Kapoor and Meera for our Vanaha project, which was a premium project. But in that, we were launching a luxury project within the project, which was golf-facing township.
Sure.
So when we were using golf-facing township, we wanted somebody, and we were promoting for the first time in the country, we were promoting a family golfing. We were not promoting a golf course where professionals can come and play. We were promoting a township with a golf course where family golfing we wanted to promote.
I get that,
So
yes.
there we had Shahid and Meera as an ideal couple who were running a family, they had their own kids, and we saw that there is a relatability of a family moving in. So that required us to find an aspirational family being shown as part of the township and playing golf, and people should aspire to do that.
Rajendra, if I may ask, and if I may ask an authentic answer to this, weren't there murmurs and anxieties in the boardroom about why do we as brands, which are 150 plus years brands, need to use a celebrity? Are we falling that short in consumer expectation?
Yeah,
Or
so
what
that is where. So we had to specifically bring the objective. The objective was that in a mid-premium township, we are bringing a luxury brand. And when you bring a luxury brand, when your projects are side by side, one is golf facing and one is not golf facing, how do you get the premiumness? So here the objective was to get that premium within the same project. Now when you are looking at a premium within the same project and you have a product, as Abhijit rightly said, there is a product which is, you are having a golf facing township. Now you need to promote. So we had to break the clutter. Like if you know, there are a lot of townships promoted across Mumbai. So there are in Panvel or in outskirts of Pune, which are already having golf townships. We had to break the clutter. We had to break the clutter in two ways. One is it is part of the township. It is not a separate thing. Secondly, we wanted families to engage in golfing.
I get that, but
So-
were there, when you're making that decision, were there enough people saying, do we need a celebrity? Was that happening?
There were questions, but
Yes.
once this objective was clarified,
Okay.
and what is it bringing? For example, it may come later. The pricing there going around was, for example, 6,000 to 7,000 rupees a square feet.
Correct.
For a non-golf facing. And our attempt was to bring it to about 12,000 to 13,000 rupees for the golf facing one. So when you're looking at that kind of premium, you need to break the clutter. You may need to make it more aspirational than what the product itself can do.
So breaking the clutter, making it aspirational, I get those two, and even for brands like yours. Deepak, I'm coming last to you in this round, but let me ask a very simple question. You're a serial user of celebrities, from Kalki to Karan Johar to Sunil Shetty, and now I believe you're engaging an A+ star. Yes. There must be a belief change overall in the organization. What was that belief change? What were the ups and downs? Are there any stories to share that changed the entire thought process from no celebrities to so many of them?
When you look at it exclusively from the point of view of JP Infra. As a challenger brand, the reason why you pick a celebrity changes completely.
Okay.
From an aspirational product point of view, we've not engaged with any celebrity at a long-term level. We wanted to minimize the lead life cycle and wanted revenue realization at the earliest.
Sure.
At the same time, we wanted to make sure that there is a steady increase in the pricing, thereby ensuring profitability. All these celebrities that we took answered or helped us navigate or mitigate a problem at that point of time and launch a product.
Okay.
So if I have to give you an example, let me give you an example of a product in Mira Road. So Mira Road generally had a very apologetic history to itself.
Sure.
Right, we had to break the clutter, ensure that the product becomes the talk of the town. Of course, the product has its own merit, the brand is established, it has to bring in a fair amount of trust, in spite of commanding over 30% market share of all primary sales that happen in that micro market. We had to segment a product completely different. So
Okay.
we were bringing a product which has a 5-floor mall, and there was a residential setup of 45 floors above the mall footprint. We were trying to figure out what is the story that we had to stitch here. In the aspirational category, we wanted to tell people that, listen, you have an opportunity to live a better life, a lifestyle change. More so, with this, you have the opportunity to feel like a star. And then we had this huge brainstorming session, which even you were a part of.
Disclaimer, I was a part of that.
Yes, he was a part of that brainstorming session. And then came out a very novel idea that how do we bring in disruption yet carry the moral values of the organization. I think everyone's spoken about that in depth, so I'll not touch that. Carrying all the positive traits of the brand and this project, and then bring a product. And then we zeroed down upon Karan Johar. Prima facie, everyone had a lot of questions. Why Karan Johar? Is this a right fit? Should we do it? Should we not do it? What happens? Then there was a detailed analysis on the real image versus the real image of the celebrity and the fitment with this product. Then we came up to this and we launched it under the name of Star Life. Now, because Karan Johar was known to launch Star
Yes,
Kids.
that was a big move, changing the name of the project based on
We changed
celebrity.
the name of the project
yes.
purely from the celebrity standpoint. How does this help? One cannot ignore the fact that today channel partner contribution or your sales team is the one who's sitting at that table and convincing the customer. Are you giving them a story to narrate? Do they have a story to talk about? And does the celebrity help them navigate and mitigate all the potential risks that a location or a product or an investment of this high value bring into the table? So the answer was yes, and Karan Johar helped us navigate.
Thanks, Deepak, for a long but good answer on this one. I'm going to Abhijit. Abhijit, everybody feels there is this warm and fuzzy feeling about using celebrities, as I understand. Let's get to some hard numbers. Is there an ROI matrix, and I'm asking you and I'll ask Rajendran as well on this question. Is there something in which we can say that there is a genuine ROI on the subject, or is it just a boardroom decision that let's take a celebrity because it sounds nice, it feels good, etc., etc.? What is the basis? Now, a lot of FMCGs do a lot of research, pre and post, and they're able to see the changes in the brand tracks on that. Most real estate brands, let's be honest, don't do those. How do you figure out the ROI? Is it just intuitive, or do you really get them?
Yeah, so I think you've partly answered the question yourself. See, in a lot of environments which is far more analytical and data-led, and this comes fundamentally from what you want to achieve. So if there's a certain brand task, as I said, you might want to break the clutter, you want to build trust, you might want to have certain brand associations, etc., etc. So what is it that is, and you check that later on in your post research to see that whether you've got an uplift in each of these things. And some of the common pitfalls are, I have had a particular example in my previous employment where we used a celebrity for a very specific regional market, used a regional celebrity, and we thought the fit was good, but finally when you build the communication, what people remembered was the celebrity's name, but they could not actually bring up the, the brand that kind of worked on it.
Sure.
So, so the question is, when you put up that, so if you're seeing an uplift on each of these measures, is it good? The real estate scenario, if you're not using some of them, I think perforce then it becomes a little subjective.
Sure.
But are you again from your subjective understanding on each of these things, seeing an uplift, etc., would be a good measure of ROI in my opinion.
Okay.
The other, of course, ways to look, I mean, and it's like how you select the celebrity in terms of their popularity, in terms of their association, etc., etc., etc. Are you seeing that happening and transferring to some of these things? Is I think the way to kind of look at that.
Wonderful. Rajendra, same question to you, but with a little different perspective. With the top brands that you work with, and people, I would reckon that these are very rational brands, or at least rational companies. Do you actually take up any quantitative understanding before or after you've engaged a celebrity, or how does it work?
Yeah, so basically I will get little more technical, like where Abhijit started. I will try to get into the nitty-gritty. So basically, again, objective of the campaign.
Sure.
Is it a launch? Is it a long-term association? What is that we are looking for? Are we driving awareness? Are we driving likes? Are we driving traffic to the project?
Sure.
What is the objective? So once the objective is clear, and then we have a budget in place, then we know what we are spending and what we are expecting. Okay. So towards the end of the campaign, I would definitely like to look at based on the objective. So if the objective was awareness, I will look at all the metrics that is there on the awareness platform. Today, it is not only the website traffic, it is also the social media traffic, it is also the engagement levels in the social media that I will look at. If it is walk into the sites, then I have my matrices before and after, how much I have driven the traffic to the site, how I have supported my sales team with more walk-ins. So I will have that as a matrix. If my idea was, like in case of Vanaha, to get a premium, for example, we were targeting around 11,000 rupees, 11,000, 11,500. But ultimately we ended up achieving an average price of 13,000 rupees. So definitely it made sense for me to go with.
Did you separate this premium that you achieved?
Yes.
From the advent of the celebrity?
Yes, so
other,
it was specifically,
mix issues?
so we launched Vanaha Golf Lands with Shahid and Meera.
Right.
We did not have that project before that.
Right.
But we had a non-golf facing project. So we understood that, okay, if I am going for golf facing with the kind of product specifications that I am giving, I definitely need to get at least 11,000 rupees return on that. But we ended up making 13,000 rupees. And we still sold out. The phase 1 got sold out, phase 2 was launched, even that has got sold out. Okay. So with the premium. So if my idea is to get the premium, my ROI will be driven by that. So what is the objective has to be clearly stated at the time of the campaign. Now whether it is with celebrity or without celebrity. Now if you ask me the matrices, typically I would spend about a 20 to 30% of my entire campaign cost on a celebrity plus shoot, is what I would say. Rest
so could we take it the other way around, which is if you're spending X on a celebrity, then you should spend at least 3 to 4x
3 to
on
4x
utilization.
On the, yes.
That's
otherwise you have a very good campaign, but there is no money to promote.
Correct.
We don't want that to happen.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, great. I'm moving on to you, Shraddha, and maybe taking this question a little more deeper and intrusive, so answer as much as you can. But let me ask, in the corridors of your company, which is a fairly owner-led and a very, very conservative initially and now getting out of the open, isn't it? Yeah. Right? Would you have calculated that, okay, this is the money that I spend on the celebrity extra or incremental along with all the shoots, etc., and this is the money, therefore, I need to recover per square foot on the, changes?
Definitely. I think the cash flow calculation is done much before the project has started.
Okay.
And I feel every campaign also there is a calculation based on that because...
so did you get a matrix like Anil Kapoor cost me 15 rupees per square foot?
I mean, not exactly, but we did budget it out very well. At the same time, we still keep budgeting things here or there because, based on the rates that are prevailing every quarter and based on the economy and the premiums that are added in, sometimes, we do increase the prices or sometimes we do give in certain discounts based on the campaigns that we are coming in. So the Anil Kapoor shoot is played around on those around that range. At the same time, we do cut down on a couple things also. So a couple times, his shoot is placed out in such a way that maybe we'll do his shoot for one day and then the other half day he'll be like, let's do it after 2-3 months. So based on the volume that we are getting, based on how the campaign is going, and just based on the market trending at that time, either the other shoot gets cancelled or we don't take, or we take it forward.
You know, another friend of mine who couldn't join the panel today would have been Rohit Gera, who has used
Oh, nice.
the celebrity, which is Amitabh
Yeah.
Bachchan. I was, again, fortunate enough to have directed Mr. Bachchan on this one. And I must tell you that we actually meticulously planned on the rate per square foot that we can take up because of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan across
No, you know,
properties.
it's very important because I think, see, for Gera, I can say they used Amitabh Bachchan as the brand ambassador of the company.
Yes.
We used Anil Kapoor as a brand
For a
ambassador
project.
only for project.
Yes.
But you know, when it comes up, if today we were looking at somebody from a company perspective, oh my God, the rate per square foot would have been marked every day, like, you know.
So that's a very interesting perspective. And Deepak, I'm coming back to you also with a similar question. Since your belief as a company has grown up in celebrities, I've noticed, what is it? Do you actually calculate the premium received, or the kind of pace in sales, or how do you measure it?
Everything. Right from cost per lead to cost per walk-in to the increase that the premium that we can command per square foot. It is monitored to levels that I can't even
So if
express
selflessly
here.
you have to promote, will you say that yes, celebrities largely work? Is that what it is?
Celebrities largely work. Manisha, I think I already touched on this. What is it that you're trying to achieve from that celebrity, and what is the story that you're bringing on table?
Okay.
If that falls in place, I think...
So let me ask you a little further on the storytelling bit. So if you have a choice between great story and a celebrity, or should it only happen when it works together? My great friend and mentor, Piyush Pandey, did not believe in celebrities largely. He said, doesn't work. If you have a great story, you don't need it at all. So my question is it the cost of story, or is it something else? The
It's the story. It's always the story. You crack the story, and then the celebrity falls in place. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, then the celebrity helps you in a burst of visibility. What it helps you is it helps you front load your numbers. You can have a good spike, but a sustained spike or a sustained revenue, sustained sales are never achieved by that celebrity. It's essentially the other attributes of the product, which is the product itself, the brand. That is what takes it forward. But yes, to have that burst of visibility, to have that initial momentum going, and to reduce your lead life cycle, I think celebrity works.
Okay. Shweta, coming to you, and you have this advantage and unique advantage of not at all knowing or being a part of this real estate community on this one. So let me ask you from another perspective. Celebrities were monoliths big. Once upon a time we had, in cricket we had Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev and nobody else. Today, even a Bumrah, and I'm not putting it with any disrespect, but he can get an endorsement, and so can Mohammad Kaif, even who's a past cricketer, etc., etc. Today is the advent of a lot of influencers in the market. Has that brought down the usage of celebrities in any way? Should that bring down? Are influencers the new celebrities? Or how do you see it?
So first of all, Manish, it's not entirely true that real estate is not connected with Hafele. We are one of the biggest component providers to the industry.
Apologies
So
for
I'm
that one. I take it
happy
back.
to be sitting in this August company because most of them are our customers. Coming to your question, so I think that it is a ecosystem that can accommodate both, and it really depends on your objectives. For us, we use both. So we are using a celebrity and we are using influencers too. And the way we are doing this is that we've positioned the celebrity at the brand level. So he's doing the storytelling for the brand. And he's really carrying the brand message forward, and it's more long-term and it's strategic in nature. Whereas influencers are more tactical and campaign-based. So for example, in our ecosystem or our industry, we sell appliances. And it really helps if these home chefs come in every now and then to do a short burst of a tactical campaign, push a festive offer to the customer. So, and have a more local reach, So it's about basically the horizontal reach which the main celebrity can bring in, and the more vertical reach to a particular city or region of the country which a influencer can help with. So to answer this or summarize it, for me, the celebrity, the way it's working for us is he's at the brand level, strategic, long-term, and consistent. For the influencers, tactical, campaign-based to meet smaller objectives for a shorter period. Could be lead generation, could be pushing your festive offers out, could just be for an event, like an exhibition, where you're introducing a new product, could be to launch a new product as well. So a coexistence is how I feel it works.
Rajendran, as a CSMO, I mean, both sales and marketing rest on you, right? Again, the same question. Are influencers a smarter move for sales than large celebrity associations? Will that get you in the same money? Assuming that there is always a limited money chasing the marketing goals, what would you like to invest more in?
Okay, so I will take on from where Shweta mentioned. So the celebrities still have the mass appeal, the larger than life appearance that they have for the people. That cannot be replaced by the influencers, at least as of today, unless they also become or get to that aura level. So definitely the celebrities are here to stay for a brand level communication, as Shweta said, and for a long term. Like for example, a Saurav Ganguly for Joyville stays. But for my specific projects, I may use influencers. So like I have used real estate influencers to showcase my new product. I have used real estate influencers to showcase my new show flat, for example. And the detailing of the project. I don't expect a celebrity, Saurav Ganguly, to come and explain a particular project to a customer, but an influencer can. But what this has put pressure on the celebrities is that somewhere they also started feeling the pressure that some money is going there, for example. So they have also started doing this hybrid kind of a thing.
Correct.
So for example, when we use Shahid, or now we are using Saurav, or for any celebrity for that matter today, the original ad campaign still remains, the brand campaign still remains, but they are still putting in that one tweet, one podcast, one digital presence somewhere, because they don't want to miss out on the Gen Z or the segment. Like for example, if I talk today, the Gen Z today is a customer for me 5 to 7 years or maybe 10 years from now. So I need to be in his mind as a brand that he can consider. Now, unless I am present in the medium where he is present, or even the celebrity ambassador also today understands, a Virat Kohli or a Sachin Tendulkar understands that I cannot just speak on TV or a theater. I need to be present on digital.
So Rajendran, are you saying that what we have been hoping for a very long time, where brand endorsers become brand ambassadors and monologues become conversations, is that
I would
happening
say
now?
endorsement is becoming engagement.
Correct.
So endorsement is converting to engagement. So it is no longer endorsement. People can see through the two lines that Dhoni is speaking. But if Dhoni is found to be using a product or endorsing, engaging with a customer or engaging with the brand, like I'll give you an example, like I think Shraddha also mentioned, when we were doing the campaign for Vanaha, Shahid was involved in the creative aspect of it. Like small things like even Diwali messages, we had shot with him to be showcased on the digital medium at some particular point of time. And he had creative inputs to give to the agency and us, which was considered. And when that is considered, you see the engagement level, like he stayed on, to be honest, you would not like it, but he stayed on 1 extra hour shooting the product. And he did not charge for it because he was engaged with the product at that point.
We had a very similar experience with Mr.
Yeah,
Tendulkar.
I would say most professional people go by celebrities go by what they're bringing to the table rather than just about ours. Ours are there for the agreements, of course. But then if they find it authentic, they use, and you're not trying to just bulldoze them into doing various things, they do that.
But flying them in a helicopter to Pune helped actually. So
yes, now you're talking. Now you're talking.
The fine prints are coming out.
Yes, those are the... I had a question for you, Abhijit. You talked about how Cadbury's long back for you got some amount of respite from the risk that Cadbury's was facing, right? Let's reverse it. My business allows me to talk to a lot of celebrities in a very professional way. And I've noticed a lot of them actually say no to real estate. Or if they don't say no to real estate, they're at least wary of it, ever since the Amrapali case, etc. Now, how do you, in the reverse, mitigate a risk for the brand, I'm saying, which can happen with a celebrity? So let's say you have a celebrity, you've taken him or her, and there happens something wrong with the celebrity. It could be a very simple thing like somebody taking a Saif and Saif going through some amount of trouble that he is going through right now. Could be one variety. Or the other variety, which is worse, which is, let's say, somebody gets entangled in a controversy.
and here is a long-term brand association. How do you mitigate, and is it worth that risk at all for brands, big brands, or no?
I mean, mitigation, of course, is a function of some agreements, etc., etc. That's one. Two, of course, with a lot of celebrities, you might probably have a long-term, meaningful, relationship, and hence you ride through some of these small-term hiccups. So that's one part. But I think the mitigation part is more, a tactical part of agreements and so on and so forth. So
No,
it's
I'm saying
probably
beyond
that.
the agreement. You've
Yeah.
used somebody for 1.5 years, let's say.
Yeah.
You have another year and a half to go, and the celebrity gets entangled in some controversial space. I'm not saying necessarily proved, but some controversial space. How do you mitigate? How do you kind of completely give up on that brand ambassador, like some people did with the very well-known golfer once upon a time, or what do you do?
No, I think it depends on what it is.
Okay.
It depends on the very well-known golfer was involved in something that was socially completely unacceptable, and
Right.
hence brands took a stand. So it's important for you to realize the context in which the celebrity is in trouble, and you take a stand accordingly, according to the values of the brand. And consumers are watching brands strongly, and just a corollary to the discussion that you just had, you have to think, why did influencers come up? Influencers came up because customers felt advertising was not authentic and influencers were authentic. Now, if increasingly people are seeing influencers all over, so consumers are looking at brands being authentic in their conversation, user-generated content, and so on and so forth, right? So hence, as a brand also, if you take a stand in such a situation, you might actually come across as somebody who is there for the long term and so on and so forth, and not opportunistic. But it completely depends on the situation and so on and so forth. So that's what I think it is. What the second part of the question was? Do you?
No, just this one, that how do you mitigate this risk, if at all you do, or do you take a hard stance? Where
No, I think it will depend on, honestly, I think it will depend on the situation. It will depend on the sort of trouble. I mean, let's say you're a brand who's kind of tied up with Saif and there is a problem. I don't think you throw him out like a hot potato, right? You
No,
kind
definitely not throw him out, but there are
yeah.
issues associated. Let's say your shoot coming up with Saif and he's not available.
Yeah.
Now, those kind of things. Now, do you wait for the product to be launched in real estate, like which had to be launched? I mean, I'm sure some of us are facing those real issues on a day-to-day basis. Saif is right now involved with a Delhi brand, I know, and they must be facing that issue of how much to use, or if there was a shoot coming up, and so on.
No, I mean, see, you'll have to take those practical calls depending on what it is. But I think fundamentally what should shine through, in my opinion, is what you stand for as a brand, and take a call depending on what it is. I think fundamentally some of those practical issues will have to be dealt with, of course. And whether it merits pushing back a launch is I think it depends. But I think that's the way I would kind of look at it. But fundamentally, I think it's important to be, you take the right step as we can do it.
Okay. I had a lot of questions coming up, but I have this face of Tripti and Sapna out there. I'm sure they're looking at me, and there is a red flag out there which says time's up. So I'm not going to take too much time, but I'm going to do some little activity which may help just the lighter side of it. So I want to hear one favorite celebrity story of yours along with your brand. Something that people might not have heard and that you had a very interesting thing. I'm sure some of you have had some interesting bouts. I don't know whether there was a Chakas bout out there for you or no, but I'll start with Rajendran and go back here. Is there a favorite celebrity story that you've had in connection with your brand?
So
Just
I
for fun.
have worked with 2 celebrity campaigns in real estate, which I just mentioned. So nothing much to talk about, but as I mentioned, one of the things was obviously the time was running out and he supported us with that. But it so happened that while the shoot was on, the news went around, because it's Pune, right? So the news went around, and one of the brands which was potentially trying to tie up with the celebrity ended up bringing the product there to see whether they can do a small gig with him there, which didn't work out, to be honest. But
I'm
that
sure
was
Shahid is
something
smarter
that,
than that. Yeah.
So that was something that it could have gone against, but I think somehow it was managed.
Shraddha, yours? Mr. Kapoor is a very interesting character, I know that for sure.
I mean, I don't have any celebrity story as such. I just feel every experience with him was very unique, personal, professional. I just think we just had a good time, all of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I respect that. What about you, Shraddha? Shweta, you met the man himself, right? I have had the pleasure of meeting him only thrice in my life and never giving him the money for it. So I couldn't make him do what you
Lucky
could.
you.
Yes. tell me the story.
No,
that,
like
that
Shraddha said, the overall experience was really good. Of course, the thing is that with Sachin Tendulkar, I was talking to Deepak earlier in the break, and he just said he's God, Shweta. He's God. So there's this overwhelming persona that he walks in with. Honestly, I'm not a cricket fan. I've never been. So of course, I have a lot of respect for him, but from a distance, I was always on the fences when it came to cricket and Sachin himself. But when I finally met him, there's so much of that value system that just shows up that, there is a moment where you freeze, honestly, like, you lose words. And after you overcome that in a few seconds, then he's so grounded, and he's actually very easy to talk to, and he really, really wants to understand what he's going to represent. So that experience was really good. And like Rajendran said, even Sachin spent an extra hour on the sets because he was not okay with certain takes that we had okayed as clients and agency, but he said, no, we should do it one more time. So just the sheer sincerity and authenticity of that man.
So Ayla, no story? But okay, that goes very well.
He actually is a very good orator.
He's
really built up.
He's fantastic, and he's grown over a period.
This whole voice tonality has been built up, and he really speaks well.
Thanks to Chetan, it has been built up.
Yeah, I guess
that's the reality. Deepak, we'll quickly move on to you, and then to Abhijit.
And I still second, I want to repeat this again, Sachin is God. Yeah. So, with Sunil Shetty, I'll narrate an episode with Sunil Shetty. So we have this compulsive need of ye bhi bulwa do, ek aur line ye bhi add kar do. The beauty of working with him was that he was so invested in the script. We were shooting with some of his on-screen roles, and we were adapting it into another campaign and then taking it forward. He was so invested in that role. He made us change the costume. He altered the script a little and said, no, this character, when I was playing this persona in that movie, represented this. So let's change the copy lines, let's change the content to this. It was a brilliant addition, and it did wonders for us, but yes.
What Deepak is not telling is that I was the script writer and he changed my script. But that's fine.
In totality.
Yes, Abhijit, yours.
So, I'll probably take a very recent example. This is one of the tennis legends of the country, and we're kind of doing something with him. I mean, nothing to do with, a campaign or anything, but something else. And in the first conversation, some personal connect came out, the same city and so on and so forth. And, the club where he learnt his tennis had kind of been there, and it says, and I mean, frequenter there, and, it says, he was a boy and he's learned there. So when I kind of narrated to him, I think that stuck in his mind. So every time, he talked, I mean, he actually forgot my name. He used to refer to me as Mr. XYZ, as the name of that, and so on and so forth. So what shown to me was the humility, then, the thing to, connect personally. I mean, he's a legend, right? The ability to connect personally with these small things. So those, I think, are very nice things that, found out.
Very interesting. Allow me to give you a story which I guess all of you will love and like as well. So, I was lucky, very, very lucky to have my debut direction with Mr. Bachchan. I mean, imagine he allowing somebody to direct who has never directed before, and I did that. And interestingly, when we were doing the photo shoot in between the film shoot, we were trying to get him to do some action shots here and there. And while my assistant was trying to get that, I quickly told the assistant, don't do it. He's 85, I mean, And I said it under my breath. Intelligent the man that he is, and the way he hears things, he said, Chote Malik? He was calling me Chote Malik throughout the shoot because I was representing the client out there, so Chote Malik. I can't get over that one. So he said, Chote Malik, एक मिनट आइए, क्या बोला आपने? आपने बोला मैं 85 का हूँ और मैं जंप नहीं कर सकता. आप देखिए, ये shot लीजिए. And Mr. Govarekar was shooting, and he said, and I said action, and he, Mr. Bachchan at 85, after 7.5 hours of shoot already there, jumped 2.5 feet up in the air. That shot, by the way, is the front page ad of Gera, a client of mine in Pune Times, about 2 weeks back. He's jumped 2.5 feet at 85, landed very safely, and he says, "Kuch bolna chahte the?" And that was one of my lovely stories out there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having given us a fair share of your ear. And thank you, my August panel, for having given us fantastic stories. I was lucky enough to have a very interesting session to myself. Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Tripti. And thank you, Reality Plus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of you as well. And when knowledge and wisdom is blended with storytelling, it already becomes all the way more interesting. A huge shout out to all of them. Please, once again, I see a full house. We can clap even louder. Thank you. And on that note, I'll request Mr. Vinayak Khatkar, CTO and co-founder from Cell.do to please kindly join us over here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our respected speakers over here. A huge round of applause for Mr. Vinayak as well as he joins us over here on stage, please. After all the hampers are given away, we'll do a nice group photo with all of you together. That's it, and we'll do a nice group photo with all of you. If I may request all of you to please come forward, please. You all can spread out a little more if you want. It's a huge stage. Thank you so much to all of you for all those wonderful moments, knowledge, insight, storytelling. Nothing can get better than that. Thank you. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving forward with the next panel discussion. I repeat, the topic for the moment that we're going to be talking right now is about the brand-first approach, redefining sales playbook. I'll repeat the topic for the panel discussion right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the brand-first approach, redefining sales playbook. So what I'm going to do over here is, introduce our honorable moderator first, and then I'll be introducing our honorable speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll be requesting all of you, our moderator and speakers, to please kindly come up on stage and join us together. So, ladies and gentlemen, chairing this session will be Vandana Sethi, founder and CEO, Water Communications and Earth Films. An attitude called advertising is the signature of Vandana Sethi. 3 decades in the business of advertising, brand building and communications in different avatars and of course various hierarchies. As founder of Water Communications and Earth Films, Vandana ji has taken communications to a whole different level altogether. Our speakers, I introduce them in alphabetical order. Our first speaker for the day, for this session is Bhavik Bhandari, CSMO Ashwin Shade Group. Bhavik ji is a result-driven CXO with over 2 decades of experience leading transformative initiatives in sales, marketing, CRM, and business strategy across different industries. He has led large cross-functional teams across multiple geographies, collaborating with international design consultants, media houses, and leading publications to align stakeholders and drive organizational objectives. We also have with us today Mr. Chaitanya Seth, partner and consulting leader, real estate, EY Parthenon. Chaitanya ji is a partner with EY Parthenon and leads the consulting practice for the real estate sector. He carries over 20 plus years of experience and has advised and mentored over 40 plus developers, with the largest developer to a startup developer. Over here, there's no differentiation over there. I think that's the most wonderful part. His focus has been on advising and enabling developers on growth agenda, sales velocity, customer experiences, cost reduction, productivity improvements, and digital transformation. His focus has always been to help developers solve problems through strategy, operating models, process, data, and of course, technology. We also have with us today Jayesh Rathore, co-founder and director of the Guardians Real Estate Advisory. Jayesh ji has over 22 years of extensive experience in marketing, organizational strategy, and product development. Under his guidance, the company has not only differentiated itself from competitors, but has also set new, various interesting industry standards, establishing itself as a leader in the real estate advisory space. His visionary approach and ability to drive collaboration has been crucial to the company's success and continued growth in this very dynamic real estate sector. We also have with us today Rahul Phonge, Chief Operating Officer, Residential Anarok. Rahul ji spearheads residential business operations across the country. In addition, he oversees a diverse business solutions portfolio encompassing Anarok's creative, digital and event agency, home loan services, post-sale support, and a lot more. With over 25 years of experience, Rahul ji also brings a wealth of expertise from distinguished roles at McDonald's, Times of India, Lodha Group, and of course, Tata Realty. We also have with us today Rakesh Sethia, President Sales and Marketing from Rustomji Group. Rakesh ji has more than 3 decades of experience and has worked with top consumer brands such as Kodak, Reebok, Luxor Parker, Hutch, Idea Cellular, and Vodafone Idea Limited across multiple Indian regions. Wow. Over 3 decades, he has worked across various industries across the country and has demonstrated success in every organization during his career. At Rustomji, he is responsible for sales, marketing, CRM, and strategy functions. Ladies and gentlemen, the introduction part is done and dusted. I can say a lot more, but of course, time will not allow me to say that because of the legacy that they all have created in their respective workspace. Let's not waste any further time. Give them a huge round of applause, please, as I request our honorable moderator and speakers to please join me over here on stage. May I please welcome all of you on stage. Thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege to have all of you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pleasure. Pleasure. You know, this is Mumbai and Mumbai is known for its spirit, right? Can I please request all of you to clap loudly? Mumbai ka jo dil hai, wo logo ke samne yahan pe aana chahiye. It can't get more real than that, right? Thank you so much. The panel is set. Everybody is ready. And ma'am, over to you. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the... Sorry. Hi, good evening. My friend who was sitting here before me was talking about Mr. Bachchan. That reminds me, I had also shot with him and it was lovely, lovely experience working with him. So those anecdotes sometimes later. So let's start the discussion for today. Branding is extremely, extremely important for most of the brands, most of the categories. And here in real estate, all the more reasons. So I have lovely, eminent panel here. And let's start the panel discussion today. So I'll be coming to Chaitanya, you first. Okay. How can a brand-first approach help achieve higher sales velocity in the competitive real estate market?
So, to answer this, first of all, great question, Vandana. Need to understand that why brand is so important in real estate. You talked about brand is very important, right? We need to understand that the industry traditionally has been a trust deficit industry. Customers are not sure product milega ya nahi milega. There's always a trust deficit traditionally in this industry. Hence, extremely becomes important that the brand is able to kind of create that positioning and mental space in the customer's mind. Customer is signing the biggest check of his life in this case. So extremely important that the developers start thinking that we have to create a position in the mind space of the customer that I can be a trusted brand. Second,
sorry, go ahead.
Second, I would say it's also about information asymmetry, right? Today, when a customer walks into any developer's site, he knows much more about the project, the trends, the amenities, the pricing changes, the competition, but you don't know anything about the customer.
That's quite interesting. Customer knows about you more than you know about him. So Rahul, coming to you on this note. So what's your input on this?
Thanks, Vandana, for the question. I'll probably put across a couple of data pointers onto the table. On an average, we have been selling around 4.9 lakh homes across top 10 cities. Of course, probably this year there will be a slight dip in the number of units, but I think the average value is increasing. If I look at 10 years back, the organized versus unorganized sectors units was 12% to around 88%. That means organized players are contributing to 12% of the overall velocity and the rest which is being unorganized. Cut to after a decade or so, it is now contributing to around 32%. So that is a huge delta which is being happening. there is a lot of consolidation, lot of regulation which is being happening, and then the overall developers are moving towards the organized sector. And when I talk about organized sector, it is all branded, listed, people are delivered for the last for a decade or so, which has a solid, loyal base being happening. And if I pick up top 10 developers of India are contributing to the 12% of the market share. So when you tick box of what they have done right, the ability to sell is higher, the ability to command price is higher, and ability to develop consistently with the large customer base is also happening. Especially post-pandemic, we are seeing customers appreciating to the branded developers, and we have Rakesh from Rustamji and Bhavik from Ashwin Seth will definitely vouch the kind of trust, the kind of affinity towards branded versus non-branded which is being happening. So there has been an organic diversion which had happened towards the branded, and hence which supports the sales velocity.
Great, thank you. On this note, I would like to come to Rakesh. Of course, you know emotional advertising more than any of us. So how are you able to strike that balance between emotional storytelling and the highly data-driven sales strategies?
Okay. So as I have seen in my experience of working with various consumer brands and also taking forward that learning into the real estate space, broadly, for any product category, customer looks at the emotional reasons and the rational reasons. And higher the ticket size, more involved the product category and the frequency of purchase, if it is lesser, you buy a product every day or you buy that once a lifetime. I think these are the three factors which actually influence the ratio between the rational decision and the emotional decision. So in case of real estate as a product, most of the customers are buying homes only once in their lives. It is only few people who would buy maybe more than one home in their lives. What happens is that the customer is entrusting you with the entire saving, and then it becomes very important for customer to have that trust in the brand. And trust in the brand is built over a period of time. It is what you, not only you communicate, what you speak, but it is also what you demonstrate and deliver. I think, for a product category like real estate, it is very important to define your values, communicate them well, stand for them, and hopefully create a good proof of delivery over a period of time to enjoy that. So, talking about the brick and mortar system, brick and mortar product that you are selling, in addition to that, creating the moments for the customers, that's also very, very important. So therefore, what I have seen is that more evolved brand would like to have, would like to not just sell the brick and mortar. They would also like to speak about the emotional benefits, about the security, about the comfort, that you get, and how do you build that community. So that's my take on this, Vandana.
That's quite insightful, thanks. Jayesh, how do we strike that balance?
I think the balance can be only created when the two things are connected. That in market today, like when 22 years back when I started my career, getting a data that in this building at what rate it sold was a mammoth task. You can never get a data. But today, it's a developer, and this is applicable to both consumer as well as developer. When someone approached to us that, okay, 5 lakh square feet to be construct, in today data available at a click of a button, you will get to know who is buying, where is he staying, which community is, what rate they bought it. With so much rich data, when a brand approach with the market, with the product, and if the right product is launched, there is always buyer for the same. In 22 years, I have observed that most of the projects fail because the product given or launched is not something which market want. Either it is a wrong carpet or is a wrong configuration, is it so many other, because there is no undo to product. I always say a wrong product, a wrong size, and there is no undo to it. Because the stake invested, time invested, money invested is so high that it will come at a cost. And no developer will afford to take a call like that there is undo to it and let's change the plan. With this much rich data available today, a good connect and a good emotional connect can be achieved with the buyer, whether it is an affordable homes, whether it is a mid-luxury or a premium. You can certainly create that connect immediately and ensure that the required trade-off of volume, velocity, and value can be achieved for all the launches which we have done so far.
Lovely. In agencies, when we are briefing our creative directors, we make sure we don't give them data.
Yeah.
So that's where the balance becomes even more difficult, because they are working on emotions, they are
Emotional.
working on their high energies. Yeah. Yes. Coming to Bhavik. Yeah. Anything you would like to say to newer developers? What should they prioritize and why?
See, if you see the last decade trend, there are two trends that have come out strongly. One, all the branded players are planning to go big. All the small players are trying to consolidate. So what is happening is the smaller players are trying to merge with larger players, and the larger players are trying to plan national expansion, think of, because initially used to happen, the access to the capital was difficult. Now with the IPOs and a lot of other investment opportunities and private equity people coming in, the fund is available based on your appetite, how much you can sell in the market. So when a new developer enters, what he should do from a brand perspective, which will lead him to good sales and then subsequently to a good reputation as a goodwill. First, the developer has to be very clear, which in normally the business line is says that he should know very clearly what he wants to do. What is the reason why he has come into existence of doing this business? Because there is Raju Builder, there is Ramesh Builder, and there is a branded player, right? If you see the chain of evolution of consumer in India, and not just in real estate, across all the sectors, all consumer brands, customer never says a product. He actually talks about brand. I'll give you a class example. I was interviewing one candidate last week for a site head role. And I said, if you have 3 lakh rupees, budget is not an issue. You need to buy a phone, latest phone. What will you buy? So I said, you give me names of the brands that you would like to select. And he gave iPhone, Samsung, and he said Vertu. I said there are more than 32 brands who are big brands existing in the mobile segment, and you have just mentioned 3. Imagine what happened to the 29 brands. It actually didn't even existed in his mind. So when he goes in the store, he's basically asking only those 3 brands, his touch, feel, experiences of those 3. That's exactly what happens in real estate. So if little more to explain, if you understand India as mythologically, it starts from all the kings used to have palaces to showcase to his people and across other kingdoms that, he is the king because he has the best house or palace in the world, right? Rightly said by him, Chaitanya, buying home is the biggest emotional and financial decision a person can take in his life, whether he is poor, rich, ultra rich, or for example, even Mukesh Ambani has to show Antilia to people to that, he is the richest guy. What now happens is when it is the biggest emotional and financial decision, this decision who a customer takes is basically not just getting impacted to him, but to his entire family. Normally what you happen, you buy a watch and we are friends. I said, Vandana, the watch is not looking great. Probably you will stop wearing that watch, you will use something else. But in a home, if someone as a friend says, this is not a good location, goons are down, very difficult to reach there, you can't shift the house because it's a big ticket value. So generally what happens, the developer needs to understand this, that gone those days when we started earlier our career, it was, he wants everything FSI usage, and I'm sure he will smile also because that's how used to be the brief to the design team. 10 lakh square feet है, पूरा FSI use होना चाहिए. वो क्या size का बन रहा है, whether it is comfortable, entry is there, whether toilets are there, no vastu, nothing. And the customer is to buy. But what has happened, the evolution, the customer has become more involved. He knows a lot of info. He's traveled globally. So now what he looks at, it is saying that I will only buy if there is vastu there, if there is a good clubhouse, if it's a good location, the delivery track record of the developer is there. And all these things have led now to the developer that, what Jayesh said, you cannot go in the market with a wrong product. Yeah. So as a new developer, he needs to know that. Third most important thing that the developer who's a new guy needs to know, is he going to live that promise that he is making to the people? Imagine now a Mercedes as a brand, he says Maybach is a luxury car, and when the customer comes in his car, there is a display guy who doesn't know anything about luxury. He's in torn shoes, no branded stuff, he's stinking, and he's selling to a customer profile who's probably 300, 400 crore, and he's selling a 5 crore car. There's a mismatch in the vision of the developer versus the experience that the customer is getting. And that's where the disconnect happened. He will go back and say, I'll never buy from this product. Other thing in this sector
every touch
happens,
point.
very important. Other key things, sometimes it happens, the developer has thought of, one international architect has done the design master planning, the last mile guy, which is the security guy. Just imagine, I'll give you an experience, and it's a learning one. One of our customer who bought a Duplay worth 32 crores. He got a lead through digital and he called the call center. The call center caller salary is not more than 25,000 rupees.
Yes.
So he has no clue. He picks up, let's assume Chaitanya, you are there, that prospective customer. He picks up the phone and he's saying, I have inquired, I would like to look at a Duplay or a penthouse. The caller asks, sir, आपको 1 BHK चाहिए, 2 BHK चाहिए, आप थाना में रहना चाहते हैं या, they have not asked anything to Chaitanya. Chaitanya keeps the phone. In one social gathering, I happened to meet Chaitanya, and Chaitanya says, you know, Bhavik, I actually wanted this project, but I called your call center guys, didn't give an answer properly, and they were asking me for 1 BHK, 2 BHK. We sat with him, we understood what was his requirement, we customized the plan, that transaction happened. But what he said, Bhavik, I'm buying because of this interaction, otherwise for your call center, it was a no-no for me in future. So new brand developer who wants to become a brand needs to know this. Every single touch point has to live the same language, cannot deviate from there.
Yeah, brand positioning has to filter down to the last mile. It has happened a client who was continuously advertising on anti-aging treatments and all. I happened to call one of the call centers and the person said that we don't have such a service. So, yeah, Chaitanya, from seller's market to buyer's market, where are we heading?
So I think the shift has already happened. I talked about information asymmetry, and today there is a very clear demand which a customer expects from a developer. So I'll say probably 3 things. One is they expect the brand to be available. They want the brand to be authentic, and they want the brand to be consistent. And if these 3 things need to happen, the developer doesn't have an option but to start creating what he rightly said, purpose defined hona chahiye. This is the purpose, these are the values, and that need to get cascaded down to all my functions till the last mile. When I say I'm a customer-centric brand, which probably almost many developers are talking about, it doesn't mean that only the salesperson has to be customer-centric. Be it a pre-sales, be it post-sales, but even my procurement team, my position team, my finance team, all need to work towards customer centricity. Otherwise, it doesn't solve the entire problem. I can give a classic example. When you look at position, I think which is a moment of truth. I bought 3 years, 4 years back from a brand, and today I'm here to look at a position. I've seen umpteen number of examples, developers not even completing the snagging, desnagging process completely. They just get the OC done. They are just in the hurry to get the position handed over. What you have done, you've actually taken the brand for a toss. Brand is not a short-term play, it's a long-term play. If you are looking at a short-term gain, brand is not for you. So I clearly see it's a buyer's market. There's a lot of choices. They are very, very driven. Today, when you talk about segments, people are talking about micro segments. They are saying, I am focused on environment conscious segment. So I'm putting a sustainability, I'm ensuring it's there. I'm looking at luxury segment. So my focus has to be very, very personalized to that segment. So that's the shift I clearly see.
Great. Yeah, for a 20,000 mobile, we do so much of check, and here it's a property worth crores and crores. Coming to you, Jayesh. Yeah. As someone who has navigated complex challenges in real estate, how do you see the balance between tactical sales strategies and long-term brand building?
Technical sales strategy and a long-term brand building. So these are 2 different aspects, but well-connected both. Now, for example, technical sales strategy is a very short-term goal. Like immediately in this quarter, we want to achieve this much crores of business, value, volume, velocity, all that has been defined, because that's a very immediate number which any developer is looking for, a team is looking for. So that's a short term. Whereas brand building exercise is a far vision. It is a vision which anybody who has set, maybe, you know, if it is an old developer, then long back, if the new developer, then where he wants to be after 10 years or 1 year down the line. Again, that brand building and positioning has to be break up year-wise. Let me give an example. Like a developer wants to be known as a township developer. We all know who is he, right? Now he's perceived that way. That brand positioning has been done. And to do so, all other parameters, like from a land purchase decision to what he makes to how he sells, it's all aligned with that brand vision of township. Like when we go to those projects, infrastructure talks more than a project. That's what the brand building is all about. Some developer says, I want to be a boutique developer in Bandra. He's very happy with that. His area is only Bandra Khar, he will take redevelopment projects, but delivered to the promise made over a period consistently, on time, of the quality, as Chaitanya says, to create that connect. Some developer says, I want to be affordable segment home. I don't want to come to South Bombay. I will be happy to sell homes to the first time home buyer. Okay, let me give an example over here. Like when we started working with a Havre developer and affordable homes, in a pretty long period they have catered to that segment. When we went on a board, we said, "आप किसको घर बेचते हो?" वो बोले, "जो हम पहली बार घर खरीदते हैं उनको बेचते हैं." I said, such a nice word. Let's say my first home. That itself is a campaign. When we launched that, to create the connect with affordable homes, we got Ritesh and Jinelia Deshmukh on a board as a face, just to have that eyeballs to the buyer. When all both together, 10,000 square feet of experience center, good ATL, BTL, 10,000 leads came, 5,000 walking, all numbers which we achieved it didn't stop here. We replicate the same IP in Kalyan, and again the same number came. Now we are again repeating the same IP in some other location for the same brand. Now that brand is known for it. So immediate sales, which you rightly said, strategy is for the, that quarterly or monthly target, whereas brand building is a long term. And any developer which create the right balance first should see where I want to reach. We never say I want to take a plane. We said I want to go to Delhi first. And then you decide the route, whether I should take train or a plane. That's the difference, and that's the right balance which to create to have the volume, value and velocity. And at the last is a perception. Because brand building is nothing but 7 Ps, but 8th P, which I believe, is how my brand will be perceived in the market after a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line.
Thank you. Very well said. Highly emotional category. So coming to Rakesh, how do you think this role of branding, you have worked in all possible categories, but yeah, we have to stick to real estate today. So what do you think, how the role of branding in sales evolved over time, and especially in our segment?
Okay, so I think how it is evolving is in terms of the media choices. Also, it is evolving in terms of the exposure that the customers have got, the education level, the aspirations have changed, and the media that the customer is getting exposed to. Otherwise, I would say the role that a brand is supposed to play has remained, that's static, that you can't change, The role that a brand is expected to play is to create a positive desire to own that product. And that is what the entire branding activity in a nutshell is. The only thing is, what I just said was that because of education, exposure, the media choices have increased, and now customers can see you at different places. So therefore, I would say what has become important is for the brand to continue with a vision, a thinking, a thought process, and to carry that in a seamless manner across different channels. Have a uniformity of communication. You can't communicate differently on a digital channel as compared to mass media. Let's say, I would just like to talk. We generally focus not on the brick and mortar, and we communicate more about the emotional aspects of owning a brand. How, and then when we go to digital, at times, there is a pressure from the digital team that this is where, the pricing works. Give us certain images, give us the tactical pricing and the offer, and this is what works on brand. But at certain times, this is where we have to put a stop to, because we want to be seamless in our communication across the channels. It may look like that it has a short-term implication on some kind of business, but ultimately, what is good for the long term is good for the short term also, is what I believe.
Very thoughtful as your brand is.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Rahul, yeah, you have been driving significant revenue growth through digital channels. So how do you see digital marketing aligning with the brand first sales playbook?
But then I'll divide this question into two parts. Number one, what has happened from the customer side? And again, I'll put across. Is this, yeah, this is working. Thanks. So I'll give into two parts. One is that what has happened from the customer side and how the overall developers transformation has taken place. Number one is the post-pandemic, the average age of customers have moved from 42 to 36 now. Number two is that a lot of millennials are now involved into the decision making. We have also seen that 65% of the decision making is influenced by digital. The contribution of digital into the business, which earlier used to be like a 1-2% or so, is now hovering around say 10 to 15% or so. We are seeing extensive contribution from cities such as Bangalore, Pune, which has a high IT crowd, a lot of working class, are preferring to transact and get first-hand information on that. VSV as a concept is new normal. What is VSV? Is virtual site visits. So they want to do the homework, and that's how the decision becomes very easier. This is what is being happening from the customer side is concerned. Cut to what has happened is that in the last 4 years, there has been a fantastic transformation which is taking place from a developer side, right from the promoters to the next generation who has joined the business, and all the professionals who have the kind of talent who has joined in real estate on the same. So the overall value chain of digital has been seamlessly stitched in. Whether it is the brand awareness can be done on digital, whether it is the information dissemination can be done on digital, whether it is engagement through website or social assets which is being done seamlessly can be done, and including the transaction. So the entire value chain seriously have invested by the developers over a period of time. And hence, in the process, the digital is constantly evolved over a period of time. And the earlier perception used to be that digital, that means equal to number of leads which you are generating, which is fundamentally getting changed because content as a segment is completely getting as one of the core strategy of digital. We have the entire AML piece, which becoming a new normal for predictability of the customers, which is being, or better intelligence to come across on that. Digital is investing into remarketing, lookalikes and everything, which is being the normal. But more and more, they're having larger and smarter tools to predict how to read, what kind of the conversion percentage will get increased onto the same. So the digital is now moving into a digitech, wherein more and more better understanding, better translation of the customers. And I'll give you an example is that traditionally we used to say, who's your target audience? So standardized approach used to be, I have a family who's invested into, I have working class who might be interested into, I have say millennials who are interested into. Digital gives you like a 70 by 70 matrix in which the target audiences can be sliced and diced, and the kind of personalization which can be offered to them. So that is a power of from a carpet bombing to a personalization to now the individualistic in which the relevancy of any of the developer in offering onto the same.
ROI,
Sorry if I complexed
ROI.
it or...
Yeah. Thank you so much. No, quite good. It's all ROI driven. Okay, Bhavik. सपनों का घर.
Yes.
लेकिन catchment area बहुत important है. तो वहाँ branding कहाँ काम आती है?
See, 2-3 things. First, as real estate selection process, location definitely comes first, is because location defines his budget. Yeah. And location also defines, because in the city you want travel time to be less, you want connectivity, you want an ecosystem, social infrastructure around your house so that you know your family has all those things, rather than you taking an outskirts and then traveling for 2 long hours. Another reason why location is because, see what has happened in a city like Bombay, Mumbai, when you go horizontally, say for example from Virar to Churchgate, and you know, I was talking to a lot of customers, and one of the key feedback, and an interesting thing, Vandana, I happened to meet a customer who came with his young son who was going to be getting married. So he was saying, sir, I'm staying in Bhayandar currently. हम क्यों कांदीवली में लेना चाहते हैं? Because लड़की वाले नहीं तो लड़की देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. बोलते कि ये आप बहुत दूर रहते हो बॉम्बे की और दहीसर के आगे रहते हो. So I realized, and when I was talking to 2-3 more, I realized generally this is the pattern. As a parent, if you think कि आप जिस लड़के के घर में दे रहे हो उनके कहाँ रहते हो? So location status is very important in college, and I'm sure जो भी बॉम्बे से तो ये definitely होगा. Sobo was considered at they are kings. Anything suburbs Sobo की kids को पता ही नहीं होता था. So if you are staying, the college students of Sobo will say, where do you stay? Oh, you stay in Bandra. Okay, where is Bandra? It's somewhere outside. You have to take a flight to reach in. That was the culture, right? So location plays very important role. Second, why location is because a lot of times if you see the development of socio infrastructure, the corporate offices happen near around key locations. So agar aaj imagine if you are staying in Virar and there is no railway and you have to come BKC every day, you will spend 3 hours in traveling to reach there. So the Mumbai local allows you to reach there faster. Now with coastal road, now with your BKC ceiling, Atal Setu, freeway and all this, Bombay has become accessible across. So today people staying in Navi Mumbai is reaching faster to my office than I just stay to my office 4 kilometers, but to come from west to east, it takes more time, right? Metro has been a great boon to Bombayites because it really saves and fast. Air condition mil raha hai. Railways have become air conditioned. In our college time, there was no air conditioning in railways. So location plays that way. And hence, people in Bombay have done 2-3 things. One, because the cost of living is very high in the metro, people, when they buy as a customer, for example, if I am a consumer or a customer, I am thinking that I am going to buy a home in Andheri, for example. I don't mind not shifting to Bandra and go little 2-3 stations ahead in Andheri and take a bigger area, have a better complex amenity so that my kid, my family, my parents can have a larger ecosystem rather than spend more, smaller area in a prime location. So because of the travel. So people in Bombay generally has done that. Hence, location plays a significant important role.
So within the location, if you have 3 builders and 3 projects, then how do you?
So it happens every day with us. So for example, I'll give you, let's take Andheri West, Lokhandwala, and you have all the 3 good reputed brands there. See, what has happened, Vandana, consumers are talking to brand talks to consumer. Like everyone who's buying today a luxury car, say 5 crores, there is every Ferrari, you have Maybach, you have other stuffs, and you have Range Rover, Vogue, Autobiography, and everywhere, right? A brand is having its own personality. And it talks to certain consumer in his language. एक line है, which my promoter keeps telling me, आप हर किसी को जिंदगी में खुश नहीं रख सकते, right? So same change happens in real estate. When you are 3 different projects in the same lane, right? There is a certain consumer who would like to come to you because he thinks, oh, you are an understated luxury. I don't want show off. Okay? Then there is someone who is over the top. सब कुछ shiny है, सब कुछ branded stuff है, who wants to shout कि अगर आपने यहाँ लिया है, you have arrived. Which is called a noverish luxury. And the third one is someone who is saying value for money. कितना देती है? Right? And hence the customer who has deep pockets also will also go there, बोलेगा भाई मुझे ये club house नहीं चाहिए, designer, मुझे ये pool नहीं चाहिए, मुझे stand alone building चाहिए, maintenance कब आना चाहिए, बस अच्छा काम होना चाहिए. And hence the consumer automatically, it's like water, he finds a calling from a brand that he loves to. He may visit all 3 and tell the other brand that you know वो brand अच्छा है, वो कम पैसे में दे रहा है, उसके पास ये है, आप क्यों इतना charge कर रहे हो? He does all that. But finally, he, in his mind, will make up that this is my style, I would like to be there. A lot of times it also happens because of neighbors. I'll give you an example, I'll not name again. A big brand, national brand, a listed entity. So when initially they came up in the market, they came up with all international brands, luxury, some celebrity were attached, consultants, clubhouse was designer. So a lot of times this Marwadi, Gujarati families or deep pockets, they say, नहीं यार ये अपने लिए नहीं है, यहाँ तो सब गाउन में घूम रहे हैं, हमारे ये कल्चर नहीं है, मॉडर्न है, हम नहीं लेंगे. वो जाकर बाजू की बिल्डिंग में लेंगे, बोलेंगे हाँ यहाँ बड़ा 5 BHK का डुप्ले लेंगे, but they will not take. That used to happen, and even it happens today. That is how
Interesting.
it is.
So brand is talking to consumers.
Yes.
So Chaitanya, coming to you now. Is brand actually talking the same language on all possible platforms to the consumer, with the consumer?
So what has happened is, I think the importance of brand, what we have talked about, has gained momentum, but there's still a lot of distance to travel. अभी brand story बनी है, लोग बात कर रहे हैं, but to live that brand, to make it say that I am living that brand, there's still a lot of distance to travel. So I give some examples. When we work with few developers, today everyone wants to be omni-channel because my customer is everywhere, right? He's on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, website, different platforms. And today, okay, I've been told I should have a call to action. I should be able to drop a lead everywhere. Now, when we have seen examples, multiple places, when I drop a lead to a website, probably I get a call. But let's say I drop a lead on other social media platform, I don't get a call back. So essentially what is happening is either my systems are not integrated or my marketing and my pre-sales teams are not integrated. So essentially we find that there is sometimes a organizational capability gap which needs to be bridged so that the brand actually becomes accessible and available. Today, I know maybe a few years back when you say that you should have a customer platform, because when you are doubling your sales, tripling your sales, you can't increase your manpower by 2 times, 3 times for your RMs to say that relationship manager will keep on getting calls. Majority of the calls are, मुझे मेरा account statement चाहिए, statement of accounts चाहिए. We said that why don't you create a customer portal or a platform where people can start getting those answers very easily. They said, no, we don't want to be accessible to the customer because they only will keep on coming with cribs. Said, if you don't give them platform, they have social media to do that. At least you can minimize and de-risk that. So the point is, they are making actions, but it will need a lot of work from an organizational, cross-functional collaboration, technologies and systems to talk to each other, and a shift in the mindset that I actually have to be available and accessible. And there's no harm in doing that.
Yeah, well said. Rakesh, with your brand, a legacy brand, that thoughtfulness, does that get translated to a Thane property, equally good to a South Bombay property as well?
Yeah, why not? See, every customer is important. Whether you sell the apartments in Thane, in Virar also, which can be, at the entry level of 40-50 lakhs, or you sell a home at 100 crores. For a customer, it's a home that may be bought, maybe once a lifetime only. So I think it's very important, and that is where the power of having a brand positioning and also living that brand positioning across various segments that you operate in. Offer that value to the customer for that segment what the customer wants. So the needs and requirements of a customer at the entry level could be different as compared to the premium level customers, but then it is extremely important for the brand to live the values and deliver to the customer's expectations. So yes, as a brand, we focus on delivering the value to the customers throughout our projects. And I would say, I think, we see the equal amount of aspiration and desire for the customers, to own our brand across different geographies, right? So even a 100 crore customer wants the brand, wants to be the proud owner of the brand, as a 50 lakh customer wants to, own that brand. So it's extremely important.
Lovely, thank you. Rahul, I keep coming back to you with AI and data technology. So we are talking about that seamless brand experience. How can AI and data technology help us in creating that? And especially what has been spoken, discussed in boardrooms, and after that, the last salesperson, like we spoke about, how does he get it? So how can AI and data technology can help, sorry.
Absolutely fine, Vandana, you're shooting down all the tech and AI/ML questions to me, absolutely fine, because that is the future on that. Right now, there is a large FOMO which is being happening that whether it is AI/ML, whether I'm being part of it, whether I'm executing, whether it's a part of my strategy, is it into the planning stage, so and so forth on that. I'll tell you one small story about, so we sell around what, 25,000 homes on that, and we launched 2 products at Anarok. Sorry, please, this is not a sales pitch, but I'm just giving you a story which is factual on that. So we have 2 models. One is the entire Genie model, which is the entire bot which we have created in-house. And second one is the AML model. It has come from all our clients on 2 fronts. Number one is that they reach out to us, Rahul, I'm sitting on large database. My team keeps calling. Whenever any launch comes in, we do a mass blast, whether it is email, whether it is SMS, whether it is calling and everything. And then over a period of time, after 7, 10, 15 attempts, etc., whatever, my team calls it as dead leads on that. And then every time when I do this exercise, we end up saying that, the quality of leads, the conversion is going down and down and down and down, so on and so forth. What the team has done, they had developed an AIML model, which goes to these leads, which otherwise being called as dead. They bring back to the developer that there is some juice which is still available in these 25, 30, 400 leads onto the same. And from there on, we started generating incremental sales, and the results shows that from dead leads, the AIML tool can track around 4 to 5% of incremental sales. The way machine works is very different from human, because our data pointer is name, mobile number, and email ID. What AIML start tracking is that who's the operator, what is the day of the time. Probably there could be a fight with a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever happened. You have no clue on that, but still there is a juice on that. So we are seeing a lot of interesting facts in terms of otherwise being called as dead, and that's how we are seeing incremental sales. The second one in terms of the Genie, again, it talks to every customer, whatever data. You feed in the data, the Genie start talking, whether it is WhatsApp or any of the platform which is being compatible on that. It talks to the leads, it talks to the channel partner, it talks to the existing customers in the script in which you develop upon. And I have one incident which I've told you earlier is that the Genie can set meetings, it schedules site visits, and there are many customers who had walked in without having any physical interaction or any human interaction to the customer. It's Genie talking to each other. One customer walks in to the site, the receptionist or the hostess reaches out, yes ma'am, how can I help you or whatever. No, I want to meet Genie. And how will you say there is no Genie? It's machine. So that's the power of the entire bot, the entire AML, which brings onto the table the adaptability to handle large volume, the adaptability to engage in a personalized manner. That's the beauty of its coming over. And we enjoy thoroughly, because every day is a learning for us.
Great. As it's saying, our time is up, but I'll take few more minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jayesh, in this age, as we are talking about Genie is your favorite salesperson there, you just spoke about the storytelling for a mezzanine floor kind of a place. So if you could share that with our audience.
Oh, that's what I think she's referring to, the emotional connect, because
Yes,
7 P's of marketing, which I strongly believe that is applicable to every industry, and all the more in the real estate. A wrong product, right place, right price, target group is right, package promoted properly in the right process will definitely sell, for sure. But having said that, that emotional connect which is required. Like for example, we were just discussing outside that there is a project in Tardev where there is a loft living. Like, 650 carpet, 2 BHK, 14 feet height, and a small 100 square feet loft is created in the living room. But it was difficult for consumer to understood it. Now, it was not selling or slow selling for whatever reason. Now, product cannot change, as I already told you, few minutes back. What we addressed is a promotional and a packaging. Instead of calling it loft living, because India context mein loft matlab storage. As you were saying कि जो पुराने घर में एक लॉफ्ट बनता था जहाँ पे या तो कोई additional member छोटा बच्चे को सुला दो या तो कुछ storage करना है तो कर दो. Now that perception needs to be changed. We immediately said let's call it villament. Like villa and apartments together, and why not to promote to the set of consumer whose data is again saying that 35-40 years of people are buying this size because budget में बैठ जाता है, and उसी रूम में हमने एक कॉर्नर पे स्टूडियो बनाया, एक कॉर्नर पे कुछ आर्ट पेंट रिलेटेड कर दिया, एक कॉर्नर में some art music related. So anybody who comes can relate to one corner and say okay, this is my area. So hence emotional connect with the buyer is must at not only, now this aspect is a packaging aspect, but there are so many other aspects which can create emotional connect with the buyer. अगर आप कोई summer में consumer आए और उसको आप कुछ ठंडा ना पिलाओ, that's not a connect. Emotional connect तभी होता है when 5 senses are in the line. The moment consumer comes, कुछ अच्छा दिखता है, अच्छा खाना मिलता है, कुछ अच्छी smell आती है, अच्छा बोलता है कोई आपके सामने, तो emotional connect हो जाता है. एक डेवलपर ने लाइटर विन में बोला था कि ये 7 पीस तो आप हैंडल कर लोगे, बाकी 3 जो हमको हैंडल करने हैं वो बोला मुझे नहीं आते. एंड ही सेड, एंड आई एक्चुअली लाफ्ड, ही सेड रियल एस्टेट में 7 पीस तो है. इन इंडिया प्रेस, पॉलिटिक्स एंड पुलिस, ये हमें 3 हैंडल करने पड़ते हैं.
Interesting.
I really love that answer of the person, but yeah, I mean, let's concentrate on 7 P's of marketing to create that emotional connect with the buyer to
I
achieve
think
the
there also you can try emotional storytelling.
Let's make it a test.
So that comes to the end. So my last question to each one of you, I would expect an answer in one sentence. So what's the next big thing in real estate from branding point of view?
I think it is to be able to cater to the micro segments is the big thing.
Micro segments.
And using technology to be able to achieve that. That's the biggest thing. The importance of branding continues, but this is the big thing.
Micro segment. Rahul.
Very difficult to answer in one, but I'll try. It's the technology and AI/ML. I mean, it'll all fall into one. This thing is going to be a big thing. It is going to be a big thing.
Great. AI, Jayesh.
I think I will say so many things which are, because obviously these are the answers which even I have, but I must say, in the regime of RERA, जो promise करते हो उतना deliver time पे कर दो. I think that is a big thing which is happening, and it should happen. If that happens, I think even a small developer making 2 building will also be a brand, and a developer making 100 building across India will also be the brand.
Yeah. Promise delivered. Yes,
I think,
Bhavik.
Vandana, I would repeat what Chaitanya said. The next big thing in branding in real estate for next 1 decade would be every brand who is saying he is a brand has to live up to his promise and the DNA of his existence across 360 degree, across every single function, across every single person to the last door mile. Because then what you will see is people, because the consumer has evolved, is looking for brands. He will start identifying who is living up to his promise, who is a fake brand, and who is actually living his DNA in every single interaction and touch points.
Customer first in real sense. Yeah. Chaitanya, last word.
कुछ छोड़ा नहीं उन्होंने, but anyways, I'll say still 2 things, maybe a repeat of that. I think building trust is the only option developers are left with, which means host of things. And second is a personalization at scale. You have to use whatever technology, we talked about micro segments, we talked about AI/ML, but we have to genuinely look at personalization at scale to the entire customer journey.
Thank you so much. What a panel, what a panel. Can we have a big round of applause for my panel, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, she actually talked about big round of applause, but मुझे big round of applause नहीं लग रहा है. और जोर से हो जाए, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful insight shared, and I'll request Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Reality Plus, to please join us over here on stage and give away the token of appreciation. एक बार Tripti के लिए please जोर से हो जाए ताली. 20 years, like I mentioned, about Reality Plus. She's certainly been a pioneer in that space. Can we have the giveaways, please? Yes, thank you. After all the giveaways are done, we are going to be doing a group photo with all of them together. Thank you so much. We'll do a nice group photo together. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward and pose for the shutters. Thank you so much. Everybody feels happy when there's a sort of like a paparazzi moment happening in front of you. So many cameras clicking you. How nice is that? Right, sir? You agree? Your smile says it all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure to hear from all of you. All right. Fascinating conversations, one after the other. Right now, it's time for another one. This is going to be a dialogue. The topic for the dialogue right now is Rise of Influencer Branding, the New Age PR. I'll repeat the topic for the dialogue right now. This is about Rise of Influencer Branding, the New Age PR. I'll be requesting them to get the chairs. I think we need to remove few chairs. थोड़े chairs हम लोग को हटाने पड़ेंगे. So I'll request you to keep 4 chairs. आप 2 please हटा दीजिए. Maybe these 4 can remain. Corner के जो 2 है वो आप हटा दीजिएगा. All right, so in the meantime, he does the arrangement of the chairs. I'll quickly repeat the topic and also introduce our honorable moderator and also our speakers in alphabetical order. And you all know the hustle. It's all about coming together once all the introductions are done. So ladies and gentlemen, to chair this session on the topic of Rise of Influencer Branding, the New Age PR, today we have with us, the pleasure of having with us today, Dr. Adil Malia, CEO of the firm. Adil ji has over 4 decades of top management corporate experience in the country and overseas, working in large, reputed, professionally managed national and multinational companies like Godrej, GE, Marks and Spencers, Coca-Cola, and SR at board levels in areas of leadership, HR, IR, and labor laws. Adil ji has experience of corporate working in areas of law, industrial relations, human resources, marketing, and OD at senior management and board levels as well. So that's all about our moderator for this session. I'll now be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, and then I'll be requesting all of them to kindly join me over here on stage together. Our first speaker for this session is Kiran Bhambani, Marketing Head, West and South Zone at Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. A seasoned professional with 12 plus years of extensive experience in the real estate sector as a marketer, storyteller, and creative chronicler, Kiran ji has made significant contributions to the industry's sales and marketing domain through innovative strategies. She has adeptly combined on-ground sales acumen with a strategic approach to brand and marketing, having spearheaded projects across major Indian cities like Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Ahmedabad, Goa, Chennai, and of course, Bengaluru. Our next speaker for the session is Megha Taure, Marketing and Strategy Head, India and South Asia, Kone Elevators. Megha ji is a global leader, strategic marketer, and digital transformer, and is now a part of Kone India and South Asia leadership team. Through 20 plus years of making and shaping local as well as global brands and businesses, she is certainly a promoter of customer experience. We also have with us today for this session Shweta Powar, founder and CEO Area Communications. Shweta ji possesses 2 decades of experience, and her areas of expertise include real estate, technology, healthcare, lifestyle, corporate, Bollywood, and of course education. With over 17 years of experience and a natural talent for creativity, Shweta ji has led successful campaigns that bring communication strategies to life. She advocates for action-driven, purpose-led communications that foster transformation and influence new behaviors and cultural dynamics. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all of you to clap loudly and appreciate the presence of our speakers for the session as I request them to kindly join me over here on stage, please. Everybody over here, our honorable moderator and our speakers, can I please request you to join me over here on stage, please. Yeah. Everybody, the stage is set, the panel is ready. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, number one, very glad to be out here, very positive about the session that we are going to have, and I'm sure that this so erudite a panel that I'm trying to moderate to discuss a very, very critical topic, which is going to be the influencing topic for the coming few years, whilst the entire world is going digital and is going in the space of social marketing. With the change that's happening, what one sees, it reminds me of this beautiful Faiz quote, which says, "Ab ranjishon se ulajhne ka banaye rakhiye hausla, kyunki badalti hawa hi karti hai chirago ka faisla." So it is no longer a situation that, the lamp is supposed to be only giving light. The first job of the lamp is to be able to survive the winds of change, because God forbid if it is not able to manage the winds of change, its ability to give light is not going to exist. And therefore, the winds of change that we are seeing in the digital space, the winds of change that we are seeing in the growing influence of marketing in the social media space, and the role of influencers, and that's exactly what we are going to discuss. Of course, don't want to spend too much of time on trying to evolve the backdrop of this subject, because we've got around 35 minutes and 3 very intelligent and erudite speakers. But I will give you a little bit of background about this subject, and I was just making some notes while sitting out here. So I would say welcome to this entire world of YouTube stars. Welcome to the game streamers world. Welcome to the world of podcasters. Welcome to the world of bloggers and engaging thought leaders on LinkedIn. Welcome to digital content creators. Welcome to internet celebrities. Welcome to OTT stars. Terminologies which until the last 10 years were not even known to the world. If you are not calibrated on one of these terms today, possibly the government of India may ask you to actually give KYC for your Aadhaar card. Because how could you be living in this space without having endorsements from any of these areas as one of the players out there? 64% of consumers in the market today are actually taking and making their choices to go or buy or take some services based on not what their families and friends are saying, but it is based on what their identified favorite influencers are recommending. Ask your daughter or ask your son, if you're going to a hotel to stay for a holiday, whether he would want to ask his neighbor or would want to go on social media and find out as to what are the ratings given by some of the favorite people who are the drivers of influence on the choices she makes there. And that's where it is. So 64% of consumers are actually making their choices on the basis of that. The world is collectively spending 11.5 billion hours a day. Shocking. 11.5 billion hours per day on social media, which means that on an average, 63% of the population which is using social media is on an average spending something like 2.5 hours on social media. And that's the kind of growing influence social media is going to have, whilst the print media and all coexist at a given point of time. We have seen the impact of this Open Times of India newspaper, and for the first 4 pages there are no news at all. There's only advertising, because they're still thriving on the old world advertising, but the changing world is going to make those kind of things. So it is with this kind of a backdrop that we are going to be talking. And we have 3 very, very intelligent, erudite speakers with us who are exponentially involved in using this kind of influencer brands in their products. They all come from different spaces. Unfortunately, one of our panelists who was involved with us at some point of time could not make it today because she's unwell. So Pooja is not going to be with us today. So that's good news and bad news. Bad news, she can't make it and you won't have that experience. Good news is that the ladies will have a little more time to be able to elaborate their points than the goldfish kind of answers we were expecting within the short span of time. So that's what actually I'm going to be doing. I've got some rough questions only, which are only an indicator of what we are going to be discussing. And I'm going to be asking these questions. So let me begin with you, Kiran, by asking this question. When you say influencer brand, and I think this is a general confusion, because people in the space of marketing are actually confused between, is it an old wine in a new bottle? Haven't we all heard of celebrity endorsers? Haven't we known of celebrities endorsing brands for the longest period of time. One of the experiences I had is I'd worked with Coca-Cola for 14 years, and I know in the history that in 1900, Coca-Cola used a celebrity endorser who was an opera dancer. Now the question is, how is it different? Is it something very different? Or is it the same thing, just tons of wordsmithery around it, and we call it influencer branding?
Thank you, Adil, for the question. I think these two are very, very different. Because celebrity endorsements were actually based on the value of aspirations. Because people used to buy products knowing that ठीक है ये celebrity use कर रहा है ना तो बहुत अच्छा होगा मुझे भी use करना चाहिए. But here when we come to influencers, they're actually branding products that they're using. There's a community value that comes in there where they're building communities together, and there are a lot of niches that are created where somebody's a fashion influencer, somebody's a beauty influencer, somebody's a gaming influencer today. They're actually very, very well versed with the topic that they're speaking about, and hence more connective with the audience. It's more like peers talking to you rather than somebody guiding you to do what to do. So that's kind of more connective to the audience.
So where is the influencer part of it? It is only still aspirational. So if you see a film star saying, I stay in building XXX at Worli Seaface, then the world is expected to say, okay, fine, if he's staying, I should aspire to do that. So is it just pure aspirational brand positioning, or is it something more as an influencer?
As an influencer, you're actually maybe using the product. So you have makeup influencers, for example, who are actually trying different shades of lipstick, showing you how they're looking on them, and then asking you to try. They're actually, because it's not necessary that they're actually working for a brand once, so they're building communities that are very naturally evolving over a period of time, and then slowly taking on brand endorsements that they believe in, rather than really, having a superficial endorsement saying, okay, fine, drink Coca-Cola, but I'm not drinking it because I care about my diet. That kind of
In fact, we had a very horrible experience that, we had identified a few celebrities, and one of the celebrity, whilst being paid for the product, was drinking Coca-Cola, and in a cricket match, we saw, the photographers picked him up drinking Pepsi, and then the whole havoc happened. That are these celebrities actually supposed to be walking and talking the brand values after the period of endorsement is over, or is it that, you just advertise for it and it's over? So how do you handle such a situation?
What's also very different in this case is that the celebrity is actually talking, that's what I'm saying. The celebrity is actually on a diet, but is also saying, "Arey, main Pepsi peeta hu." So that's the difference. Yeah. But yes.
Just first of all, thank you Reality Plus for making me part of this platform. Happy to be part of a women-dominated panel, Adil.
That's good.
Yeah. So just to add to what Kiran has said, it is all about credibility, okay? As you rightly said, a Pepsi's and celebrities endorsing a cola and then spotted having Pepsi, okay? Now in this case, you have to see if the agreement of the celebrity is still there with an X brand, or is it kind of over? Or is it that the kind of communication or the whole kind of, the celebrities' promotions have changed completely? Like, as she rightly put in, has he become a fitness freak? So then obviously he does not endorse a cola or a Pepsi, then he just goes to some kind of a health drink. So it is all kind of, ensuring that what the celebrity is also doing at that particular time. But obviously if the celebrity is in the contract, then that's something definitely which is violating the contract of the brand.
And you are so right, because what is critical is that suppose the celebrity at some point of time starts behaving in some way which is not aligned to your brand values, then what do you do? Because some of them enter into some kind of gossips and things like that. At some point of time you may say, I don't want my brand to be endorsed. So what do you do with an influencer? Does the same rule stand for an influencer as well?
So what I have noticed is when it comes to influencers, now there are two types of influencers. One which is all about views, and one which is about content and news, okay? Ideally, when a brand is looking for an influencer, it's very important aspect to understand what's the credibility of that influencer, So if it's a health brand, obviously the credibility is something which stands as the primary aspect of the influencer and needs to be considered. Now, how does this credibility get built? It's obviously because of the content, the strategizing of the content that the influencer is conceptualizing. So that is something which is very important when you're looking at a credibility of an influencer to be associated with a brand. If at all, as a professional, you had to ask me whether I will go for views or whether I will go for content, I will go for the content and the packaging and the credibility. So I don't feel everything is about news at all.
Before I come to you, Medha, I thought that because the whole exercise is about, sharing the learning experiences and things like that, I think we should define what an influencer is in the social media context, because it has a very different contextual reference. So social media definition of an influencer is that he is a hyper expert in any particular domain or a segment of business with a very high following on social media. So number one is he has to have a reference as a hyper expert. He has to have a very large social media following, and he should be able to blog, write, or do whatever he does as his tool to be able to influence his followers, to be able to position your brand in that space and influence the follower to buy your product or your idea or your philosophy, which you are then pushing. So there are 3 or 4 elements which are much beyond the general use of influencer in lay language. So Medha, what do you feel? How do you develop oneself as an influencer? Because one is the brand using influencer. The second is if people are aspiring to become influencers, because tons of young children, if you meet, you say, what are you doing? I want to become an influencer. So how does one become an influencer?
Okay, hello everybody. First and foremost, I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the conversation that's been going on for the last 5 minutes. So my view on influencer marketing, it's not really black and white. There are a lot of grays in that, right? Your Bollywood cricket celebrities, are they influencers? Are they better influencers than your digital content creators? Are they better influencers? Your micro influencers are better. I think there are too many varied levels of influencers in today's ecosystem.
Sure.
But I think fundamentally, as a marketer, what is most important is that, where do you see any of this fit in your core strategy? I think that's the most important thing. Strategically, what it is that your objective is, and therefore, what is the influencer that you need to collaborate with? I think that's most important. Unfortunately, we all know without naming in the last few weeks what's been happening, but unfortunately in the age where everybody has a mobile phone and everybody can shoot and create reels out of it, I think brands have to be very, very careful in terms of what they do and what they wouldn't do. I saw a very interesting reel in the last, I think a couple of weeks back on Alia Bhatt at one of her talk shows, maybe on Karan Johar or some talk show, saying that how eating sugar is bad and how she stays away from sugar and so on and so forth. And an interesting reel on after that going viral, showing her endorsing for Perk, endorsing for all kind of sweeteners. So I think that's very, very important in the digital age and the social media age. It's very important for brands to drive strategic partnerships with collaborators. So that's most important. That's one. The other thing is, I personally, having done influencer marketing in a B2C business and now in a B2B business, I think quantity over quality, I think, has always been most important for me. Because today, I think followers should not be the benchmark or the yardstick for choosing the right influencer, because we all know here that it's very easy to buy followers, right? So I think it's very, very important for me. I always tell my team that it's important to understand the quality of engagement that influencer is driving. So that's most important. So therefore, from my angle, Adil, coming back to you in terms of, and I know, in Coca-Cola, erstwhile, and of course, I wouldn't say right or wrong about it, the category probably demands that, but it's always been on the back of celebrity influencers, right? Whether it was Coke or it was Pepsi, it's always been about Bollywood influencers. But maybe for a category like that, what those influencers essentially do is more than endorsing the brand, it's also about recall. Because for a category like that, being top of mind is most important, right? To be able to drive any kind of consumption. So I think business to business, what is your core strategy and how your influencer therefore fits into that strategy, and therefore the choice of influencer and the choice of platform is very important. Coming back to your specific questions, therefore, what is important if you're aspiring to be an influencer, I think to understand the subject well, to be a subject expert matter, and to genuinely be a consumer of that product is most important to be a successful influencer. Because today, the consumers seek authenticity more than anything else. And especially the Gen Zs and the millennials who are actually, the next customers or consumers, for them, everything that matters is about authenticity. So I think it's most important for any aspiring influencer or for marketeers and companies when they're looking at any kind of collaborations to understand how much of authenticity is that influencer also, and it's really agnostic to whether he's a Bollywood celebrity or he's a cricketer or he may be a content creator, for all you know. So I think quality of engagement over followers and what organically fits into your brand strategy is most important.
So Kiran, the question for you is that are there agencies available which help you to identify influencers? Or is it that the marketing head and the marketing organization is constantly on social media trying to see who are the people, who are the influencers, who fit in well with the brand value proposition? How does the search begin?
It's actually both ways, because we also approach agencies because they know the approximate cost, because the first thing that we would do is share a budget with them and they would know what influencers fit in that budget. That's one. And secondly, also we're of course always on Instagram and scouting, and we know what competition is using, what kind of influencers are getting used there. That, and also in case you do not want to go with very industry specific influencers and want to go with general influencers, that's also something the agency can support you with.
So are the scripts written for them? That do you tie up with the identified influencer and tell him, look, we want you to do the influencer role for our brand, therefore now we want you to change the style of your writing, or maybe your script needs to be writing these more because because that fits in well with my brand value proposition. How do you do it?
So we at Tata Realty have a very interactive brief kind of a model where we build the script together, because it's also important for you to bring about what the influencer originally stands for in terms of their tone of language or the words that they use or their approach to it. So it's kind of a strong, partnership between both, because it's important for them to also understand our brand values to be able to translate that into the script. So it's a kind of a joint effort, I would say.
And Shweta, now that the world of influencer is becoming a very well recognized, is it a paying world? Do influencers really get paid? And what are the kind of payments they get?
So now again, there are various categories of influencers that you look at. You start with your mega, then again you have your macro, micro and nano. So if you go at your nano, it starts anywhere from like 20,000K, but if you go to your mega, it per post, per story goes to around 15 lakh to 20 lakh. And again, if you go for a celebrity, like if you go for a Virat Kohli or a Rohit Sharma, where you want to buy the digital rights, then the game is in crores, where they have to just, it can be a self-shot video that they will do for the brand.
So suppose if you were to go to a business management school and the students were to ask you this question, I aspire to be an influencer, what should I be doing? What would you tell them?
See, what I feel today, when you want to become an influencer, it is important to have engagement. And engagement is something that you can't buy it. You have to build it over a period of time. For the simple fact, Rome was not built in a day. So, an influencer can't just get viral. You can have influencers who are dancing around the trees, but I don't think that would really make sense to any brand, So if you have to become an influencer, it's very important you understand what is your niche you want to create, okay? You have to ensure that your content conceptualization is to another level altogether that is very engaging, and you have to track your progress in terms of how the content is getting seen at every specific space. And lastly, I feel if it is any influencer or creator, I strongly feel they should not compromise on any kind of, bypassing norms or violating any kinds of norms, guidelines, and protocols. Because most of the times I've seen where, there is a product which they are doing for the social media, obviously because they're getting paid. But then, do you believe in the credibility of the product? That is something which is extremely important. So I'll give you two references here, there's holistic lifestyle nutritionist Luke Coutinho, okay? He will not endorse any product unless and until he is 100% sure that it is compliant. He has his team who goes through the product, tests it, and that's when he decides if he wants to go ahead with the product. So I feel these kind of things, the responsible communication and messaging has to be
Authenticity and credibility continues to be there.
Yes, which probably I see sometimes which is missing because it's a whole universe. Everyone today, I feel, when you look at just the students who have passed college, they feel it's a very easy job. But influencer is not an easy job. It's a very responsible communication that has to go across.
So Mehta, this is a very, very subtle game you got to play. Because if the world knows that someone is actually an influencer and is trying to influence the opinion of his followers to be tying in with a brand that he's just trying to sell and everyone knows there's money inside. So how do you play this subtle game where the influencer is aware that he is supposed to influence, but the followers are not supposed to be really knowing that he is influencing the brand choice?
Yeah, so to answer your earlier question, I think how much money they make, I think they're the next genre of millionaires. They really make shitloads of money. It's a complete business now. Really envious at that. Sometimes I wonder that why did I spend 20 years doing what I did.
Just to add to her, by 2026, the influencer market is going to be like INR 3,375 crore. So that's the boom that the market is going to see.
I just read a figure, I don't know whether yours is right or mine is, that it is going to be a $26 billion market.
Yes.
Yeah. The influencer brand market worldwide is going to be a $26 billion market. So you can imagine the size that's going to be.
It can be a career choice for our children, really, if they do it right. They'll make a whole lot of money.
Do you want to redo your career again and become an influencer?
Don't mind. But no, to answer your question in terms of, what the influencer does and therefore what is the takeaway for people who are watching.
Manage the
balance.
tightrope walk?
Yeah. So I think there are various ways in which you do it, right? When it comes to the likes of maybe SRK or Virat, where, it's another league, where there is a certain stature of influence that they have. But that's more in terms of either you're trying to kind of, as a brand, reach out, you need to have that mass reach, and you're trying to want to do that in a quicker time, then that's probably the choice for you, right? If you're looking for somebody who's, who wants to kind of build credibility for your brand, who wants to cement the reputation, who wants to further reinforce or strengthen, the credibility or reputation of your brand, then you choose a kind of an expert who's probably a subject matter expert in that. Like in our case, I would say, so we sell elevators and escalators, right? It's a very, very technical product. So if I have to choose an influencer, depending on what I want to do, if I want to make Kone, say, a top-of-mind household brand, where if I ask anybody on the streets, are you aware of Kone elevators? And he say, humko pata hai Kone kya hai? Then I would probably, my choice of influencer would be very different, right? But if I want to kind of build or cement the credibility or the reputation and the trust that my brand has to offer, then I would probably look at, urban planners. I would probably look at architects. I would probably look at technical consultants.
So can I put you to the spot for a minute?
Yeah.
Suppose, and I'm making a hypothesis on this, you are with Kone, and suppose a Kone elevator had a fall, and 2 people died, and there is huge market backlash on your brand, and you are in the social media one of the most hated person. How are you going to identify, or who would you identify as influencers to change the market positioning and perception on social media?
Okay, so thankfully that has never happened and will never happen.
Touch
But
wood. Let's hope it doesn't happen.
But I think if hypothetically speaking, if any of that was to happen with any elevator brand, I think the most important thing is for the brand to take accountability and responsibility for that and influence that conversation in a different, in a way that it kind of builds the trust back, right? So that is one thing that we would stay away from any influencers to begin with as a first step of mitigating that. Secondly, over a period of time when you have mitigated a situation like that, then you would probably, the best bet would be your own customers, who, your customers who've you've served over the years, your repeat customers who have trust with you. So they are probably the next bet. And also in a business like ours, or any B2B business for that matter, where audiences are very niche, where businesses is repeat, I think your customers are your biggest influencers, your biggest advocates. At Kone, we always believe that customer references are paramount. So for us, we always focus on that. I don't know how many of you all follow us on LinkedIn, but a lot of our content is about the projects that we, that we collaborate with. Whether it's the Merdeka 118 at Kuala Lumpur, which is the second largest, tallest building in the world, whether it's any new project that's coming up in UAE, whether it's the world's largest passenger elevator, which we built at the Nita Mukesh Ambani Cultural Center. So it's always about customer references, because I believe they are your biggest advocates, and that's your biggest influence that you can have for a business like us. Of course, for a business, maybe in the category, which is a fast-moving category, the game is completely different. So I think it's very important to understand what you want to do, what are you using that influencer for. That is most critical. And the other thing which I wanted to reflect on is, I think the core idea is very important to drive any kind of engagement. Whether it's a Bollywood celebrity, whether it's a small content creator, anybody, I think the core idea for the brand is most important. And some of the ideas that have stayed with me, one that I would like to share, and this was, I think, even much before the influencer marketing really exploded. I think Sony Handycam had done an interesting influencer activity with a Nat Geo photographer way back. I think I'm talking about 15 years back, where they just gave a Handycam, when they launched a new Handycam, they gave it to a Nat Geo photographer, one of the biggest one at that point in time, and they said, okay, now you go for the next 2 months, and you record your experience with the Handycam, right? And that was the biggest content, and that's the biggest influencing, any kind of influence that a brand can have. So I think it's also important to understand and have an idea which is cemented and rooted in what your brand is all about, and something that when anybody, the audience, looks at it, there is a certain level of authenticity and relevancy, and they just connect with that content. So I think that's most important.
So Shweta, the question for you is that you are a communications expert and you manage many companies and their communications from social media perspective. Have you handled the entire strategy of managing an adverse situation which your client may have been facing, and you have used an influencer to be able to change the perception?
So fortunately, there has not been any major adverse situation till
Correct.
now.
Good.
Okay. But what I will again here like to say is, it's very important that in case if there is an adverse situation, I feel, let me just take you back 10 years back, okay? There were influencers, so that was 1.0, where influencers were the voices, okay? 2.0 is where influencers became the brand ambassadors. And now what is 3.0? It is transitioning. Your CEOs are your new brand ambassadors. If you take the example of Sugar Cosmetics, if you take the example of Baby Chakra and all, where CEOs have come forward. So they are living in the brand day in and day out. So who more credibility than the company CEO? So if at all there has to be an adverse situation, in my case, I would rather go for my company CEO, who comes out and endorses the product because they are responsible. Because I feel somewhere that is responsible messaging. That's somewhere how I will handle the situation, because today I feel the influencer marketing is here to stay. It's not going away. And I just feel the growth is so strong, in the coming years, So we have to understand and basically apply very smartly on how we have to use it in particular situations. Like,
I would just want to add to that. I think if I remember correctly, when Cadbury's went through that huge, I think to be able to kind of, obviously after certain level of that whole controversy having died down, I think they did this whole campaign with Mr. Bachchan, in terms of trying to reverse the conversation or shift the narrative. So yes, there have been examples of that,
In fact,
of course.
we also had used it, when Coca-Cola faced the pesticide issue. Yes. We had roped in, Amir Khan to be able to do the conversion at that point of time. And he did it successfully. So Kiran, tell us your story. Tell us a positive story now, no longer into the morbid space of adversities and things. Tell us a positive story, how organization as reputed as the Tatas have used influencers. Actually, is it right to use influencers? Because indirectly you are trying to tacitly influence people differently than how they would have perceived your brand. So is it ethical to use influencers without market's knowledge that you are using an influencer, or is it valid?
So the way we at Tata use influencers is more to show the product rather than influence people. So it's more they going through the product, and it's more like a product evangelist that we are using influencers today as compared to somebody saying, you know what, I have lived in this house, come and live, because it's not authentic. I would have somebody, take them through the product, tell them about the amenities, and then just say, you know what, come have a look at it. Because like we were also discussing, and Medha also touched upon it, that our customers are our influencers. So we have a lot of customer user-generated content through customers that we create to influence people rather than go through, Instagram influencers also.
Sorry.
Yeah. So just to add to what she's saying, now there have been so many influencers. So where you look at your celebrities also, there is some kind of an insecurity because the influencer market is growing stronger. And obviously, commercially, sometimes I feel for certain brands, influencers are more viable than having a celebrity on board. So strongly what I feel when you look at certain markets, certain geographies, it's no longer that today you need a Kapoor or a Khan to endorse your product. If you select the right kind of influencer who is engaging your audience in a right format, obviously you have nailed it right.
Imagine Alia Bhatt endorsing a Harvard education program for senior management, something like that. You would be in trouble. Good. So is there anything, last word, because we got around 3 minutes, so in case you want to spend 1 minute each trying to tell one critical driving point to influencer marketing and the role it's going to become.
Sure. If I may start, I think it's very important to have an influencer who connects with the target audience that you have. Today, if I'm selling a home worth 8 crore rupees, it is important for me to target an influencer who's actually arrived in life. That is why I said customers are my best influencers, because there's no influencer on Instagram so far who will be able to cater to my audience who is between an age of 50 or 45 to 60. So it's very important for you to also segment your audience. I would go ahead with a younger influencer if I want to sell a product of 2 to 3 crores, looking at that individual actually maturing to a stage of buying a house after, say, 5 years or so, and that's the audience that's available on Instagram today. So yes, that's my closing comment on influence marketing.
Super. Medha?
So my closing comment would be know your brand strategy, understand what is your core goal, choose the influencer according to that, choose a platform according to that, choose a format of content that you want to put, and just have a stellar idea in place. I think it all starts with having an idea, and then how you eventually evolve that to the choice of influencer, platform, and content.
So it would be definitely, as she said, you have to identify your target audience, which is very important. Do not ignore the regional, the local market, because that's going to get stronger and stronger in the coming decade, because your local influencers are again going to be the local trendsetters, and that's a big game again, So I feel, and one more thing, most importantly, on how your brand building can be basically diversified through podcasts, because India globally is going to be the third largest podcast market in the coming years, like, you know. So how you have to use that very smartly is what I'll want to sum up with.
I would just want to add to that, Adil. I think, you know, in the next few years, you know, the Gen Zs are going to be the ones who are going to drive what choice of influencer a brand is going to use. I don't think it is going to really be a brand's or a brand's decision to be able to do that, because they are, you know, that assumption that they do is to the next level, you know. Their choice of who they want to follow, who they don't want to follow, what kind they want to content. So I think they are the ones who are going to eventually define. But even if they do, I think from a brand perspective, it's important to understand what's right for your brand.
Sure. So we come to 13 seconds to our session remaining before we throw the questions to you. That's the way the influencing market has been. The word influencer years ago was actually used for philosophers who had the ability, with their ideas and theosophies, to be able to influence social changes in the cultural world. That's how it began. Then years later, and I'm told even before that, the concept of influencing actually came from the celestial movement of stars and their ability to influence by their placement and movements actually life on earth, and therefore it was called influencing at that point of time, to the time in social media where we are saying that there are positive people who are super intelligent, who are subject matter experts, who have huge amount of following on the social media, whose opinions matter to the audience, such that they could influence choices of people, and that's what influencing has come to. So with this, we bring this session to an end. Hope it was an interesting learning experience for you, as we throw it open now to you to ask questions. That's where the signal tells me time's up. Please.
Yeah, my question is for Medha. For a commercial elevator brand, what kind of influencers?
What kind of influencers do you use?
Yeah. I mean, it's such a technical product. Architects fall short of talking about that product.
Yeah, so I think I'll tell you what we do, okay, and I'll come to your question as well. But I think for a product like ours, you know, I mean, our biggest core primary customer is developers, right, or infrastructure developers. That's really what our core audience is. So for that customer, the biggest customer, and the way the Indian real estate, you know, developers or builder ecosystem is, there my biggest influencer is my customer. So that really is my, so it's a very, you know, it's a very subtle influence that you do. So the best thing that you can do for something like that is that you give the best experience every time you're selling an elevator for every project that you do for that developer. So that's really your biggest thing that you do. The second thing is what we call is the influencing audience, or, you know, there are, so for us the way we've defined our customer segmentation is that you have your customer who's really buying your product, which is your developer. You have your architect who influences. Then you have a lot of gatekeepers who are there. I know, I mean, it could be procurement, it could be finance, it could be project managers. So each one of them has an influence on the purchase decision. So how do you therefore create content or create any kind of, you know, engagement with each one of this audience in a context of how they are going to influence the purchase is how we look at it. So what we do interestingly is that something called moments that matter to every customer segment or every customer cohort that we are looking at. And then how do we create content which goes as a brand to them content? Then how do we need to kind of rope in any kind of external influencers to be able to do that? So that's essentially how we look at it. But yes, having said that, I know even for a commercial elevator, you can also do interesting things. And you can also have very interesting ideas, and to be able to rope in, you know, digital content creators, or for that matter, even celebrity endorsers, depending on what the kind of conversation that you want to have. Like for today, going forward, if I want to have a conversation about safety, which is agnostic to a developer who's buying your elevator, but also for people like us who are using our elevators, I would probably look at an influencer who has who can lend that voice with a lot of credibility and who has that appeal and reach to consumers. So it's
I think it's a matter of what kind of narrative you want to
absolutely what kind of
position
narrative you
yourself.
want to build and to whom.
Good. Any other question? Yes, please. I
Just
think
no-
those who have been moderating sessions cannot ask questions, right?
So let me not ask a question, but let me make a comment. You talked about very interesting thing of Alia, right? And saying that
No,
she should
it
not
was
be.
just
I know.
humorous, sorry.
So I'm just adding to the humor. Well, she could still be their brand ambassador with saying, "Don't be Alia." Right?
But
could
that
still
she
do
won't
that.
say.
Hashtag don't be Alia.
That she won't say.
By the way, she's the only one who'll go ahead and say it with a lot of pride. She did that little thing with AIB, authenticity of conversations.
Correct.
A lot of them are actually jumping as influencers now and saying we are authentic, we are who we are. And therefore,
Okay.
yeah.
Good, good.
just
No,
saying.
great point. Thank you so much. Any other? Yeah, please.
Hi, I think lovely panel session. Thank you for this. I think my question's for Kiran. You mentioned a very interesting point, which is, you have your homes which are, 8 crores upwards. And of course, then your marketing for them is very different, right? And in the world of real estate, influencer marketing, the likes that we've seen of, the Aaj Aao Dikha Dunga, or Ravi Keval Ramani kind of walking through the apartment. At best, I think you do an apartment walkthrough and you're done with that. But my question to you is, if you did have your 8 crore marketing and you did have, if you had to kind of, bring in an influencer, I'm sure you've done a lot of campaigns too. Could you tell us, how, because I'm sure that's obviously, like you said, they're not on Instagram, and of course they're a very different cohort. How would you approach it, or what's the kind of idea that you would look at for that segment, or, kind of doing something different in the world of real estate influencer in that sense?
Sure. So the two things that you mentioned were a walkthrough of the project. And we've done that before. We've done that with some of our projects where we brought in people, gone through the project, just spoke about the amenities and said, why don't you come and see it? And that's how we've kind of looked at that content getting generated. We've done a very interesting campaign at Tata Realty called Celebrate Life, for example, where we've gone ahead and approached homemakers and spoken about what is the best moment on Diwali that they're celebrating in their home. And we've kind of built user-generated content through different homemakers, posting videos, etc. So that has also helped us because that gains a lot of traction. It kind of goes through and a whole, loop of all their friends, etc. They're actually very proud to share what they're doing at home. So these are the kind of influencers, small influencers that now we are creating, generating their own content and telling us how they're enjoying their home or celebrating life with things at their home, and then, tagging Tata Realty, saying hashtag celebrate life with Tata Realty. And this is done with our customers as well, and hence translating to, we're using your home, we're enjoying it. Here are we telling you to come to a Tata Realty home because of so-and-so reasons. So these are the two ways in which we are using influencers as well. Yes, very, very authentic. And not, it's very, very important that way because you can't have in a home, which is very important to individuals, very important to have authentic content.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to an end. The time's up is blaring up again and again. So thank you very much for the time you spent with us. Hope there were some learning moments in between. And I thank you for adding value to what we were discussing. Thank you, ladies, for giving such very intelligent answers. If asking questions was a mode to learn, then I'm going back richest with having learned a lot from the answers you have given. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
and it
Adam.
was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause, please, requesting for all of them. I'll request all of you to please be on stage. I'll request Manish Porwal sir to please kindly join us over here on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all of them over here, please. Give it up once again for Manish sir, please. He was also earlier moderating a session, been kind enough to be with us over here. You will do a group photograph with all of you, please. If I may request all of you to please kindly come forward. Thank you so much. Can I have all of you clapping and appreciating loudly for this very interesting and, of course, the final discussion for the day? Thank you so much for your encouragement and kind words and kind gestures. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving forward with the awards, something that you all have been waiting for quite a long time. I'll request you to please, brother, kindly clear the stage, if possible. And, all of you over here, can I request all of you to clap loudly for our hotel staff member as well? Dopair se they have been working very hard to, kind of get the chairs and tables all, put together. So I think they deserve recognition as well. So thank you so much. On that note, I believe we are slowly and steadily getting ready for the awards right now. We have one session, but we are integrating that in the awards ceremony. With that, we officially come to an end of the Conclave, which is the Reality Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave 2025. But ladies and gentlemen, please be with us over here. We are beginning with the awards right away, right now, without any break. So I'll request all of you to please kindly be seated so that we can move forward and begin with the awards. And let's have some help for you as well. Brother, please thoda help kar dijiye inko with the chairs. I'll request all of you, our lovely guests over here, to please be seated. We're all set to begin with the awards right now. So I'll request all of you to please be seated. Everybody outside, I'll request all of you to please kindly come in. The Reality Plus team, if I may request all of you to please kindly get our guests inside so that we can begin with the awards on a full-fledged audience. I'll request the Reality Plus team if we can please have everybody inside and seated. We want to start the awards with a full house. So if I can request all of you to please be inside. Sajna and the entire team of Reality Plus, if I may request all of you to please kindly help, get people in together so that we can move forward with the awards right away with a full house crowd. We want a full house when we begin. So, of course, we're waiting for more people to join us over here. If I may request the team of Reality Plus to please kindly get people inside. And in the meantime, I'll request my console friends to please kindly play the Reality Plus AV till the time we start the event, or maybe any AV, so to say.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for people to settle down. We're all set to begin right now in the next 5 minutes. I request all of your cooperation over here. Request all of you to please kindly settle down. So we're all set to begin in the next 5 minutes with the awards, but in the meantime, a lot of you over here, you've already been here during the conclave, and the Reality Plus team, they want to kind of note down on certain feedbacks from the opinions that's been shared in all the panel discussions. So please, all of you stalwarts over here, feel free to share your opinion. If anybody wants to share anything regarding their greatest takeaway from this conclave, we would be very happy to hear them out. So does anybody want to share their opinion and point? We're all noting that. The Reality Plus team is noting that. And they want to take that feedback and ensure that they make the next one an even better experience for all of you over here. Does anyone over here want to share some insights in terms of their takeaways? I believe, ma'am, you've been here since morning. And I'm just recollecting people who have been there since morning, right? What's your greatest takeaway from the event today? The conclave.
Everyone spoke really well. Everything was so relevant for the real estate ecosystem, especially the tech, which is the future. I've heard a lot happening there. And yeah, wonderful insights. Keep doing. All the best to you.
Fantastic. And there was some interesting conversations about AI as well. Did anybody see that presentation by Mr. Govind Rai over here? You saw? Huh? The interesting presentation and demonstration. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's there, of course. And I know there's a lot of excitement regarding the awards, and I believe this is the inaugural, IP of Reality Plus when it comes to the India Brand Leadership Awards for this year. So I'm sure it's going to be all the way more exciting and engaging, which is going to be really, really fascinating. We're all set right now. We have a real talk planned, which has Sapna Srivastav, the editor of Reality Plus, moderating that session, but we will be incorporating that somewhere in the middle of the awards. It's going to be a great experience indeed, and I'm just kindly waiting for more people to come in and join us, and so that we can get going officially with the awards. And I already see a full house turning up over here slowly and steadily in large numbers. Slow and steady is what wins the race at the end of the day. I see more and more people coming up. You know, another thing that I was asked, and I really want to know, your opinion on this, because this as a word is something that is very critical for everyone. And irrespective of which industry you are functioning, it can be real estate, it can be any other, which is leadership, right? We're talking about brands since morning. But we also want to talk about leadership. You know, leadership is sacrosanct irrespective of whatever industry you're a part of, right? I quickly want to come to the audience. They're also, the cameras are also on you. They want to get some opinion and pointers on what the word leadership means to you at a corporate level. So let me pick and choose. I have the liberty to pick and choose whoever I want to, and I'm going to be making complete use of that. And first of all, maybe I would love to come to ma'am. What's your opinion and what is your understanding of the word leadership in the corporate space? Because different people have different perceptions, right? What, according to you, is the ideal leadership in the corporate space?
Same as a brand, whatever you say, stick to that and stand by that.
Short, crisp and easy, right? Kya baat hai? What? You want to take one more opinion, I believe? Yeah? Because it's important that we kind of take and count. Huh? Sir, you have been very kind right from the afternoon, and you've been very sweet. Thank you so much. We want to hear your perspective. आपके हिसाब से leadership का क्या महत्व है corporate space में?
So there are leaders and there are managers. So leaders will typically show the path, walk the path, and also be the example and be there for the people when they need.
I think very well pointed out. I think we're talking typically about there's a difference between being a leader and being a boss. We don't want to be bossy. We want to be leaders. We want to lead by example. All right. Very, very happy to see a full house over here turning up. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very happy to get going with the awards right now over here. I seek your presence and cooperation over here for this very interesting award show. And this is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, and I officially welcome you all to a spectacular evening of the very, very, very first India Brand Leadership Awards 2025, an initiative by Reality Plus. Zor se taali ho jaye, please, for Reality Plus, the entire team. You know, ये था पहला ताली because of the first initiative. एक और बार दूसरे बार मैं आप लोगों को बोलूंगा ताली बजाने. The reason being, they're in their 20th year, 20 successful years of Reality Plus, truly leading from the front and setting trends like never before. Ladies and gentlemen, the India Brand Leadership Awards is going to be an exclusive platform honoring the brands and reshaping the Indian real estate sector. Tonight, we celebrate innovation, leadership, and the strategic vision driving our industry moving forward. So let's get ready for some loud cheering and clapping for all the brand leaders of this very wonderful country. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that this celebration reaches an even wider audience, we are currently live streaming this event on the Reality Plus website, which is www.rprealityplus.com, as well as on Reality Plus's LinkedIn and Facebook pages as well. Please do tag us on social media. Like I all believe, we're all netizens. That is that one common aspect that brings all of us together. We're always on social media, so we would love to see your tweets, stories, and everything that comes together to put this platform together. So thank you so much. The social media handles are at the rate RP Reality Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Reality on Instagram. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, you all know everything about Reality Plus, बट जो ऑलरेडी पता है उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा और इंफॉर्मेशन हम लोग ला रहे हैं आपके लिए विद अ वेरी स्पेशल AV. कैन आई प्लीज हैव द Realty Plus AV फॉर ऑल आवर वंडरफुल गेस्ट्स ओवर हियर.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, what they follow in real life is what is shown over there. We lead the way. They truly lead the way in the true sense of the term. A huge shout out once again for Tripti Keria, Sapna Srivastav, the entire team of Realty Plus. And of course, for more details and anything regarding Realty Plus, you can get in touch with Tripti Keria. Very kind lady sitting right over here in front of all of us, publisher and business head of Realty Plus. You know, it's important that we thank our partners from the bottom of our hearts, because without their support, any event is not really possible. So I would like to take out a moment to thank our partners for the day. Business media partner, BW, Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and of course, organized by the wonderful team of Realty Plus. You know, I believe any Realty Plus, E4M, BW Business World event cannot really kickstart on a positive note without, hearing from the man himself. Of course, like we all can realize, he's not physically present with us, but then this is the digital world. So of course, video messages do help. So we have a special video message from the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, sir. Can we please play that video message? And can I have all of you clap loudly for Dr. Batra, sir, as well? He's been very kind enough to send a special message all the way from his home for all of us over here. Can we please play the message?
Welcome to this Realty Plus Conclave called the India Brand Leadership Summit and Awards. This is a pioneering initiative by Tripti Kedia, Sapna Srivastav and the Realty Plus team. Realty Plus's first initiative that recognizes brand building, communication, advertising, and brand leadership in the real estate domain. When you build icons, you build brands. When you build buildings, you build brands. When you build residential spaces, you build brands. When you build commercial office spaces of a certain kind, you build brands. In real estate, the product you deliver is the brand. The kind of people you employ is the brand. The communication that you put out is the brand. But a lot of it has to do with the product and consistent delivery of the product. So today at the Realty Plus Brand Leadership Summit and Awards, we celebrate people who are helping build real estate businesses and brands, who help the complete ecosystem of real estate to build meaningful connections with real estate consumers, real estate buyers. As I said, this is the first initiative of the Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Summit and Awards. The awards in the evening recognizes various stakeholders that have really come together to build meaningful experiences for residential ecosystem, for commercial ecosystem, for this real estate ecosystem. So I wish all the stakeholders success in 2025, and I'm sure when you see the winners, you will see that Realty Plus has chosen the best of the best to award, and these could be role models for others to follow. So congratulations to all the winners. All the best. God bless you.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Dr. Batra, please. Media mogul and of course a visionary in the real sense of the term. And talking about real, I believe you all got the hint. There is a real talk happening right now. When I say real, I mean inspiring, I mean motivation, I mean determination, I mean discipline, I mean so many nice adjectives coming together. We have a special real talk session right now. The guest for the day is a legend in the true sense of the term. I'll be talking about his wonderful body of work, of course, the legacy that he has created. I can't really sum it up in a paragraph, but then I'll try my best to do that. He brings over 19 years of experience in the real estate sector, of which approximately 7.5 years has been at Godrej Properties. As the MD and CEO of Godrej Properties, he has led the company to become India's largest residential platform. Under his leadership, the market capitalization of Godrej Properties has risen from 29,000 crores on 31st March 2023 to more than 80,000 crores in June 2024. In addition to that, he is the co-chair of the Urban Development and Real Estate Committee of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege to have with him, have him with us over here. Thank you so much for your time. I'm talking about the one and only Gaurav Pandeyji, MD and CEO of Godrej Properties Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Gauravji. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. Honor and pleasure. And to take this conversation forward, we have somebody very interesting, whole pool of knowledge. That's what I like to call her. She's an architect by qualification, and after an active architectural practice of more than a decade, she forayed in the field of journalism in the year 2006. Her work has been published in some of the major national newspapers, and she has also been a regular guest expert for real estate shows. I don't have to say anything more. We have Sapna Srivastav, one of the most popular personalities of Realty Plus. Please, zor se bajaiye taali for Sapna Srivastav, one of the pioneers behind putting this initiative together. And thank you so much. Like always, looking forward to hearing from you.
I am just Gaurav, no Gaurav ji and all that.
Thanks for making that clear, because I was thinking how to address you.
Call me Gaurav.
So, thanks for the wonderful introduction, Shubhajit. So in the interest of time, we'll straight away dive into the questions. First of all, I want to ask Gaurav, what excites you about real estate? You've been here for almost 2 decades now. So what still excites you about this sector?
You know, first of all, those of who are in residential know there is never a dull moment. You know, so it's a very high intense play. You know, I always tell people who join real estate that your CVs are on the road forever, literally. Because you're building projects which will outlast your tenures, will outlast you from an age point of view. So it's a very tangible play. And on a macro side, if I were to say that, we're in a very interesting point of time. And we're kind of lucky to be at this point of time because India is the poster, sort of boy for the economic growth model. And if you see the next 20 odd years, it is expected that GDP will grow from say about $4 trillion to 35 to 40 trillion, it's like 10x growth. And with that, just try and imagine the wealth creation that will happen for all middle income people, and therefore the demand for housing, and therefore for also office space. I think we're purely lucky to be in a time where the economy is doing very well. There's a very strong vision. And there's so much of opportunities that you keep on seeing. I was also listening to, I think Niranjanji is, one of his video I saw somewhere, and somebody asked him a question that something similar. And he said, all that I've done in my life, if I recollect correctly, he said, at that age, I'm seeing much of that happening next 2-3 years. So, imagine these are veterans of the industry who feel inspired of seeing, so I think it's a very exciting space to be in.
The whole, I think the scale and size of Indian real estate, I think is very exciting for anyone who's part of this industry. Talking about Godrej Properties, you've been here for 7.5 years, more than that, and you have led the success of the company. What makes you really proud of this organization?
Actually, next month I'm going to complete 8 years. 14th February is the date I joined. And so difficult date to forget, actually. And, there are many things which I'm very proud of, right? I mean, the easy ones are the business, being the largest company in residential space, the financial metrics. But I think that aside, all of that good aside, I think the culture is something we're very passionate, very professionally led. We're the only professionally led, pure play residential platform. And extremely, the self-critical, very forward-looking. At the same time, we value everything in life. A lot of gratitude quotient in Godrej. The element of respect, level agnostic is sort of a culture. Somebody asked what is leadership. I was thinking, one of the things I keep telling all the new joinees, the leadership is actually level agnostic. You can be a trainee and yet be a leader if you drive any objective with passion and commitment. And you can be an MD, still not be a leader if you are just driving a rank or a position. Finally, there has to be a mission that you're driving. So I think the culture at Godrej is, believe in creating missions beyond, your obvious role, and more than fair in terms of crisis. So even example in COVID, in real estate, I was hearing, and across sectors, people getting fired. I remember distinctly the promoter saying, we will not fire a single person in spite of whatever it takes. In fact, everybody got bonus basis the scheme. I mean, these are like values that really get tested. So I'm very proud of the culture at Godrej Group and Properties, yeah.
Okay. We are talking about brands, brand building the entire day. We have been having discussions. What's your one word or one statement? What is a brand?
I think, brand is, there's a theoretical answer. I mean, we all learned in different B schools, brand identity, brand image, CAFE, brand identity, present. But, I think brand is a set of values that you stand for. And how consistently you can stand for. And, it is about, in the short run, people confuse that it's about marketing spends, positioning, all of that. But I think long run, it's all about authenticity of commitment, your real intent, your drive, and how do you behave, especially when there are trade-offs to be taken. I think all this is a combination of, final output. So it's authenticity of your action, and sticking to that.
So it's not the name, it's not the logo, it's what you stand for, it's what your values, what
absolutely. I see logo and all of this is an outcome of the persona that you want to show a visual identity, right? But it's the values and the consistency, the legacy and the purpose that you're trying to build upon. Which is, in fact, today we had a very interesting session on something else, but it was all on brand, just as it was group branding sort of a session, and everybody was talking the same thing, that finally how you behave and you stand up for your values is essentially what takes you to the next level. So brand is essentially that. But of course, theoretically, it is much more different than that. Yeah.
As a leader, anyone in a leadership position also faces lots of opportunities and challenges. What's your approach, over your journey over these past years with various companies? What has been your approach for opportunities that you face and the challenges that you face?
Yeah, it's a great question. What is asked me? So, so answer is a little complicated, right? I think first of all, what do you want to lead? That's very important because challenges are contextual to the scale you lead. So, I believe that for any leader, you need to have a very strong strategic bent of mind. When I say strategic bent of that, you need to know what you really want to achieve as a leader, and if you're leading a company or a function or a process, what do you want to do in 5 years, 3 years, 1 year? So, and what's the path of least resistance to achieve it? And for values, what is the path of highest resistance? What do you need to do to cross that hurdle to achieve? So, one is strategic framework. The second I feel is analytical models. I think the most underappreciated thing in real estate specifically is how do we professionalize and bring analytical models. So, and for me, analytical models is just not the obvious, which is simple Excel sheet, running a financial model. I think that's hygiene. I think it's about, are you creating models to measure risk? Are you creating models on when you take choice sets of land parcels, for an example? Right. Because challenges and opportunities are finally about decision points, right? That you have an opportunity to buy something, you have an opportunity to sell, and what do you essentially do about some of those, right? So I think analytical models to measure risk and reward is very, very important. So being obsessive about building and fine-tuning it. Then the third I would say is linked to that is risk management. If you have a risk management approach, it kind of tells you in a structured way that, this is a sort of a direction you can take in the next 6-12 months. And here are the bets you can do with this kind of, scale. And if you don't do that, this is the growth risk. And if you do that, this is the capital risk or, balance sheet risk, for an example. I'm just oversimplifying it. So having risk management structured approach from an enterprise point of view and from a business point of view, I think is critical. The next, I think, is agility. Right. I believe that in real estate specifically, it's so dynamic. Regulation is dynamic, consumers are dynamic, opportunities are dynamic. And opportunities are, I use a term internally called time arbitrage. So there is a time arbitrage, right? So if you don't act on an opportunity at a time when it counts, you're irrelevant. So agile mindset. And last is, if you are leading a company which is multi-scale, what's your people strategy and how do you train and lead them? Because you can't assess the opportunity yourself. Right. And you can neither decide how to unlock that value. So you will have to build a system and processes where there's people connect, you are on the ground with them, you're taking their inputs and you co-creating it. Because gone are those days where you would think that I can do everything. It's not like that. So what's your people talent development strategy? So I think combination of this is what I have built over a period of time as my own sort of thought process. And when I see something, I try go to basics. And probably it's also linked to your organizational context. So this works in my level, in my organization context. Okay, it can differ from company to company and sector to sector.
Any short-term and long-term goals that you have set for yourself for the company?
Oh yes, I'm obsessed.
Okay.
So I am a productivity geek personally, and I have like tons of quirks around that. So when I got promoted as the MD for Godrej Properties, I asked myself what is going to be my derailer. That's the only way you'd understand long-term and short-term. And I will come with a lot of biases of what has worked for me. And I was North India CEO before that. So I said, first, let's unlearn. So I said, how do I do that? So I met, target was 70% GM and above, and visiting maybe 60 to 70% of sites. One of my colleagues actually sitting somewhere. So I went to all the sites, met a lot of people. I used to have a listening book and a thinking book. So I'll note your points, and I'll translate into my thinking book, go back in the night and write it. I did this for about 6 to 7 weeks. I used to fly every Sunday evening. Monday morning, I used to start breakfast meeting, wrap up by 9ish, 10ish, 11ish, and do it till Friday night, go back. I did like 7 weeks. And through that, I created sort of notes and a 5-year strategy. In GPL, if you're a Godrejite, you'll know it very well by now. We call it quantum growth. And it also talked about 5 themes to that. So there was a vision, there was a path. And I think from a short-term lens, what you do is, because we are a listed company, you have short-term realities, you try and create a sort of a hierarchy of trade-offs. So for me, number one is purpose. Purpose is basically why you exist as a company. And usually it's a non-financial metric. For us, it is customer joy. The next is profitability, which is return on equity, and RMS, which is market leadership. The next comes is short-term results, which is booking value of the quarter, deals, etc. And when you see there's a trade-off in anything, or short-term and long-term, where is that trade-off happening? So if it's on values and all, you don't take a shit off. And the last is how do you build a extremely strong balance sheet? Because this is a very capital-intense business. So if you have extremely good balance sheet, you will not get tempted in the short term to take a wrong trade-off, because you'll say, okay, I have enough and more, maybe 1 or 2 quarters will be bad, I'll ride through. So it's just about listening to your people, co-creating a strategy through them, then building a sort of a roadmap to it, then sticking to the script and reassessing periodically, taking trade-offs when it is required, but never at the cost of your purpose or your long term.
Okay, that's a fantastic strategy. In fact, if I have to ask you, in your professional journey, one accomplishment that you are really proud of, that you would like to share with us?
It's very difficult.
One accomplishment, to pick one.
I would say, sometimes the accomplishment may not be as big, but is always close to heart. But if I were to pick up something very recently, because there's a bit of a recency effect, I think maybe 1 or 2 things I'm really proud of is, I took charge at the time when I was lucky to have the market cycle favoring me. The GPL's FY18 number was about 5,000 odd crores. We grew to 7,850 crores in FY22. I became MD in August 22, MD and CEO designate. And one thing I feel very proud is that we were very agile to take quick decisions and also unlock value. So we've done in the last 2.5 years, 40 transactions with a cumulative maybe capital of $1.5 billion, which is the highest ever in residential real estate. And we've launched most of those projects, and we've increased from underwriting extremely great value creation, which is going to get unlocked. So that is definitely one thing I'm extremely proud that we could galvanize this change in a short period, and credit is entire to the team and also to the market, to be very frank. And the second, probably I would say something which is not as radical as this, but from a risk management and long-term growth, was very recently we did a QIP of 6,000 crores just 2 months back. And in fact, we got almost like 25,000 crores kind of investors being attracted to that. And through that, we strengthened the balance sheet. So again, this is not like a crazy thing, but it just shows how much investors trust in us and how much responsibility therefore we have to deliver on it. So I think these are 2 recent events I'm extremely proud of.
The accomplishment of galvanizing, as you said, so much of monetary value to the organization and the confidence of the investors, I think that's quite an achievement, and I'm sure our audience also would agree. On that note, there is a lot of talk about...
And sorry to interject, one thing, not on this. For anyone in Godrej, they know that those who have worked with me for a while, I am extremely accessible. So I'm very passionate about that. It's like a litmus test for a leader, that with scale and all, is this glory getting into your head or not? So just being accessible is a very important metric for me. That somebody can just walk into the door for the right reason.
Wow.
So it's not a financial metric, but something I...
Yes, for the leaders to be accessible, I think that's a great thing for any leader to be, for his or her organization. Another very important thing, which is the talk happening a lot these days, is about work-life balance, especially how you should be spending your Sundays. So, but let's not go into how you spend your Sunday, but how do you maintain your work-life balance?
The honest truth is, it's a journey for all of us, I think, right? But I think good thing I'm a little lucky that, whether it's my current boss, Pirosha, he's my mentor, and he himself is very focused on mental health, work-life balance, right? And I think as leaders, you can only get your work-life balance right if you first get the work-life balance for your teams right. I mean, it is never a trade-off, especially if you're professional, it doesn't work like that. So we've done certain steps to get that for all of us. And these are something very small habits make a bigger impact. So like in Godrej Properties, it's a rule that from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and on weekends, you can't be writing emails to each other. And there is a code that if something is really urgent, the subject of the mail has to be urgent. And there is an auto IT trigger in the system that if you think, okay, kaun si badi baat hai, you get a silent policy of IT coming on your head. So it just, does it solve for it? Of course not. But it creates some amount of sensitivity in all of us that, okay, why are you infringing on someone's personal time? The next is if sometimes people test that in your teams, right? They want to show off that I'm working very hard. So instead of me being very happy, I would have a sort of a tough mail that what in the earth is changing on a weekend. So I think if you do some of these behaviors very consistently, gradually, of course in some roles it's not possible, like sales customers do come on weekends, that's unfortunate, but then focusing on rosters for them. But if you do these well and you can be a role model to them in things that you feel you want to hold yourself and teams accountable, I think then you get the balance, right? And I think, gone are those days, I think, it's like, as a kid also, I remember, I was never the one who's going to study n number of hours. I'll be the one who'll study fast and get the job done. I think I believe in that. You got to be productivity is solving it. Productivity is not longevity of, I think it is actually counterproductive in my opinion. That means if you're going to depress the creativity in your problem solving skills, you'll become repetitive and linear than lateral. So I think it's just being very obsessed about it. But honest truth is that, do we get it always right? Of course not. But then you have a family to give you feedback, right? Just like you have an office to give, then you realize, okay, how do I get my balance right? So you take, but I think it's an ecosystem. No leader can do it for themselves and their teams. I think I'm very lucky and feel privileged to be part of a group which this is really looked up to and is not shied away. In fact, in appraisal form, so we have a 360-degree form in Godrej. Every leader gets a feedback from the team. And sometimes leaders will write for their teams and their teams will write for them, you have to focus on self-care. So apart from all the other feedback, so this is just an ecosystem. You need to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's right. If you want to achieve your work-life balance, I think it has to be for the team, the organization as well. On a closing note, you being a veteran of the industry, a leader in all respects, what's your advice, one piece of advice for the aspiring leaders who want to be the leaders of tomorrow?
On a lighter note, my nephew sees I have a very glamorous life because, we have those good days, right? So he thinks it's a bada mast sector hai, but it's a very, it's a sector that it's not for the ordinary, it needs a tenacity, right? So I think advice that I have for young aspiring people probably is two. One, I think you should have a lot of hunger and ambition to excel for the organization. Because what usually happens when we start a career, some of us are very obsessed on our promotions and all. I think that's important. But if you just change the lens and become hungry for ambition for the company, you incidentally will get it. But your leaders will feel more value that, okay, he is not a self-centric individual. So if let's say a new manager, you just promoted to leading a team of 4 or 5 and you're obsessed about your growth, you're hungry for your growth, then that's poor leadership. But if you're hungry for the organizational growth, in that process your team will grow and you'll grow. Second tip I would say is, this is something I tell all my teams is, when you get successful in life, and you would if you work hard for a period of time, let the success get to your heart, not to your head, right? So my dad used to tell me that a mango tree is the tree with the maximum fruits is willing to be the go down a bit. I think that's very important as leaders, that you don't allow, because success is transitionary. There's nothing forever. Life is never forever, right? Success also is transitionary. So when you're humble and hungry, you'll always up the game because you don't know what's the limit, right? But if you get complacent on either one of them, so if you become arrogant, you'll get your blind spots and you'll drop. And if your hunger quotient drops, then also you're gone. So I think these two things, if you keep sort of a centerpiece, hopefully you will succeed.
I think very valuable takeaways for me personally from this conversation has been, what Gaurav has been talking about. One is collaboration. What is a brand? Brand is set of values. It's not the logo. It's not the visual identity. It's a set of values. It is collaboration between the teams. If you want work-life balance for yourself, it has to be for your people as well that you have to take care of. And as he said, the advice for any aspiring leader is to be humble and hungry, not for yourself, but for the organization. Obviously, the organization grows, you grow. So some very, I think it was a very fantastic candid conversation we had, and I think we couldn't have asked for a better closing, better start to our leadership awards evening today. So thank you so much, Gaurav, for being here with us, sharing your very valuable thoughts with us, and I'm sure the audience also had some very great takeaways from this conversation.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Tripti, for having me here. Congratulations for 20 years. We
Yeah.
have one thing in common. I'm
Yes.
also going to complete 20 years in real estate, and
Yeah.
you're also coming in it. So
That asks for a
Congratulations.
round of applause for Mr. Pandey.
Thank you so much. Requesting you to please kindly wait. I'll request Sapna to hand over the token of appreciation to Gaurav ji as well. सर मैं तो जी बुलाऊंगा. Respect अगर आता है दिल से वो जी आ ही जाता है फिर. Of course, that's there, but that's just my way of showing respect. And
actually, I don't want to look old also.
नहीं सर आप 100%. कौन कोई बोलेंगे कि ये old है कि where's the youth? Is younger, looking younger than even me. Do you all agree, ma'am, over there, everybody, sir? See?
This one is
Verdict.
First one could have been a trick. This one could be
Yeah, ma'am is giving. Thank you so much. Please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Gaurav. And the mathematics have certainly worked right. 20 and 20, creating too much of power in the best way possible. Thank you so much. Honor and pleasure to have you. Done. Thank you, Sapna. एक और बार ताली सपना के लिए भी please. Curating the event alongside Tripti and the team, moderating sessions. What is that one thing that she cannot do, this lady? I need to really ask. Sapna, I'll ask you this after the event. All right, so before we move forward with the felicitations and the awards, we have a very, very engaging and insightful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be introducing him. Actually, it sounds funny when I say introducing someone who doesn't really need an introduction in the real estate space, but with all my gratitude, humility, and respect, I would like to say a few words for him. With over 3 decades of extensive experience in real estate development, investment, and consulting, he stands as a distinguished leader in the industry. Under his dynamic leadership, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited is committed to being a responsible real estate development organization dedicated to creating and managing smart, secure, social, and sustainable approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the one and only, the man himself, Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. Can I please request Mr. Dutt to kindly join me over here on stage, please? Thank you, sir. Honor and privilege to have you. You want a chair or you want to stand? How do you want to do it? Okay, sir. Give it up for him, please, once again. And you want the hand mic or this mic?
Okay. Stand there. It's actually easier. I'll do it here. Perfect. For a moment, I was thinking, I was listening to Sanjay Dutt, the actor, introduction. He said it with so much of twist in the end.
Still have that swag walk going in, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. My congratulations to Realty Plus team for completing 20 years. I've been with Realty Plus for 20 years in my journey as well, and many of our colleagues who are here and who are always listening and taking insights from Realty Plus. We've been talking about the brand. What is brand? Brand is about vision, values, and action. What I've learned while working for Tata as a group is the humility, which I think Gaurav also in his discussion brought it up on several occasions. Tata Group is a $350 billion market cap group today. It is the only brand in the world from India in the top hundreds, which represents India. So really, the brand holds, and I think last year the brand value went up by 10%. So just the logo, the T, is valued at $30 billion. Yeah? And the reason it is so is, you don't build brands first. You actually have a purpose first. you have a cause, then you have a philosophy and a strategy, and then of course vision, values follow, and then the brand gets built. Brand is basically a reflection of yourself in the mirror. And brand is applicable to the organizations, to the individuals, as much as, so Gaurav is a brand in its own right, as much as Godrej. So, that's how I'm trying to relate the two. Because organizations create culture and a reflection of their character. And when they bring these wonderful people on board to carry that legacy forward, and then, like we summed up earlier in our discussion, you build a culture around that brand, which preserves the values of the brand. And then you see, with all the humility, brand is not the final destination. Brand with humility is how do we take this further? It doesn't end there. Because if it ends, then you're not relevant to the economy, to the world, to the sector. Tata Housing is a 40-year-old organization. Tata Realty Infrastructure is a younger organization. As a merged entity, we have delivered about 40 million square feet in the country in 17 cities. We have 33 million square feet under construction. We have approximately 13 is residential and 20 about commercial. And then we also have an infrastructure group where we have ropeways, metro, and tolls, roadways. So it's a very diversified real estate infrastructure group. We've been able to cast a vision where we have thought of ourselves as an organization 360 degree. Normally when you build a brand, you think about the customer. And many organizations you must have seen, they say customer centricity, that we are a customer-centric organization. The focus is on customer. At Tata, we do things differently. Like I said, the 360 degree. It starts with the employees. If the employees are taken care of, and if they are taught, and if they are given an environment in which they excel, and if you give them the education and the training to perform and grow their personal careers, and along with it, the growth of the organization. And I'm referring to Tata as a group creating Tata Business Excellence School, where we bring the best of talent from around the country and we put them into the Excellence Center, where they are further groomed and they are then absorbed in various businesses across various sectors. And that's how we take the trajectory of leadership across so many sectors that we have in the group. So that is really one step. Then we look at who are the other stakeholders for us. So government is a big stakeholder in real estate sector. They have the jurisdiction on the land and the jurisdiction on the state, and the real estate is the underlying asset on which they control. How can we play a role in advocating reforms and policies? How can we be a good corporate citizen by being more compliant, more ethical, even though sometimes being ethical is a challenge in our sector, which I don't need to elaborate. How do we ensure that we follow a very high governance and ethics, and therefore contribute to the government? And we also contribute through CSR and many such other initiatives. Then we talk about our vendors. They're our strategic partners in making sure that our performance and delivery is actually taken care of. And trust me, you ask any developer, the only thing they will tell you today is all about execution. You can do whatever you want to do, but if you're not executing right and if you're not delivering on time, it serves no purpose. So then you cover this, and then you come to eventually the customer, the end customer that we're talking about. We took a decision that all our homes will be senior living. We have parents at homes. How can we ensure that we have them as part of the society? and not put them into some senior homes outside of the society. So that's a very different thought. We felt, how do we take care of the wellness aspect of the people? And wellness means indoor air quality. It also means mental health, which now we are very familiar with. All our properties are sustainable, but more importantly, also well certified, which means that we take certain investments where the wellness of the person and individual is taken care of. We allocate spaces and amenities with the purpose of wellness. So that's customer thought process. We came out with strategies which ensure that help customer not only buy a good asset, which is a long-term investment that they make, but how that asset over a period of 30, 40 years will perform. Can we make a contribution by deliberating on the design of the property or the execution of the infrastructure of the property, where we actually control the maintenance cost? So if you're paying, let's say 8 rupees per square feet, and if I can bring that down to 6 rupees, by making sure that there are less security guards and there is district cooling system instead of conventional cooling system, which can give you ratings on the sustainability and green, how over a period of time we can bring savings. How can we create a rental income in our projects which further gives rent to the residents and not take money for the maintenance from them as an asset. So there are ideas which are beyond the mandate that we think from the customer's point of view. We took a decision that we will have intensive care unit operated 24/7 and a resident doctor living in the society. And if there is a cardiac arrest or any sensitive or unforeseen accident, how can we stabilize the health of that person, whether elderly or young, and make sure that we save that life and then transition to the hospital? So thought process is very different. And why do we do this? Because we're always thinking, what would it take to ensure the safety of the customer and the safety of every stakeholder in the whole ecosystem? So obviously, all of this is beyond profit. And this goes with the ethos of the group, which was seeded 150 years ago, that we will give back to the society and we will do, dividends will be distributed through CSR and various initiatives, whether it's education, whether it's medical, which is Cancer Medical Hospital, or now even Hospital for Dogs in the Bombay market, or other such things. So it's incredible. It's a great story. So this has led to what I said, a $30 billion value of a brand. It is not just a sharp business focus, but it's the outcome of the business and a larger contribution to society. So I would say this, I will spend a few minutes in creating your personal brand. And I tell you, this is very important, and it must matter to you. Because whether you are a student at the school, how the teachers see you, how the other in the class see you, it starts from those short-term memories in the schools, if you go back when you were young, and how you graduate, and how when you take your first job, and then you compare yourself with your other peers who also picked up some management schools, and what salary and what designation we all compare, right? That's the initial stages of creating your personal identity and brand. How do you really build a solid brand? If you were to genuinely just focus in the initial leg of your 10 years of journey on just building competency, skill, and experience, I call it brand building. It has nothing to do with your individual achievements and accomplishments and trophies on the shelf in your room. This is the key in the first 10 years. What follows in the next 10 years is building your personal credibility in the market. We all have opinion about politics, and we have an opinion about how the world works, but do you do that and apply that to yourself? Look inside yourself. and I think you know the answer because nobody knows better than you. We've all had those short-term temptations. We've been seduced in life on numerous occasions where you have compromised your personal integrity or goal or taken a shortcut. That's not building a brand. Building a personal brand is when you don't talk about yourself. The world talks about you. Okay, that's building your brand. When you say something, people look at you that is what you meant, that is what you implied, and that is how it will be. When you say something but you don't mean it, it's not what you implied, maybe you were cynical, that's not your personal credibility and brand. Brand also means humility. Many of these professionals I've come across are very accomplished professionals, and this country has given us so many opportunities to all of us that at some stage we all are achievers in our life, right? So, because we've seen, there was a time in 80s when there were no jobs. Today we have plenty of jobs and we all have all the aspirations that we once thought we will achieve, we have it. So you already reach a certain stage of success, but it's also very short term. Because that's not really building a brand. The building a brand is when you actually serve a larger purpose as an individual. Somebody asked me, what is leadership, which we were discussing earlier. At a certain stage of your life, leadership is not about you. Leadership is making sure that every part and every member of your organization succeeds. That is leadership. The CEO of a company has to make sure that every individual in the company, if they are not succeeding in life, then the CEO fails. They are not accomplished. They have not served the larger purpose. That's the stage when you accomplish in life that you think you have attained your personal identity and brand. So when you put your ask on the table, when you go into a group, when you speak in a group, when you have a dialogue where people take you literally the way you said it and they believe in you completely. So with that, I will end my note. We can continue on this time or on this subject whenever you ask. Appreciate the opportunity, and there's much more to share. Thank you for the evening.
Thank you so much, Sanjay sir. I'll request you to please wait on stage, and I'll request Tripti Kedia and Swapna Srivastav to please kindly join us over here on stage and appreciate his presence over here with a special hamper. Can I please have a huge round of applause once again for Tripti and Swapna as well, and a bigger round of applause for all the wonderful words that Mr. Sanjay Dutt said right now. We'll do a nice group photo as well with all three of you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, for all those kind words and inspiring us with your presence. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be moving forward with the felicitations for this very, very interesting day. And we already have two of our guests over here joining us. May I please call Tripti and Swapna back once again on stage to give away the felicitations. And alongside them, we also have actress and entrepreneur Neelu Kohli ji joining us. May I please request Neelu ji to kindly come up over here on stage and join us for the felicitations. Give her a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time from your schedule and being with us over here. It's an honor. Perfect. So we're all ready. The presenters are ready. And on that note, we would love to move forward with the felicitations.
Honor the iconic brand leaders of Indian Realty as celebrated by the Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025. Tonight, we applaud their relentless pursuit of excellence, innovation and customer satisfaction, transforming the real estate industry and redefining the urban landscape. Our visionary awardees, announced in alphabetical order, have redefined excellence and set new benchmarks in the real estate industry. Let's celebrate their remarkable achievements and invaluable contributions with a resounding round of applause. Our first awardee of the evening is a true visionary, Gaurav Pandey, Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Properties. Renowned for his forward-thinking leadership, he has been instrumental in driving innovation, setting new benchmarks and exemplifying excellence in the real estate industry. Please join us in celebrating his outstanding contributions.
We heard his success story just a while back, and now it's time to clap for him once again. Thank you so much, sir, and many congratulations to you. Please continue to inspire us in the best way possible, and we look forward to all of that. Can we have some more appreciation, please? Everybody over here, make some noise. Raise your hands and appreciate in the best way possible. Thank you. Sir, I'll have to call you back once again. थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा cardio कराऊंगा मैं आपसे, please. We want you to say a few words, please, for all of us.
You know, it's a great day. I mean, I've already spoken for 30 minutes in Q&A. I don't know what else you want me to say, but first of all, thank you for the kind honor. And also, you know, this, it's just not an award, something I'll of course keep it very close to my heart. And once again, congratulations to Realty Plus. And what a pleasure being around here today. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for inspiring with your presence. And on that note, can we please move forward to the next felicitation, please?
We proudly present our next awardee, Sanjay Dutt, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. A distinguished leader, he is celebrated for his strategic vision and transformative contributions to the real estate sector. Let's give him a big round of applause as we honor his remarkable achievements.
Thank you so much. The AV talks about giving a big round of applause. I'll repeat the same, please. Can we do that? Thank you. Thank you, sir, and looking forward to hearing from you as well.
I would say it's very quickly, it goes to every member of my team because they make me look good. I'm just the custodian of the brand, so thank you very much. All the success.
You know, sir was just talking about a while back about the fact that if your team is becoming successful, then you become successful. Even over here with the felicitation, is busy thanking his team. So I think it's a classic example of doing what you really believe. Thank you so much. Honored indeed. Give him a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you. And on that note, we would love to move forward with the next felicitation, please.
Our next awardee, Anurag, is a true testament to excellence and innovation in real estate. In just 7 years, this pioneering organization has set new benchmarks of trust and performance, redefining industry standards and shaping the future of Indian real estate. Let's celebrate their remarkable achievements with thunderous round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Anurag indeed. Can I please request our winners from Anurag to kindly please join us over here on stage and celebrate this very, very fascinating moment with all of us. Please give sir a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Honor and privilege to have you over here.
Yeah, what's up, sucker?
Thank you, sir. Request you to please say a few words for all of us.
I was a bit nervous because 3 stalwart ladies I was taking the award from, so many congratulations. Especially Realty Plus celebrating 20 years, so it's a great honor and it's extremely motivating. And somebody recognizing our effort on that. So I'm on behalf of the entire Anurag team, and especially our group chairman, Mr. Anush Puri, and Mr. Santosh Kumar, group vice chairman, who leads the way in terms of driving the business professionally, transparently, and building values in real estate. So that's what we keep doing, keep following these three things, and then the rest follows. So thank you very much for this motivation.
Thank you so much, sir. The rest is indeed history. Thank you so much. Once again, a huge congratulations and a shout out for this wonderful achievement. And on that note, we would love to move forward with the next felicitation, please.
We now recognize the organization MADHA for its outstanding excellence in housing. As a pillar of innovation and service, MADHA has consistently delivered quality and affordability, transforming lives and communities. Let's applaud their remarkable contributions to the housing sector.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the team of MADHA over here. Thank you so much for joining us over here. And can I please have more appreciation going in, please, for all of them? You know, it's truly important that we appreciate credible work and good work. So thank you so much, sir. Request you to please kindly say a few words for all of us, sir.
I am Anil Wankhede. I am Deputy CEO of MADHA. Thank you very much for this appreciation. I am accepting this award on behalf of my team MADHA and my dynamic vice. We are basically into making affordable houses available for the citizens. But I must tell you that MADHA is in a process of taking up mega redevelopment projects in Mumbai. And that's how there are a lot of opportunities going to be there for the construction industries because we believe that a lot of these affordable houses are going to come from the private sector. There is one more project which Government of India is emphasizing on, Growth Hub in MMR. So as part of Growth Hub, there is a target of creating 8 lakh houses by 2030. And I believe that about 70% of the houses are going to come from the private sector. So we are here to provide a lot of opportunities for the construction industry. I once again thank you for the organizers for considering us for this award. Thank you.
बात है सर 8 लाख वो नंबर सुन के मुझे डर लग रहा है but of course MADHA is known for making the impossible possible. A huge shout out and congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Request you both to please kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. And just a quick announcement before we move forward with the awards right now. That is, we'll be having a group photo with all our 4 winners over here for the felicitations, but we'll be doing that group photo later. We really cannot miss out on that. So I request all of our winners who have been felicitated right now to please be with us right till the very end of the event for a very special group photograph. On that note, the felicitations are done. It's now time to quickly and swiftly move to the awards. But prior to that, I truly believe it's important that we hear the experts who have evaluated in the best way possible to kind of, extract the best out of the best in order to ensure that the best actually go forward and win the awards. Can I please request my friends over there at the console to play the jury AV for all of us? A huge shout out and thanks to our respected jury members for taking out time from their schedules to support this very wonderful initiative, the very first inaugural season of Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Awards 2025. It's always, I won't say easy, but then it's always a special feeling when you're winning awards. But then when you're entrusted with the job of evaluating who should be winning awards, I think that's truly a very difficult job. So, ek aur baar, can I please request all of you to clap loudly for our jury members? Because you're not winning over here, you're only ensuring who wins. So I think that's a very thankless job. So thank you so much. And on that note, बढ़ते हैं आगे, let's move forward. Are you all ready for the awards? That's what we want. Thank you. Can we please move forward?
Welcome to the Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards 2025, an exclusive platform honoring the brands reshaping the Indian real estate sector. Tonight, we celebrate innovation, leadership, and the strategic vision driving our industry forward. Each nominee has made it to the jury selection rounds due to their standout entries, showcasing their dedication and dynamism. Being nominated for the Realty Plus India Brand Leadership Awards 2025 is in itself a remarkable achievement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the first category of the evening, celebrating seamless brand storytelling, Best Integrated Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to Ashwin Sheth Group for corporate rebranding. And BCD Group for BCD City.
I would like to request Neelu Kohli ji and Kuldeep Chawla ji to please kindly join us over here on stage as our honorable presenters for the first set of awards. Can I have a huge shout out for our presenters as well, please, before we go forward with the award process? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Aur zor se taali, please, for all of them. Thank you. And now I would love to request our winners from Ashwin Sheth Group for corporate rebranding. May I please request Piyush Niljikar ji, brand lead from Ashwin Sheth Group, to kindly join us over here on stage. Give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. And wish you many more awards going forward in the future. इतने सारे लोग हैं हम लोग यहाँ पे मुंबई. Come on, show some spirit, make some love, make some noise. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Many congratulations. I'll now request our winner from BCD Group for BCD City, Mr. Angad Bedi, Managing Director, BCD Group, to kindly join us over here on stage. Mr. Angad Bedi, can we please have you on stage over here? I believe he's not here. Do we have any other representative from BCD Group? I believe we'll move forward to the next award in that case. Can we please have the next award?
Amplifying brands, inspiring audiences, Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, and the award goes to VTP Realty for Dusri Diwali, VTP Wali.
Congratulations, VTP Realty for Dusri Diwali, VTP Wali. Can I please request Hirachana Pandya, GM Marketing from VTP Realty, to kindly join us over here on stage. Congratulations, ma'am. Give her a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Winning is always special. Winning is a milestone indeed. Another feather added to the cap. Congratulations. And when we do the photographs, तब थोड़ा और ताली बजा सकते हैं हम लोग, because I truly believe वो smile जो है वो और थोड़ा broad हो जाता है. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Very well done. And on that note, we will now be moving forward to the next award, please.
Connecting, engaging, and inspiring, Best Social Media Campaign of the Year, and the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for the Right Life X Christmas campaign.
Give it up for the team of Insomniacs Digital Private Limited, the Win It for the Right Life X Christmas campaign. Can I please request the team of Insomniacs to be with us over here on stage? Adab, brother. Congratulations to all of you. This is what we call squad power, right? This is what we call team power. This is what we call the power of unity. Jitne log aate to celebrate each other's win, I believe that's all the way more special. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to the team of Insomniacs. Very well done. May the awards keep coming. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award.
Pushing boundaries, redefining digital excellence, innovative digital marketing campaign. And the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Arya Phase 3.
Kalpataru it is. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request Priyanka Acharikar and Gaurav Vaishnavji from Kalpataru Limited to please join us over here on stage. Give them a big round of applause, please. There is no GST when it comes to clapping. जितना जोर से है ताली आप लोग बजा सकते हो, कोई टैक्स नहीं है यहाँ पे. Congratulations. Request you to come a little forward for the group photo, please. Thank you so much. Taliyon ki goonj, you can please continue, ladies and gentlemen, when they're celebrating their win in front of the shutters. Thank you. We will now move forward to the next award, please.
Captivating audiences, one frame at a time. Best Video Marketing Campaign. And the award goes to Siddha Sejal Group for codename Wow or Never and launching Celestia at Siddha Sky Cyan NX.
Congratulations, Siddha Sejal Group. Very, very well done. May I please request Minaz Amreliwala, AGM Marketing, Manisha and Adrija Sadukan, Siddha Sejal Group, all our representatives over here to please kindly join us over here on stage to celebrate your win. Do I have the team of Siddha Sejal Group over here? We unfortunately don't. बाद में वो लोग शायद वीडियो देखेंगे तो आप लोग फिर भी कंटिन्यू करके ताली बजा सकते हो because they will see eventually कि हम लोग ने ताली बजाया था. Thank you. And on that note, we will now move forward to our next winner, please.
Showcasing compelling content that drives results. Most effective content marketing strategy. And the award goes to Indo-Space Development Management Private Limited.
Indo-Space Development Management Private Limited it is. Can I please have the entire team celebrate their win over here in grand fashion. Congratulations. We love the smiling faces. May they continue for even better work going forward. Yes, I'm loving it. Please, all of you can continue your appreciation. आज बहुत ताली बजाने वाले हम लोग. I request all of you to come a little forward at the mark so that we can get the photos clicked. Yeah. Thank you so much. Very well done. Many congratulations. And on that note, हम लोग बढ़ेंगे आगे to the next award.
Capturing attention, sparking engagement, most creative use of reels in digital marketing. And the award goes to Adani Realty for Erica by Adani Realty.
Congratulations, Adani Realty, once again hitting it out of the park. May I please request Mr. Jatin Jain, Brand Manager, Adani Realty, to kindly join us over here on stage to accept this award honor. Congratulations, sir. Badhai ho to you and your entire team. Very well done. Sir, request you to join us over here on stage. In dono ke liye please zor se taali everybody. Thank you. You know, ladies and gentlemen, जब हम लोग cricket stadium जाते तो we do that Mexican wave, right? Can we do a Mexican wave over here? यहाँ से correct sir, you're getting it right, absolutely. यहाँ से चालू करके we can go with the appreciation. So जब कोई photo खींचने के लिए आएंगे वहाँ पे, we'll do the Mexican wave starting from here. We'll go behind and then we'll go this side. Are you all ready for that? We really want our winners to feel special, huh? Today you are clapping for others, tomorrow you win. People also clap for you in the best way possible. That's all about gratitude in life. Thank you. On that note, can I please have our next winner, please?
Honoring visionary projects that drive change. Most Impactful Project Launch of the Year, and the award goes to Adani Realty for Erica by Adani Realty.
Adani Realty at it once again. Congratulations. May I please request Mr. Jatin Jain to kindly join us over here on stage again. Congratulations to both of you once again. Thank you. Lovely indeed. And as they pose on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, can we have the Mexican wave coming in terms of clapping and appreciation? How nice it is. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Love it. Thank you. Let's continue the spirit till the end of the awards. On that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Crafting seamless interactions, elevating digital experiences, Best User Experience Website, and the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Website.
Kalpataru Limited slaying it once again. May I please request Gaurav Vaishnav ji to kindly join us over here on stage. Thank you, sir. Many congratulations once again for your glorious win. And now you know, ladies and gentlemen, what to do. This is almost like a cricket stadium experience. Even if you don't raise your hands, you can just clap, clap, and clap. Thank you. We'll move on to the next award, please.
Celebrating exceptional customer-centric innovation, Best Customer Experience Marketing Initiative, and the award goes to Marble Center International for Experience Center.
Marble Center International के लिए बजाइए everybody जोर से ताली please. Congratulations. I request Rachita, Ami and Ketaki from Madison PR to join us over here on stage. Congratulations to all of you and your team. Very well done. Even the DJ knows the beats. Come on, everybody. Yes. Thank you so much. Very well done. And on that note, we will move forward to the next award.
Where social media meets creative genius, most innovative use of social media, Best Social Media Page, and the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for AUM developers.
अंगार मचा के रखा है Insomniacs वालों ने. Congratulations once again, Team Insomniacs Digital. Winning awards as if it's like a cakewalk. Any more members from Team Insomniacs, please feel free to join and celebrate. जितने भी लोग हो सब आ जाओ. ये इतना बड़ा स्टेज हम लोग ने आप लोग के लिए ही बनाया यहाँ पे to fit in everybody. Come on. This is what we call team spirit. Everybody, come on, make some noise. बहुत बड़ा स्टेज है. Please make full use of it. Little forward, please, and let's evenly distribute both the sides. यहाँ पे ज्यादा बड़ा स्क्वाड है, थोड़ा ज्यादा एनर्जी हो जाए. Please, everybody over here. Come on, come on, come on. Congratulations. Here's to your day. Celebrate in the best way possible. Team Insomniacs. Team Insomniacs. On fire indeed. Congratulations. And on that note, we will move forward to the next award, please.
Connecting the dots, elevating customer journeys, most innovative use of multi-channel marketing, and the award goes to VTP Realty for World of Thoughtfulness.
Wow, what an interesting award. World of Thoughtfulness, VTP Realty. Can I please request Hirachana Pandya, GM Marketing, to please kindly join us over here on stage once again. Give it up for her once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And on that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Driving connection, sparking loyalty, Best Consumer Engagement Initiative. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for Funfair for New Kolkata Sangam.
Congratulations, Alcove Realty for Funfair for New Kolkata Sangam. May I please request Yashaswi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty, to join us over here on stage. Congratulations, sir. Very well done to you and your entire team. And on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everybody, come on, clap and appreciate. Yes. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. बढ़ते हैं आगे with the next award.
Our next category of the evening is the Excellence in Brand Customer Experience, and the award goes to Alcove Realty.
Sir, वापस आना पड़ेगा आपको, थोड़ा मेहनत कराऊंगा. Once again, it's Alcove Realty, ladies and gentlemen. Yashaswi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty. Congratulations, sir. Once again, this is the walk of dominance. This is the power. Indomitable spirit. That's what leads to great work. Congratulations. Big round of applause for him, please, everybody. Thank you. And on that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Building homes, creating legacies, iconic brand of the year, residential, and the award goes to Ashwin Sheth Group and Ranval Realty.
Congratulations to the team of Ashwin Sheth Group once again. Badhai ho aap logo ko. I'll request Tanushri Das, digital lead from Ashwin Sheth Group, to join us over here on stage alongside a team member. Many congratulations. मुझे तालियों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, that's how we do it. Thank you. I'll now call our winners from Ranval Realty. Can I please request Nehal Vora, GM Marketing at Ranval Realty, to join us over here on stage. उनके लिए भी बजाइए please, जोर से ताली, everybody. Congratulations, very, very well done. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
The pinnacle of refinement, the essence of luxury, iconic brand of the year, luxury, and the award goes to Piramal Realty.
Congratulations to the team of Piramal Realty. I'll request Rishi Jain, Deputy Vice President, Piramal Realty, alongside Pushkar Jadhav, Deputy Vice President, Piramal Realty, to please kindly join us over here on stage. दोनों के लिए बजाइए, everybody, जोर से ताली, please. Piramal Realty at it. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Very, very well done. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Built on integrity, trusted by all, most trusted real estate brand, and the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group and Hiranandani Communities and Ranval Realty.
क्या बात है, 3 winners, 3 की शक्ति. I'll request our winners from Ambuja Neotia Group. May I please request Shubhro Sarkar, AVP and Head Group Branding, Ambuja Neotia Group, to join us over here on stage. Badhai ho, sir. Many congratulations. Wishing you and your team all the best going forward. Can't hear the loud and appreciation, please, everybody. मैं बीच में आऊंगा. I'll make you do the task. I'll make you do the drill. Come on, everybody, make some noise. Yes, that's how we do it. Congratulations, sir. We will now move on to our next winner. I'll request, unfortunately we don't have anybody joining from Hiranandani Communities, but again, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ वीडियो वो लोग बाद में देखेंगे, हम लोग ताली बजा देते, because I'm sure they will be very happy with that. And on that note, I'd like to call upon stage our winners from Piramal Realty once again, Mr. Rishi Jain and Mr. Pushkar Jadhav. Can I please have both of you once again over here on stage? Sir, please. Congratulations. Very well done. Congratulations, very well done. Wishing you all the best moving forward. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Where vision meets creativity and brands come alive. Outstanding brand identity and positioning. And the award goes to Indo-Space Development Management Private Limited.
Indo-Space at it once again. Congratulations. Can I please request the team of Indo-Space Development Management Private Limited to join us over here on stage, please. Congratulations, Badhai ho once again.
Yeah, what's up, sucker?
Congratulations, very well done. I can't hear the loud cheers, please, everybody. It's a full house. We can do a lot more than this. Congratulations. And isi baat pe, with that positive spirit, बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award.
Rising to new heights, redefining industry standards, fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to Purvankara Limited.
Purvankara Limited it is. Congratulations to the entire team. Can I please request Mr. Surat Singh, Vice President, Head of Marketing West, Karthik Chettiar, Senior Vice President Sales, and Shubham Saxena, Purvankara Limited, to please kindly join us over here on stage. I believe we have one person over here representing the entire team. So sir ke liye please bajaiye zor se taali. Everybody, let's celebrate his win. He's worked very hard for that. His entire team has worked very hard for that. Congratulations. On that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Where shopping meets experience and brands shine bright. Iconic brand of the year, retail. And the award goes to Ranwal Realty.
Ranwal Realty, congratulations to you and your entire team. I'll request Jayashree Thauri, Business Head, Commercial Real Estate Accounts and Finance at Ranwal Realty, to kindly join us over here on stage, please. Unfortunately, Jayashree ma'am couldn't make it. She, I believe, is stuck somewhere in traffic. So we have someone else from her team accepting the award. So please, a huge round of applause for her as well, please. Thank you so much for being so gracious to come and accept this award on behalf of her on stage. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please move on to the next award?
Where words meet emotion and brands come alive. Best brand storytelling in an ad film. And the award goes to Piramal Realty for Piramal Aranya Stories. And Purti Realty.
Congratulations, Piramal Realty for Piramal Aranya Stories. I'll request Rishi Jain and Pushkar Jadhav to please kindly come up on stage and accept this award on behalf of their entire team. On that note, we would now move forward with our next winner, please. I'll request our winner from Purti Realty. Can I please request Mr. Amit Agarwal to join us over here and accept the award? Huge round of applause for Mr. Amit, please. Do we have Amit ji over here? I believe not. We will move forward to the next award, please.
Sales Excellence, Unparalleled Success, Fastest Selling Project of the Year. And the award goes to VTP Realty for VTP Dolce Vita.
Congratulations, very, very well done. Can I please request Hirachna Pandya ji once again to please join us over here on stage. Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations. Third time she's coming over here. Congratulations, very well done. And on that note, we will now be moving forward to the next award, please.
Captivating streets, captivating minds, best brand campaign out of home, OOH, and the award goes to DRA Homes.
Congratulations, DRA Homes. I'll request Mr. Manoj Vasudevan, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer from DRA Homes, to kindly come over here on stage with his honorable team member to accept this award honor. A huge round of applause for DRA Homes, please, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody over there at the back, you've been winning great awards. Can I please request you all to clap and appreciate for their win as well? Thank you. Congratulations, and on that note, we move forward to the next award, please.
Where vision meets creativity and stories unfold. Best Project Launch AV, and the award goes to Beyond Walls for F Premium.
I believe there's some technical glitch, but then we can move forward. Can I please request our winners from Beyond Walls and Team Aishwaryam Group? Can I please request them to kindly join us over here on stage? Huge round of applause, please, for both the groups over here as they come on stage and accept this award honor. This is the moment. Come on, everybody, make some noise, clap and appreciate great wins. Thank you so much. Badhai ho, very well done. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Where brands meet cinema and stories come alive. Best Brand AV, and the award goes to Indo Space Development Management Private Limited and Purti Realty.
Congratulations, Indo Space Development Management Private Limited, once again hitting it out of the park like never before. Once again, huge shout out. This is girl power and Nari Shakti in the true sense of the term. Congratulations to all of you and an entire team. May the great work continue and may you all keep winning awards like this. I'll now call our winner from Purti Realty. Do we have Mr. Amit Agarwal over here, Director, Purti Realty? Amit ji, are you here? मैं थोड़ा भारी आवाज में बोलता, Amit ji, are you here? Amit ji is not here. On that note, but then ताली बजाएंगे please आप लोग. Can I request? Amit ji बाद में जरूर देखेंगे वो चीज. Thank you. And on that note, we'll now move forward to our next winner, please.
Unlocking the story within, one space at a time. Best Walkthrough AV, and the award goes to Adani Realty for Erica by Adani Realty and Kalpataru Limited for Kalpataru Advay.
Congratulations, Adani Realty. Can I have Mr. Jatin Jain coming up over here alongside his honorable team member? Thank you so much, Jatin ji and Harsh Vijay, Amarnath ji, Head of Marketing, for joining us over here. Congratulations once again. I'll now request our winners from Kalpataru Limited. May I please request Priyanka Acharikar ji to please join us over here on stage. Congratulations once again to Kalpataru Limited and you. Thank you, very well done. Can we please continue the appreciation and the spirit alive over here, Mumbai? Come on. Thank you. On that note, we'll now move forward to the next award, please.
capturing the impossible from new heights. Best drone shoot AV, and the award goes to Kalpataru Limited for GCP FPV.
Congratulations, Kalpataru Limited once again. May I please request Monish Goradia ji from Kalpataru Limited to join us over here on stage. Monish ji ke liye bajaye zor se taali, please, everybody. Many congratulations, Monish ji. Very well done. Thank you. On that note, we will now move forward to our next award, please.
Where imagination knows no bounds and visuals defy reality. Best CG.
Please bear with us. There's some technical glitch. I seek your cooperation for hopefully 1 minute or 2 minutes. I don't know, but then they're looking into it. I request you to please play this AV once again.
Where imagination knows no bounds and visuals defy reality.
If there's a glitch, then I'll read it out from here. Please let me know. I'll read it out? Okay, perfect. No problem. So, we are now here at the 20th number over here. This is about where imagination knows no bounds and visuals defy reality. This is about the best CGI reel, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Hiranandani. Congratulations, team Insomniacs, once again. आप लोग का टाइम है यहाँ के सेलिब्रेट करने का, and to capture all those wonderful moments together like the squad that you are. Almost feels like Team India walking into the stage. It's almost like an India-Pakistan match. दोनों टीम एक साथ जाते हैं, and it's exactly the feel that we get, right? हाँ वही. नंबर भी I think 11 ही होंगे उसके भी. Congratulations, Team Insomniacs. Love the team spirit, love the vibe. मैं दुआ करता हूं आप लोग ऐसे ही मेहनत करते रहो और आप लोग ऐसे ही अवार्ड्स जीतते रहो. थैंक यू सो मच. इतना अच्छा स्क्वाड है और थोड़ा जोर से ताली हो जाए प्लीज एवरीबॉडी. Thank you so much. And I hope आप लोग डिसाइड कर लो कि इतने लोग में से अवार्ड घर पे कौन लेके जाएगा, उसमें फाइट ना हो जाए. On that note, can I please request our winner, number 2 on this category. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Siddha Sejal Group for codename Wow or Never and launching Celestia at Siddha Sky Sion NX. Can I please request Meenaz Amreliwala, AGM Marketing, Manisha and Adrija Sadhukan from Siddha Sejal Group on stage. Give them a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Our next winner for the same category.
Where imagination knows no bounds and visuals defy reality. Best CGI reel. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Hiranandani. And Siddha Sejal Group for codename Wow or Never and launching Celestia at Siddha Sky Sion NX.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to both our winners in this category. Before I move forward to the next award,
knows no bounds and
before I move forward to the next award, I'll request the presence of Lucille Pereira, Chief Brand Evangelist, RAPG Rohan, Apurva Parik Group, to please kindly join us over here on stage as our honorable presenter. Please, इनके लिए भी बजाए जोर से ताली. अभी 2 का शक्ति था, अभी 3 की शक्ति है. That is what it is. Thank you so much. And on that note, we will now move on to the next award, please.
Where creativity meets emotion and stories leave a mark. Best ad film. And the award goes to DRA Homes.
DRA Homes, आपने लगा दिया है आग once again. Congratulations. I'll request Mr. Manoj Vasudevan, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, DRA Homes, alongside his squad, to please kindly join us over here. Thank you so much. Please, sir के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. His entire team over here. Everybody make some noise. Show some love, Mumbai, what you're known for. Come on. Thank you so much for joining us over here, taking out time and being with us. And on that note, we will now move forward to our next award, please.
Where imagination meets innovation. Creative Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Coffee Tech Communications.
Coffee Tech Communications, you can enjoy more coffee right now because you have won it. Congratulations. May I please request Jai Rathorji, founder and CEO, Coffee Tech Communications, alongside his respected team member, to please join us over here on stage. Creative Agency of the Year, ladies and gentlemen, Coffee Tech Communications. The DJ gave the cue, everybody. That's what he means. Everybody make some noise. Everybody clap and appreciate. Come on. I don't see much of noise over that side, please. Can we do a lot better, right? एक फाइट करा देते. ये ग्रुप, आप लोग प्लीज एक बार ताली बजाओगे जितना जोर से हो. Just this side. This is war. Are you all ready to outshine that? और जोर से आप लोग बजा सकते हो? Let's do a competition now. अब से all the wins. देखते हैं कौन सा साइड ज्यादा जोर से ताली बजाता है. It's all about देखे जरा किसमें कितना है दम. On that note, come on, we will now move forward to our next winner, please.
Setting the standard for creative brilliance, Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited.
Insomniacs Digital Private Limited, उर्फ Insomniacs Cricket Team, आप लोग का यहाँ पे स्वागत है. आप लोग प्लीज आओ, सेलिब्रेट करो अपने ट्रॉफीज. Man of the match, women of the match से लेके सब कुछ, everything is yours. And I truly feel by the next year you come for awards, you will outnumber the entire winner count. I'm pretty sure about that. Congratulations. You know, this is a huge stage and your team is a big reason behind this huge stage. So please utilize the space and let's not make it very difficult for our photographer. आप लोग उनको गाइड कर दो. This is class photograph at a professional level. Huge round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you.
Everybody put your hands in the air.
Yes, that's what it is. You know, ऐसे पूरा टीम आता है, मजा आता है. It feels like home. You know, you're celebrating not just yourself, but celebrating others. That's what it is about. And just a quick, gentle reminder before I move forward to the next award. We had 4 felicitations before. We're having the awards right now. We'll be doing the group photos at the end of the ceremony. तो आप लोग please अपने respective trophies, awards, felicitations संभाल के रखिए. We'll be needing all of that, and we'll be needing all of you to please kindly join us over here on stage once the event ends. That's truly going to be an unmissable photograph. So on that note, we will request for our next winner, please.
Transforming digital landscapes, one campaign at a time. Digital Marketing Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Coffee Tech Communications.
Congratulations, Coffee Tech Communications, once again. Can I please request Jai Rathore, founder and CEO, Coffee Tech Communications, and his team. Congratulations, Coffee Tech Communications. Many congratulations. And इसी बात पे बढ़ते हैं आगे to the next award, please.
transforming sales through cutting-edge innovation, pioneering sales tech adoption, and the award goes to Cirrus.ai.
Cirrus.ai के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Can I please request Sid Mitra, Chief Technology and AI Officer, Cirrus.ai, to please join us over here on stage with the team. And of course Dhara ji, who's been very kind and patient right from morning. मैंने उनको देखा है Conclave से लेके every session she has been appreciating, clapping for others. तो जब आज वो आई है यहाँ पे स्टेज पे, आप लोग प्लीज विद रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ताली बजाइए उनके लिए. थैंक यू. Congratulations. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award,
where technology meets innovation and sales excellence is redefined. Best CRM integration in sales. And the award goes to Sell.do.
Ladies and gentlemen, best CRM integration in sales. Sell.do. Can I please request the team of Sell.do to join us over here on stage? Team Insomniacs, इनका भी almost cricket team है, हाँ? Be careful the next time. You can get more people from your team. Congratulations to all of you. बधाई हो. कौन सा साइड ज्यादा जोर से ताली बजाएगा? ये साइड की ये साइड. Come on, I want to hear this side. On this side. Thank you. We will now move forward to the next award, please.
Expertise that inspires trust and guidance that shapes success. Best Mandate Consultant of the Year. And the award goes to Flow Realty. And Sellability Sales and Marketing Solutions LLP.
Well, the rhythm and flow seems to be just exactly right for Flow Realty. The flow is truly flowing. Come on, congratulations to the team. I'll request Ayushi Garg, President Strategy and Operations from Flow Realty, to join us over here on stage. Congratulations to you, Ayushi, and your entire team for this very, very monumental achievement. You guys know what you need to do. Come on, everybody. Thank you. Quickly moving on to our next winner from Sellability Sales and Marketing Solutions LLP. Can I please request Mr. Samarth Bhandkar, Vipul Parthe, Sagar Yerfule, Sellability Sales and Marketing Solutions LLP on stage. In तीनों के लिए बजाइए everybody, please. I may request जोर से ताली for all of them. Many, many congratulations to all of you. Badhai ho. May the great work continue. And on that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Embracing innovation that transforms sales. Best Sales Technology Implementation. And the award goes to Alcove Realty.
Alcove Realty once again. Congratulations, Mr. Yashaswi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director from Alcove Realty, and your entire team. Congratulations, sir. बधाई हो. Please एक और बार उनके लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Many, many congratulations to you, sir. Best Sales Technology Implementation, Alcove Realty. On that note, we will now move forward to the next award, please.
Recognizing Masterful Media Management, Media Relations Team of the Year. And the award goes to Hira Nandani Communities.
Congratulations to Hira Nandani Communities. They're not here physically present, but they will, of course, like I say, they will eventually see the video. तो आप लोग को पता है आप लोग को क्या करना है. I don't even need to give any hints. और जोर से please everybody for the team of Hira Nandani Communities. Congratulations. And on that note, हम लोग बढ़ेंगे आगे for the next award.
Celebrating marketing mastery, top performing marketing team where innovation meets collaboration and excellence. And the award goes to Raymond Realty.
I love that hoots and whistles. Can you please continue that for all of us over here? Yes, Raymond Realty. Neeta Patel ji, Head Marketing and Team, Raymond Realty. Can I please request you to join? Oh wow, Insomniacs, we have got competition over here. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Stage पे भी hoots and whistles करना पड़ेगा. आप लोग ने चालू किया तो यहाँ पे भी करना पड़ेगा. Who are doing the hoots and whistles? Now winners over here, there are people at the back. जो भी है, on a countdown of 1, 2, 3, can I have the hoots and whistles again? Congratulations, badhai ho, very well done. Thank you so much. And on that note, we now move forward to the next award, please.
Celebrating visionary leadership and marketing excellence, Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Yashasvi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty.
Congratulations, Yashasvi Shroff, Executive and Marketing Director, Alcove Realty, once again. Huge, huge achievement indeed. Marketer of the Year, celebrating your visionary leadership and marketing excellence for a better tomorrow in the industry. Congratulations, sir. Many congratulations. On that note, we will now move forward to the next award.
Honoring visionary leadership and marketing excellence, CMO of the Year. And the award goes to Sheetal Vanwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Office Space Solutions Limited. And Tirthankar Ganguly, Chief Marketing Officer, Kalpataru Limited.
Congratulations, Sheetal Vanwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Office Space Solutions Limited. Can I please request you to be with us over here on stage? Give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Very well done. Congratulations. मुझे तालियों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. Come on, Mumbai, you can do a lot better. Please show some love, show some spirit. Come on. Thank you. I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause, please. It's not easy to stand for so long and give away so many awards, so they deserve all the appreciation and respect for that. Thank you. For the remaining few awards, I'd like to call upon stage Tripti Khedia, Publisher and Business Head, Reality Plus, alongside Sapna Srivastav, the Editor of Reality Plus. Can I please have both of you over here on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, this initiative that you see over here, the inaugural Reality Plus India Brand Leadership Conclave and Awards, ये जो possible हुआ है, ये wonderful ladies over here है. Sapna, if I may request you to please kindly join us over here. I want a nice moment over here. Can you please join us over here in the middle? You know, they keep bringing new IPs and you know that, there's a lot of respect for them in the industry. So please, एक बार आप लोग, सब लोग मिलके unconditionally जोर से ताली बजाएंगे इनके लिए for all the good work that they do for Reality Plus. They keep bringing new IPs, they keep honoring excellence, and of course they deserve honor and respect for that as well. On that note, can we please move on to the next award? I beg your pardon, please hold on,
Strategies.
Please hold on. I need to call Mr. Tirthankar Ganguly, Chief Marketing Officer from Kalpataru Limited on stage as well. Please, do we have Mr. Tirthankar over here? You're collecting on his behalf? Okay, sure. Please give it up for her. Ma'am, thank you so much for collecting it on his behalf. Give them a big round of applause, please. And we'll give the award for Mr. Tirthankar Ganguly to them. Thank you for being gracious enough to come over here on stage and accept it on his behalf. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next award, please.
Innovative customer-centric strategies and exceptional leadership, CSMO of the Year. And the award goes to Bhavik Bhandari, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Ashwin Sheth Group.
Huge congratulations to Mr. Bhavik Bhandari.
Maninder Chabra, Director of Sales, Marketing and CRM, Century Real Estate.
I'll first request all of you to please clap loudly for Mr. Bhavik Bhandari. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. And we wish you all the best going forward with everything that you do. I'll now be calling Maninder Chabra, Director of Sales, Marketing and CRM, Century Real Estate. Can I please have you on stage, please, Maninder ji? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Give him a big round of applause as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. It deserves it in the real sense. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We will now move forward to the last award of this evening. Just two gentle reminders once again. After the last award is done, we'll be first doing the group photo with the ones who have been felicitated. And after that, we'll be doing a group photo with all our winners over here. So please be with us patiently right till the very end. It's a humble request. On that note, can I please have the final award for this evening, ladies and gentlemen?
Real Estate Influencer of the Year, celebrating a leader who inspires, innovates and shapes the real estate industry. And the award goes to Vishal Sharma, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, Raymond Realty.
Congratulations, Mr. Vishal. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Vishal Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please expect some more excitement and noise over here in the house? The last award for this evening, everybody. Hoots, whistles, taaliyon ki goond, sab welcome hai. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Okay, so on that note, I believe the awards are done, but then we need to do the group photograph with all our winners. So आप लोग जितने भी लोग हो who have inspired us today with your wonderful wins, can I please request all of you to come on stage with your trophies? We want all of you to flaunt that for the shutters. Please, if I may request all our winners to kindly come up over here on stage with your trophies for a very, very special and monumental group photograph. I'll also request our award presenters to please kindly join us over here on stage for the group photo. Ma'am, please. Sure. I'll request all our winners to please kindly join us over here on stage. If we have any respected jury member as well over here present, even the jury member is more than welcome to be a part of this monumental photo. I'll request all our winners over here to please kindly come up over here with your trophies for a special group photo. Requesting all our winners to please kindly come up on stage for a special group photo opportunity. Yeah. I'll request our photographer to please kindly come forward and guide us with the frame. I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward on stage with your trophies. We want you all to flaunt your trophies. And I'll request our photographer to guide. So I'll request all of you to kindly stand over here first on stage and then listen to the guidance of our dear photographer, and I'm sure he'll be guiding us best in terms of what the frame ideally should be. Requesting all our winners to please kindly join us over here on stage with your trophies. Sir, please. Oh, yes. We need the photograph to be nicely arranged, so I'll request all of you to stand and listen to the guidance of our photographer. He is the genius, he is the master in this department. Sir, I'll request you to please So let's follow the instructions of our photographer. He knows the best in terms of what ideally the frame should be. Yeah, I mean, just listen to what he says. And congratulations to all of you. Your persistence, your hard work, your efforts, your dedication, and your motivation towards striving for excellence and pushing boundaries beyond limits has what resulted this win. So thank you so much for inspiring the real estate industry with your glorious body of work. Are we ready for the group photograph? Are we ready with the frame? I'll request all of you to kindly listen to our photographer over here in terms of the frame. And request all of you to flaunt your trophies, please. मेहनत का फल है वो चीज, तो आप लोग जितना दिखाओगे उतना बेटर है. Request all of you to please flaunt your trophies in the best way possible. It's a result of your hard work. अगर मिला है अच्छे से, then flaunt भी करना जरूर बनता है. You know, stay and hold on to your poses, please. Don't move. मैं मजाक में बोल सकता हूँ statue, but then if you want to listen to that, then great. Yes, yes. That's how we do it. Thank you. Hold on to your poses. Please don't move. Please don't move. Thank you. Thank you. Please don't move. A bit of Thanksgiving is, I believe, still remaining. I want you all to please kindly clap and appreciate the hard work of all our console members over there, working hard right since morning, I believe afternoon, for this event. All our hotel staff members who have been doing a great work in terms of getting the chairs on stage. Most importantly, our photographer and videographer over there. They've been working very, very hard. And एक बार अपने लिए please जोर से बजाइए for all the good work that you have been doing. For all the great stuff. And एक फोटो इसी बात पे हम लोग लेंगे. किसी का फोन प्लीज मुझे दीजिएगा. If I can take a nice selfie. दो करेंगे. एक में अच्छा आपका फोटो सर. तो एक में हम लोग क्या करेंगे? I'll show you. What we'll do is one we'll take a very professional normal photo. Another one जो होगा उसमें हम सब बच्चे बन जाएंगे. उसमें हम लोग क्लास फोटोग्राफ में हिपी पूरे करते हैं. We'll do that हिपी पूरे. So are you all ready for that spirit? क्या बात है? आपका फोन ऑन है सर? Okay. So here we go, the monumental selfie for this evening. ये वाला normal वाला है. तो ये वाला normal वाला है, and we are fitting everybody. And now it's time to go wild and crazy. Come on, everybody, hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. Congratulations to all of you. May you all keep winning awards. May you all keep inspiring. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. And thank you. This is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, signing off. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you.
What's up, sucker? your hands in the air. Yeah, what's up, sucker?
I'll request the Reality Plus team to please kindly join us over here on stage. The Reality Plus team group photo is pending. Reality Plus वाले please आ जाओ अंगार मचाने यहाँ पे.
Everybody put your hands in the air. Yeah, what's up, sucker? Everybody put your hands in the air. Yeah, what's up, sucker? put your hands in the air.